Damn, getting this shot today. Whew, whew, whew. I'm almost there. Hit the freaking. Watching YouTube.
Welcome to PlayStation 5. At PlayStation, we believe in generational transitions, and we put years of work into making them happen. We want you to enjoy the unique benefits of moving from one generation to the next.
I have one. I have one! There's no games! There's no games on it! It's a Netflix box! There's nothing!
If you've been around the gaming social media landscape for the last month, you may have been noticing a very alarming pattern going on with many AAA game studios as of late. That pattern being that they are struggling, big time. From employees being laid off, to game releases failing to meet sales expectations, to even said game releases simply failing to be, actual good video games. Basically, besides for a couple of exceptions like Nintendo and Epic Games, pretty much nearly every massive AAA developer and publisher you can think of is going through rough financial problems right now. With one of these massive publishers being arguably the most infamous among the rest, that one gaming publisher being none other than Sony Interactive Entertainment, aka PlayStation. There has been a lot of recently revealed news about the foreseeable future of PlayStation that shows that they are currently going through a rough time right now. From the aforementioned layoffs, to the announcement of no major game releases for the rest of this year, to even the announcement of the PlayStation 5 console now entering the later stage of its life after failing to meet sales expectations, there's simply no sugarcoating it. The PlayStation brand is currently going in a downward spiral. Naturally, with all of these shocking announcements coming from the actual company itself, this has caused a lot of confusion and justifiable eyebrow raises among general gaming fans. How is PlayStation, a brand that felt like it was on top of the world by the end of the last generation only a few years ago, now suddenly in a position where they had to let go of 900 of their employees? Well, unfortunately, the answer to that question isn't exactly a simple one. While it would be so easy for me to basically summarize this entire video as, haha, the PS5 has no games and that's why no one is buying it, thank you for watching my video, subscribe for more, the simple truth is that there is way more to the situation besides that. I mean, the Wii U definitely had games for its time, and yet you saw what happened to that thing. Instead, what I believe is going on is a combination of small problems that have been plaguing PlayStation for years now. Small problems that have been getting worse and worse and are now all coming back simultaneously to bite Sony back. And that is what I want to talk about today. Let's take a look at the issues that are currently ruining PlayStation and explain how I feel like PlayStation has been really taking us and their fans for granted as of late. I guess I should structure this video by going through these issues one by one. I'll even add the Inception noise in between the transitions to make it funny. Issue number 1. Why is everything you make for PlayStation so expensive now, Sony? For the longest time I always thought Nintendo was the worst of the big 3 gaming companies when it came to giving their products the most egregious and ridiculously high prices you can think of. $100 for an extra Switch stock, like, yeah, no thank you. But honestly, the way Sony has been handling the prices for PlayStation products in this generation has gone to the point where they are now just as bad, if not worse than Nintendo. Let's paint a scenario where in the United States, let's imagine that I want to get into the PlayStation ecosystem and I have 2 stupid kids who want to play the latest EA Sports game together because they're kids and they're stupid. So how much would I have to fork over? Well, there's the console itself for $500, an extra controller for $70, and the latest EA soccer game for another $70. Which means that even before tax, this would already cost me $640 US. And that's only for the bare minimum for my example. I can theoretically keep going. Such as, what if one of my kids wants to play their game online? You can't play this game online without an active subscription to PlayStation Plus, so you know what that means. There are a lot of annoying factors at play when it comes to saying how much PlayStation Plus costs, so let's just go with a monthly subscription to PlayStation Plus Extra, which is $15 on initial purchase. But what if I or my kids are sick of playing this multiplayer game and want to get some kind of single player experience? Well, time to pick up a copy of Spider-Man 2 to get our fix of that, which now adds another $70 to the total. However, we then notice just how much space these games are taking up, and the PS5 is shipped with only so much storage at our disposal. So it's highly advised that we get ourselves an SSD, which is the only storage format that the PS5 can use to play PS5 games from. So picking one up that is the recommended amount of 2 terabytes is going to be around $180. And since we're going to have 2 controllers lying around, we might as well have a way to easily charge both of them. It would be annoying to remember needing to hook up a cable for each controller, and it would absolutely suck if one of the kids picks up a dead controller, which is a likely scenario because the battery life for Sony controllers absolutely sucks, so might as well include the official charging dock for $30 more. Keep in mind that my scenario is only taking into consideration just how much all of this costs right now here in the United States. The results from my scenario can possibly be even more expensive, whether it be the console costing way more in other regions around the world, or Sony deciding to once again raise the price of PlayStation Plus for like the 5th time this generation. Basically, it feels like this console only gets more and more expensive as time goes on, which is like completely backwards to how it should be. I know this problem is incredibly subjective. I know what may seem expensive to the eyes of one person may be seen as chump change compared to the eyes of another. But for casual consumers, the fact that stuff like the games are now so expensive means that the opportunity for those people to continuously spend more and more on games is getting smaller and smaller. And like, don't you want your consumer base to continuously and consistently spend on your platform? Isn't that like the goal for every single game platform ever? But hey, at the very least the high prices are worth it, aren't they? Maybe it's just an expensive gateway to a platform of many exclusive experiences. That has to be the case, right? Issue number 2. Dear Sony, where are the games? Even though I said at the beginning of the video that the PS5 having very little exclusives isn't exactly the only problem that's going on with PlayStation, it's still nevertheless a huge problem. Many people have been noticing as of late how even though the PS5 has been out in the market for over 3 years, the quantity of exclusive experiences to be had on the console is still shockingly very small. It's so bad to the point that it's basically been a giant meme to look at the Wikipedia page of exclusive games on PS5 and look at just how small the list is. With some people on Twitter even adding insult to injury by comparing the Wikipedia page to other similar Wikipedia pages but for other less successful consoles. And while some of these comparisons are definitely done hyperbole, I mean the page of exclusive Wii U games does contain more games than the PS5 one, but that's not taking into consideration that one of those games in the list is fucking Mulan. The original argument of these posts still stands. For how long the console has been out, the quantity of exclusive games the PS5 has is embarrassingly small. And I don't think you have to have a very high IQ to understand that not a lot of people are going to be content with paying hundreds of dollars on a console that doesn't offer a lot of unique experiences. And I know some of you will argue that a big reason for why this is the case is that Sony made the choice to make their last couple of game releases cross-gen releases for both PS4 and PS5, and that only now are Sony finally going to go fully in on making PS5 only games. And look, I get it. The PS5's release couldn't have been more poorly timed even if they tried, as Sony pretty much released that console at the time when the world pretty much ended. So I will say it was a morally good decision from Sony to have their big releases from 2020 to now come out for both their 8th gen system and their 9th gen system. But I don't know, I think they waited too long to now start making every game a PS5 exclusive. In their own words, the PS5 is now in the later half of its life cycle, which means that they only have like 4 more years to make games for the PS5 before the PS6 comes out, which I don't think is going to be enough time to grow a large lineup of exclusive games from Sony for reasons that I'll get into later in this video. But you know what, let's just say that regardless if they are exclusives or cross-gen releases, at the very least the recent game releases from Sony are still very unique experiences. Is what I would say if it weren't for issue number 3. Where is the variety? I legitimately cannot be the only one who feels like the variety of games that are coming from Sony Studios are now at an all-time low. The games that we've been getting recently from them, as well as the diversity between IPs, has all felt very samey and formulaic. Here is what I mean. I decided to go to PlayStation.com, go to the games section, then PS5, and just simply count how many of the presented games from their internal studios are either remasters/remakes, sequels, or originals. And here are the results. I found out that out of the 15 total first-party games that the page had, 6 of them were remasters or remakes, 6 of them were sequels, and only 3 of them were original games. That certainly is a ratio, alright. I should stress this now that it isn't exactly the quantity of remakes or sequels that necessarily bother me. If it did, I'd probably not be a massive fan of Nintendo, a company who pretty much have been using the same characters over and over and over again. Instead, what really irks me with these large amount of recent PlayStation sequels and remakes is that a grand majority of these are from franchises and IPs that either originated from the PS4 era or were very prominent in the PS4 era. Spider-Man, Horizon, and The Last of Us are very good examples of this. It always bothered me how certain people online would complain about how Nintendo never focuses on their smaller IPs in favor of only using their big IPs. But, and I can't believe I need to say this, Nintendo has actually improved a lot in resolving this issue in this generation, but more importantly, Sony is now just as guilty of this problem, if not much worse. During the Switch era, Nintendo have made sequels, remasters, and remakes for games from across a variety of their generations, with the oldest one being from the stinking Famicom. Meanwhile, Sony can only dig as deep cheap as the PS3 era to create a remake for this generation. I really think Sony choosing to pay attention to a few select game franchises and only those few select game franchises sort of ended up making any new releases from them feel much less special in a way. It's kind of sad to say, but there was a time where it was incredibly hyped to see Spider-Man or Kratos on the screen in game trailers, but now I can't be bothered to necessarily care that much anymore because it feels like that's all that we've been getting now for this generation. It especially doesn't help that nearly all of the represented IPs now feature games that are very similar to each other. Third-person action-adventure games that push for a cinematic approach in their design with serious and usually heart-gripping stories with overly realistic graphics, with the only thing that really differentiates them being their primary gameplay loops. This isn't meant to diss on each game that goes for this approach. I actually do like a few of them, but what made PlayStation so great to me is that they did have such a varied lineup of IPs and franchises many generations ago. It is honestly incredible that Sony were able to provide such a great lineup of first-party and exclusive third-party games back in the PS1. Considering that unlike Nintendo during that generation, Sony had to basically start from nothing. This varied lineup of games would also be carried over to the PS2 generation, where we would also see more IPs get introduced. Really, it wasn't until the PS4 generation where Sony saw the critical and financial success of games like Uncharted 2 and The Last of Us from the last generation and went, hey, let's just make more games like that. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing back in the PS4 generation since there was still some variety when it came to the game releases from that era, but now it's just gotten much worse in this generation. And sadly, it looks like this is going to be one of those problems that's not looking to be resolved anytime soon. Especially when by now you've all probably seen the leaked Insomniac Games roadmap from a few months ago. Look how lame this is. They've basically been relegated to a glorified licensed Marvel game studio now.
Yep.
I seriously cannot be the only one who feels incredibly depressed just by looking at this. Besides Marvel, they're also working on making another Ratchet and Clank game, which I'm certain will be made as a PlayStation 6 technical showcase, and no actual new IPs from them until the 2030s. Cool. So cool. But you know what? I would accept this change of variety from Sony. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'd still bitch about it. I would tolerate this change of variety from Sony if it weren't for issue number 4. Sony, you're so slow. Due to the nature of Sony's current games always pushing to use the highest end graphics, it means that pretty much every game from PlayStation now has extremely long development cycles. It's pretty common to have each game from PlayStation's big studios now take years on top of years to complete, which plays a huge factor as to why the PS5 has yet to have such a huge catalog of exclusive games. This is also why I don't think Sony has the time now to even try to build a large catalog of exclusive games for the PS5. Once again, Sony has confirmed themselves that the PS5's lifecycle is already halfway done. I don't think that roughly 4 years is going to be enough time for Sony to make more exclusive games on PS5 besides the couple of ones that they've already announced, as well as some very play it safe guesses. I think Sony was hoping that third-party developers could help and alleviate the problem by releasing their games in the meantime that they make their big chungus games. Kind of like how they did back in the PS4 generation. But now some of those studios are also investing equally long development times for some of their big game releases. Just look at Kingdom Hearts, mainline Persona, the Final Fantasy VII remake, or literally every major game release from Rockstar Games after Grand Theft Auto 5. But you know what, I'll give those third-party publishers this. In the meantime that those big game releases get made, they also release smaller and less ambitious titles in the meantime that those games get made. PlayStation can't really say that for themselves. For God's sakes, even the other two major console publishers get this memo. Nintendo and Microsoft also produce and release smaller scale games so they can give something for their fans to play while they work on their more humongous games. And these smaller games can not only be really good, but they can also sometimes be better than the big game releases with the long development cycles. Here's a really good example. Bethesda published 3 games last year, and Microsoft were betting their cards on Starfield being the biggest success of the 3 because it was in fact the biggest game. And well, let's just say that the actual best game of the 3 ended up winning last year. Anyways, going back on topic, I really think PlayStation needs to go back and have studios that are involved with making smaller games with some kind of creative originality in them. Because having all of their workforce make these large-scale games and only large-scale games really limits how many great exclusive games the PS5 could have. Emphasis on go back in that sense, because they actually used to have one studio in the previous generation who did that, Japan Studio. This was the studio that was responsible for some of the most creative and experimental games across PlayStation's history. They were also always my personal favorite studio from PlayStation. A studio like them can be really beneficial in this current era of PlayStation. It's just unfortunate that Sony decided that the best course of action on handling a studio that they needed more than ever is to shut them down early in this generation. I also think that Sony being incredibly slow with their game releases also ties alongside some of their recent questionable business decisions as well. Like, I remember around early on in the PS5 generation, Sony really wanted to focus on making multiplayer games to capitalize on the live service gaming craze at the time. But because Sony's game releases are as consistent and as frequent as my YouTube upload schedule, the live service craze has now crashed and burned before Sony could even release any major multiplayer games. Because of this, a good amount of online multiplayer game projects that were in the works at Sony have now gone cancelled, including the previously announced Last of Us Online game by Naughty Dog, and also a multiplayer game that would have been based on Insomniac's Spider-Man. This one wasn't even announced at all. By the time we found out about it, the project had already been canned, so yeah, cool. And hey, I guess while I'm on the topic of Sony's game releases now being only large-scale projects, issue number 5. Why are you spending so much money, Sony? While I'm definitely sure that Sony has spent millions on top of millions on the budgets of their games for years, I think now it's gone to the point where these games are so ridiculously expensive to make now. This is mostly due to AAA games needing much more resources to make than ever before, as well as just everything in general being much more expensive than ever before. While the budgets given to PlayStation's AAA game releases aren't exactly given out as public information from Sony, we can still make a safe guess. Because of that massive Insomniac Games leak from a while back, a ton of information about Insomniac's game releases have been made available to the public, which includes the budgets and even the sales numbers of their games. So let's take a look at the game entries from Insomniac on PS5 so we can take a rough guess as to how much money Sony invests into an average PS5 game. Not like this will take long though, it's only like 2 games. It's been confirmed that Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart was barely able to make a profit return for PlayStation, which is shocking to hear since the game sold a total of nearly 4 million copies. But it was apparently not good enough for Sony since the game costed them $81 million to make.
Jesus.
Now that sounds like a lot of money, but like, strap in, it gets worse. Now with Spider-Man 2, that game would obviously cost way more to make than Rift Apart, simply because the visuals of that game are way more intensive and the game itself is also just way bigger. With all that being said, this game had a budget of $315 million. That's just completely outrageous. I refuse to believe that it cost them this much money just to make the exact same game again, only with slightly prettier visuals and a slightly bigger map. Where did most of that budget go towards? Did it go into Venom and all of his 19 inches? That's the only answer I will accept. In all seriousness though, I feel pretty confident in saying that Sony spending this much money on making games like Spider-Man 2 is most likely the big reason as to why PlayStation stuff in general is now as expensive as it is. A game publisher and developer choosing to make super expensive games that require years to make isn't a problem in and of itself, but the fact of the matter is that in the meantime those types of games get made, that publisher and developer is simply not going to be making any money unless they have external revenue streams. Rockstar Games is so damn lucky that so many people have spent their life savings and probably the grandparents' inheritance on fucking shark cards, because now they're in a position where they can focus entirely on making big budget game releases and not necessarily worry on their release dates, which is both a blessing and an absolute curse at the same time. In the case of PlayStation, their external revenue sources outside of game sales are console sales and PlayStation Plus subscriptions. And whatever amount of money that Sony is making from those, it's clearly not enough for them. Because despite Spider-Man 2 selling 10 million copies in the holiday of 2023, which is really good for any video game, it still wasn't good enough to prevent massive layoffs within Sony Interactive. This all looks even worse when you start looking at games like Palworld, which cost way less to make yet sold nearly the same amount of copies as Spider-Man 2. Or how about Super Mario Bros. Wonder, a game that sold equally well as Spider-Man 2, despite that game being released in what's supposed to be the twilight years of the Switch's life, and once again was much cheaper to produce than Spider-Man 2. This isn't an issue that could be pinned onto consumers becoming disinterested in the PS5 because it's getting older. This is an issue of a business model simply being unsustainable. Also, why did you acquire Bungie? And why for that much money? That acquisition was nearly 2 years ago. Did PlayStation fans get any benefit from this? Serious question. So, just to reflect on everything we covered thus far, we have a console that cost a lot of money to purchase, with accessories, games, and subscriptions that also cost a lot of money to purchase, with the console itself barely featuring any kinds of exclusive experiences to be had on it by the 3rd year mark, with no signs of any sort of consistent new game releases happening anytime soon. Well, gee golly gosh, I sure wonder why sales expectations weren't met. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about this, because this has really grinded my gears throughout this entire video. I'm gonna go into issue number 6. Sony's give up mentality. I think it really shows just how much Sony doesn't care in trying to make the PS5 the best it could possibly be, when the moment that the console is met with one disappointing financial year is to basically say, oh, it's just the console entering the later half of its life. People are losing interest because the console is getting older. It just means we need to release the PS5 Pro or PS6 to renew people's interest. But that's not the root of the problem. Ultimately, there's no one to put the blame on why the PS5 isn't meeting Sony's ridiculously high expectations besides the higher-ups of that very company who have been making these dumb business choices that have negatively affected the way people see this brand. Thinking that it won't matter because they think people will buy into the platform regardless because it's the PS5. You love the PS4, so you gotta buy the PS5.
Plop, plop, a noop, noop, a noop.
Honestly, all of this really does remind me of that time when Sony was really struggling during the early era of the PS3. Both that era and this era were bad for Sony for entirely different contexts, but they both started in a very similar way. Sony making dumb choices at the beginning of the generation after being super successful from the last generation and not realizing the significance of their problems until it hits them right in their wallet. But at least with the early PS3 generation, when Sony realized that they royally screwed up, they put in the aggressive effort to fix it. Making the console cheaper, giving it an entire rebrand, releasing a new marketing campaign, and actually beginning to release games that people would want to play and buy the console over. And in the end, they ended up saving themselves and saving the PS3 from being a complete flop. You want to know what I think modern PlayStation would do if they were in the exact same position as they were in the early life of the PS3? I'll tell you what they do. They would just give up. Just look at what happened to the PlayStation Vita. Platform receives a report of stagnant sales once and Sony immediately folds. Sony really needs to step back and restructure the way they handle their business model with PlayStation. Primarily, try to find a way to have players be engaged in your platform by having consistent exclusive releases. Bring something new to the table or bring back forgotten IPs that could really use the spotlight again. Even if those games would need to be made on a smaller budget or not fit in that well with the AAA game releases, just give it a chance. It would bring more exclusives, it would bring much needed variety, and you really wouldn't have much to lose but possibly much to gain if one of those smaller scale games becomes successful. Even when it was ultimately met with failure in the end, Nintendo still tried to make the Wii U worth it by giving it an admittedly pretty good and varied lineup of games for its time. Even when the company was in financial troubles, it was never taken out on the employees. And thanks to a change of approach early on in the Switch generation, Nintendo has now clearly proven that you can get people to buy and still be invested in a console even in its twilight years, let alone the middle of its life cycle. And the way they were able to do that is providing exclusive, unique, and creatively filled games consistently throughout its entire life, even if there were some hiccups along the way. And then there's Sony, who after announcing that console sales didn't meet their expectations last year, decided that the best idea to go with is to fire a huge amount of their employees while also announcing to their fans to expect no big releases from them this year. Are you seriously punishing your employees, your consumers, the people who actually give you money for not giving you more? Well, I'm sorry that people don't want to invest $500+ on a platform that has no exciting games in the foreseeable future, very little value to it, and the little value that it does have can just be experienced on other better platforms. Is this a joke? Do you seriously expect me and other players to be content waiting for 2+ years just so I can play the exact same games again, only with different, most likely shittier stories? How do you expect an increase in sales of your console when there's nothing for people to look forward to on it besides more of the same shit, as well as continue to invest your money on ways that don't make your platform any better at all? Hey guys, please buy our $200 glorified Wii U gamepad, and while you're at it, please buy our PlayStation earbuds. Go watch The Last of Us TV show, and please watch our Uncharted movie where Nathan Drake is played by MCU Peter Parker. And stay tuned for the $700 PS5 Pro, where we will release even more fucking remasters of the same two Last of Us games for an additional price each. I think I'm done. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's just really depressing to see how much PlayStation is struggling right now. I can't deny the fact that Sony's business model in the PS4 era was definitely a huge success in the short term for them for making the PS4 as successful as it was. But that's just it. It was something that worked in the short term. A business model that simply isn't built to last in this current day of age. To give Sony some benefit of the doubt, perhaps the massive layoffs can possibly be a wake-up call for them to finally change things up, especially since this would be the month where Jim Ryan would step down as CEO of Sony Interactive after being in the position since 2019. But I'm not holding my breath. I'm tired of hoping for this brand. I'm sorry if this video was much more of a Debbie Downer than what I usually make, but it's something that's been frustrating me for years now. The reasons for why I fell in love with PlayStation to begin with all those years ago are just no longer valid in this current era of the brand. And that just makes me sad. I've got a feeling that most people will just pass this video off as me being just a hater or being a dumb Nintendo drone or something like that. That's fine, that won't bother me. I'm confident that anyone with actual brains will at least know where I'm coming from. We're currently living in a very transitional period of gaming. There's a good chance that a game publisher that you knew for years is possibly going to change and adapt into something much different in only a matter of a few years. Which hey, may be a good good thing or a bad thing, who knows. As of now, we'll just have to wait for all of it to settle and see where all of this goes. In the meantime, I'll just continue to enjoy gaming on the platforms that I enjoy doing it the most.
What the fuck is this?
All the while, I occasionally remember to look at my PS5, sitting on the floor, collecting dust, constantly having its dim orange rest mode LED light strip on for weeks at a time, and simply say to myself, I miss the old PlayStation. I miss them a lot. Anyways, tune in for next time where I will be talking about a bunch of stupid Mario Party games. My endurance to create original content truly is a laborious one.
I'm telling you now, I have plans that I cannot share with you right now because the haters will sabotage me. I have plans that I cannot.
When you look at the population of every major MMORPG and notice that every one of them has seen its player base decline over the last 10 years.
Hold up. Bad that shit. Hold up. Gotta fix the settings. Manage that. Talked it. Oh, put it up. Oh. Yo, chill out. Oh shit, the damage. Jesus. Jesus. Bring it there. Hey, kill that shit.
Except for 2, it makes you stop and wonder, what are the declining MMOs doing wrong, and what are the growing MMOs doing right? What about the long-reigning king of the genre, World of Warcraft? It's public knowledge that it's been bleeding players for a long time, and yet you can tell there are so many players hoping each expansion will be the one that hooks them yet again. Each expansion creates a massive mountain of interest, whereas other MMOs are only generating molehills. Then there's Elder Scrolls Online. It suffered a near-fatal launch, but committed to fixing the game's major bugs and dropped the requirement on its subscription to lure players back in. Since then, the game's had some good years and some bad years, and it's held on to a respectable number of players, but the trend is definitely there. It has been on the decline, especially in the last year. Guild Wars 2, same thing, another massively successful MMO trending down over the long run. Though it is worth noting, over the last 2 years, this game has reversed course on that trend and is actually seeing some growth. Not surprising, this game did a lot of things right in recent expansions between its mounts, its story, and its zone exploration, and what feels like a renewed focus on the game itself by the developers in recent years. If we look at RuneScape, same thing, it's been bleeding players and interest for a long time now, still holding on to a very respectable player base size, but definitely trending down. While these are some of the biggest games bleeding players, the trend isn't unique to these games, it's across the entire genre. Let's take a look at a few more. Black Desert Online, Terra, Destiny 2, EverQuest 2, Lord of the Rings Online, Ion, SWTOR. You can pick almost any MMO out there, and the graph is going to look almost exactly the same. Interestingly, there's only 2 games that escape this trend, and they couldn't be more different from one another, and that's Final Fantasy XIV and old school RuneScape. When I see something like this, it always makes me wonder. When I look at something thriving where everything else is struggling to survive and even dying, I want to know why. I have hundreds and sometimes thousands of hours in almost every MMO I mentioned so far. So in this video, let's start by taking a look at what Final Fantasy XIV does differently. Final Fantasy XIV is a buy and then sub to play MMO that gives you 60 levels for free to get the hooks in you. Right off the bat, this is a great and confident approach to monetization. You don't have to commit a dime to the game until you know you love it. Personal preference aside, there literally is no reason not to give it a try. Then, if you do decide that you enjoy it, the mandatory sub that you're paying allows them to avoid the pitfalls that come with free-to-play games like pay to win, pay for convenience, and the general cannibalism of content that free-to-play games experience as they place all their chase items in the cash shop. Let me explain. Some people say that subscription-based MMOs are history. I think the subscription model has turned out to be one of Final Fantasy XIV's best selling points. Not the fact that you have to pay $12 a month to play it, but the fact that you don't have to spend another dime beyond that. In return, you get a finished product, which is incredibly rare these days. Final Fantasy XIV does not engineer problems so that they can sell you the solution. And in 2022, that's honestly such a massive breath of fresh air that does not go unnoticed by the average player today. We are so used to trudging through games that are built with obvious, avoidable flaws put in the game to extract money from us. A lot of times we don't spend the money out of principle or frugality, and we endure this inconvenience or the next one until we decide not to anymore, and we quit. Then there's the expansions themselves. Final Fantasy expansions are massive and actually worth getting excited about. The money the game is making is being poured back into the game. You can see it. In the last year alone, Final Fantasy XIV had the Endwalker expansion that came with a ton of new zones, not one but 2 new classes, and a ton of new dungeons, trials, and raids, and an enormous amount of earnable weapon skins, mount skins, armor skins, and pets. On top of all of that, every quarter or so, Final Fantasy gets another patch for free that is often as big as other MMOs' annual expansions. This year they included things like quests, dungeons, raids, and an entire new housing island system, and a slew of earnable cosmetics. Now, when you compare this to what other major MMOs are adding, the difference is very noticeable. SWTOR's most recent expansion added about 2 hours of story content on each side, in a game that is most known for its story content. ESO's newest expansion added a new zone and a raid and a card game. BDO added a new zone and a new class. Guild Wars actually had a respectable expansion with a new class spec for every class, new zones, and a new mount type, but it took 3 years to come out. WoW's expansions are the only ones that come close in terms of size and scope, with Dragonflight adding a new class, a new race, and a new class of mount among their other usual additions like multiple new zones, dungeons, and raids. Again, when you look at what each of these these MMOs is adding year over year, it's easy to see why some keep players coming back more than others. The MMOs without mandatory subscriptions are really struggling in terms of content additions and enjoyable time sinks. Their expansions are smaller and the number of earnable weapons and mount cosmetics are generally non-existent, which means players have a lot less to do, so they get bored sooner and leave sooner. So begins the unstoppable cycle of fewer people spending money in the cash shop, which means the developers have to crank up monetization while cutting back on the scope of expansions even more, further expediting the decline of their population. We have seen it so many times, and we're seeing it again in almost every non-sub MMO today. Final Fantasy XIV did not concede its sub despite its disastrous launch, and I think that it owes a lot of its success today to that. If Final Fantasy XIV was just another game where you paid for the best cosmetics, paid for the best weapons, and paid for the best mounts, and then paid for convenience on top of all of that, I think it too would be experiencing the same decline in interest as the rest of the genre. MMO developers figured out that they could make more money in the short term if they sold the coolest things in the cash shop, and now they are realizing that they make a lot less money in the long term if they put all of the coolest things in the cash shop. Saying that monetizing all of the best cosmetics in an MMO is better than going full pay to win is like saying jumping off of a high rise is better than jumping out of an airplane. You're killing your game either way, one is just faster than the other. It's incredibly simple. As soon as an MMO starts asking how it can make more money out of players before they quit, instead of asking what experience and rewards they can add to keep them around, the cycle has begun. The cannibalism of content by the cash shop has begun. The decline of the MMO is inevitable because the core philosophy of the MMO is being eroded. The goal of the developer has shifted from retain the player to get the player to spend money in the cash shop. Explore, kill, loot doesn't work if the cool loot is in the cash shop. Why should you explore and kill? The developer is now trying to sell you your rewards rather than encouraging you to go out and earn them. Almost all of the dying MMOs today suffer from a much more obvious problem. Western audiences don't like pay to win and don't seem to stick around long when too much of the game's monetization model is based on pay for convenience, which, if we're being honest, often ends up drifting all the way into pay to win. For a long time, WoW did what Final Fantasy XIV is doing before Final Fantasy XIV did it. WoW was adding tons of content. WoW was adding tons of earnable cosmetics, tons of earnable mounts, and earnable pets. So what changed for WoW? WoW was once a sub-to-play MMO with all the best cosmetics earned in-game and no pay to win. It was the biggest MMO of all time, but WoW changed. It started making some of the best cosmetics and some of the best mounts cash shop items.
You did something unforgivable. You released a mount? And not just any mount. Not just a horse. Not a bear. But the mount. The Celestial Steed.
It also added WoW tokens, which unfortunately is really just a fancy way to say pay to win. Exchanging real-world money for in-game items and currency is the definition of pay to win. WoW tokens are probably the single most complained about feature in the entire game, and literally every player saw that coming. The only reason adding WoW tokens didn't do more damage faster is that they weren't added until 2015, when many players had sunk a decade of their lives into the game, and they didn't see an immediately compelling option to switch over to. To be fair, WoW isn't the only MMO to make this mistake, but it is certainly the biggest MMO to fall into this trap. ESO has a similar feature with crowns, where the developers sanction players buying in-game gold with cash as long as they use crowns to do it. Same thing in Guild Wars 2, you can exchange in-game currency for cash shop currency and vice versa. The problem with this is now every item in the game has real-world value. Every item you can earn, someone else can buy. It devalues player achievements and demotivates them from seeking out more. More importantly, it condenses an entire day, week, or month's
leveling
worth of
up.
memories into a
Let's go.
forgettable 15-second card swipe. Here's Asmon Gold distilling down the leveling process in an MMO that allows you to exchange cash for currency.
Step 1, get a job. Step 2, get your paycheck from the job. Step 3, use your money to buy a boost to level 70. Step 4, pay somebody else to boost you through dungeons to level 80. Step 5, buy gold. Step 6, go to a Naxxramas GDKP. Step 7, bid on all of the gear into GDKP and get full gear. Step 8, pay for an arena carry. And Step 9, buy BOE gear. Step 10, finally, Now you can play the game.
These are 3 of Final Fantasy XIV's biggest competitors, and they all caved on this topic, and I honestly believe it's a large part of the answer as to why Final Fantasy XIV thrives while they bleed players. It's a death of 1,000 cuts by monetization. First, it was just a random mount, then it was all the best mounts. First, it was an armor set, then it was all the best armor sets. First, it was failing to ban RMTers, and then it was condoning RMT through the cash shop currencies. Final Fantasy XIV just has the purest monetization of the bunch, and as a result has held onto the core MMO experience of explore, kill, and loot to make your character as powerful and as awesome looking as possible. If we look at the more pay-to-win games, their decline is even more sharp. It's almost as if there's a direct correlation between the amount of pay-to-win and the speed at which your game becomes irrelevant here in the West. Obviously, Western players don't like pay-to-win, and sanctioning buying gold with real money is sanctioning pay-to-win. It's done. The game now contains a significant form of pay-to-win, and it's a genie that can't be put back in the bottle. Well, I suppose they could, but I doubt they will. The accountants don't see the money they are not making because of it, they only see the money they are making because of it. It's hard to prove a negative. When they make less money this year than they did last year, they don't see it as being due to their over-monetization pushing players away, they see it as the result of their under-monetizing the players that are left. Incredible. The damage done by WoW tokens, crowns, and gems for gold doesn't stop there. The economy no longer needs to be based on what a player can afford in-game. It becomes in part based on how much gold they can afford to buy out of game with their credit card. Inflation goes nuts, and a new player enters the game looking at unreasonable prices and is left with 2 options: buy gold with cash or grind out a now inflated amount of gold for themselves, neither of which is terribly appealing. Final Fantasy XIV, on the other hand, still puts all the best rewards in game and does not sanction the ability to turn those into cash transactions. Instead, they would rather you go out and earn it, and just like that, the player has something to do when they log in. Alright, the next item on the list is going to be the content itself. First, let's talk about the solo experience. Final Fantasy XIV was built for the solo player, but not at the expense of the group player. It is a highly curated journey from start to finish, built with the short attention span of today's MMO player in mind. There's not a moment that the game isn't leading you by the hand to the next objective. It's always there in the top left corner, ushering you to the next plot point. There is a continuous 10-year story woven through the game seamlessly. This achieves 2 things. One, the new player never signs in and finds themselves unsure of what to do next. They always have an objective. It's worth noting that they can deviate from this path if they want to. There's plenty of horizontal content, optional trials, optional dungeons, and even optional jobs to level, but the player can also choose the on-rails experience and soak up that main story. The second thing is the quality of the story. It's amazingly written with twists, turns, and jaw-dropping backstabs, complete with music and cutscenes. It's not perfect, nothing is. It's got way too many dialogue boxes, in my opinion, that really serve to age the MMO. But the story those dialogue boxes tell is so good that it keeps players moving forward. And for the players that choose to skip the dialogue boxes, the cutscenes do a good job of presenting the key plot points so that they are mostly able to follow along as well. Final Fantasy XIV focuses on delivering a masterfully told story, which is something a lot of MMOs treat as optional when it's really not. A good story, fantastic lore, it's critical to any great RPG. While Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO, emphasis on the RPG first, it is no slouch when it comes to group content. This is another thing Final Fantasy XIV handles brilliantly. Most MMO players today are solo players, and if the MMO they are playing does not do a good job of introducing them to dungeons or trials and other group content, they simply won't participate in that content. The story in Final Fantasy XIV consistently and seamlessly sends players into group content. Many of the dungeons are part of the story and must be completed to proceed with the story. Same with many of the trials. The difficulty on this content is tuned down to what we'll call story mode difficulty, but it still serves to introduce every single player to that type of content. And once there, many find that they enjoy it and begin to pursue it horizontally. They deviate from the story to seek out the optional trials, the optional raids, for the fun of completing them, but also for the incredible rewards and cosmetics that can be earned inside. So despite being a solo MMO, through and through, Final Fantasy XIV ends up having every member of the community participate in a ton of group content every expansion. This means you can always find a group for any dungeon, trial, or raid in the game. Level scaling ensures that it will always be fun, and there won't be one person in the group killing everything and trivializing the content while you struggle to keep up. I think other MMOs should recognize the success of Final Fantasy XIV's approach to dungeons and specifically trials. You spawn in front of a boss and you can already tell 100% of the developers' time and effort are put into this one fight. There are no boring trash pulls to wade through over and over, no filler DPS sponge side bosses with low effort mechanics, no long runs back when you wipe. You just spawn in front of the boss, the final act. There are boss transformations, stage transformations, music changes, and cutscenes. It's a cinematic experience as well as a mechanically heavy experience with multiple levels of difficulty so that you can choose how hard you want it to be. And if you do choose the hardest difficulties, there are great rewards for your efforts. The trials are great bite-sized group content that I always look forward to because they're a spectacle and they're fun. Some other MMOs are noticing. It looks like Guild Wars 2 has been inspired by these trials and its strike missions recently, and I think more MMOs would benefit from focusing on this quick, high-intensity, mechanic-heavy group content. All thriller, no filler, get in, get out. It works and it works well. There just aren't enough people that want to devote 2 to 6 hours of their day to struggling through a raid anymore. Final Fantasy XIV's trials are the best part of that raid experience. The final fight and its loot. And none of the filler that leads up to that. Anyways, these are the things that I noticed when I played Final Fantasy XIV. The game launched horribly. They shut it down, and perhaps the best decision they made was to not give up the subscription model. By retaining that, they ensured that they could continue to outdo themselves from one expansion to the next. They were able to continue to give players great in-game rewards for their achievements, rather than locking them all in a cash shop. They were able to crank the cinematic spectacles to 11 on the group content, and I think that's something a lot of MMOs forget. Raids, trials, and dungeons, they should be spectacles in 2022 and beyond. No one is impressed by running through a cave and killing things along the way anymore. Those days are over. Developers have to think beyond that. Give us stage transformations, give us boss transformations, give us epic soundtracks, and if you won't, Final Fantasy XIV will. Final Fantasy XIV isn't perfect. It's not a one-size-fits-all MMO. The art style is hit and miss for a lot of players. Some people are never going to be okay with a flying car pulling up next to them in their fantasy MMO. The base game has way too many dialogue boxes that make it feel old compared to modern RPGs. The questing experience is definitely carried by the story. There's literally almost zero combat while questing. It's mostly talking to one NPC and then the next until you unlock a dungeon or a trial. But when you do get a solo duty or a dungeon or a trial, it's amazing. Zone exploration is not as good as it is in other MMOs. The most exciting thing that you might find is an Aether Current. There is next to no reason to interact with mobs in Overland content. It's almost always better to leash them and then talk to the NPC that they were standing next to, which is rough on immersion. And finally, if you're new to the game, you're gonna have to spend a lot of hours working through the story alone before you can spend any significant amount of time with your friends. But despite all of this, Final Fantasy XIV is one of only 2 MMOs that fall into S tier for me. I absolutely love it, but I also recognize its shortcomings. It's exciting to imagine an MMO that does what Final Fantasy XIV does well while improving on what it does not. I think there's absolutely room for another big MMO to succeed alongside Final Fantasy XIV and to even surpass it. There is so much to be learned from its success and from the failure of its peers. For the sake of the genre, I just hope future MMOs are paying attention. As for the future MMOs, if your plan is to build an incredibly inconvenient MMO and sell us the convenience, if your plan is to try to sell a pay-to-win MMO in the West, if your plan is to be an MMO with all the best cosmetics locked in the cash shop rather than earned, well, you just haven't been paying attention. If you're still here, hopefully you enjoyed the video, so be sure to like and subscribe for more MMO content. And a massive shout out for my YouTube members for supporting the channel. If you want to become a YouTube member, click the join button below. And if you're not sure what to do next, maybe check out one of the videos popping up on screen right now. This video ran long, so I'm gonna have to break the discussion of old school RuneScape into the next video. Be sure to subscribe so you're alerted when I post it.
This one's a classic.
Howdy everybody, it's me, Antisocial Toegame. When I was growing up, I found that instead of having friends, I wanted to spend all of my time alone playing.
When you look at the population of every
shit and run out. Okay.
Final Fantasy XIV is one of only 2 MMOs that fall into S tier for me. I absolutely love it, but I also recognize its shortcomings. It's exciting to imagine an MMO that does what Final Fantasy XIV does well, while improving on what it does not. I think there's absolutely room for another big MMO to succeed alongside Final Fantasy XIV and to
This one's a classic.
Howdy, everybody. It's me, Antisocial Toe Game. When I was growing up,
I'm gonna do that later. What time is it? 9:00. Hold on. Hold on. I need. Actually, what the fuck? You get more XP? More XP. This one's actually sick. Fuck. Anubis card. Damn. This one's actually really good. Fuck. What's with the... Oh, goblin card. Damn, I need one of these. 1 milli. It's 1 million. Shit. Senor Sasha, you don't go to level Stinger? I mean, I could go there. But I'm just taking a break for now. I just leveled up, so yeah. Drops nice. EQ2 for you. Yeah. Right now, I just need to level up. I'm pretty cool with the items for now. These are my items. I'm doing ABB Hunter. So, yep. There's actually a custom dungeon here, so I don't have to go to a Stinger. I could go on newbies as well. They dropped the glove for more decks. Yeah, I went brooch. I went brooch instead of gloves. I could get one of those. But I don't know, dude. It's gonna take forever again. Drop gloves. Those shits are like, and the grind gonna be really long, man. This one you're talking about, right? Yep. From 95 to 99. Yo. This is the glove, right? More decks. Oh, you played RO in a long time? When did you play? I bet it's gonna be like 20 years ago. Because I played this one 20 years ago. I just went back. Yep. Since EURO? Oh shit. Are they still operating the EURO? Or they shut it down a long time ago? Because I'm pretty sure they're still operating. Because IRO is still operating. Oh no? Oh, they shut it down. Dang, that's sad. Because international RO is still operating. It's still on Steam. Oh, it's gone. Damn, that's sad, dude. Wait, IRO is IRO is still operating. It's still on Steam. Or you can still Google it. I didn't like it. I don't like. I'm not a fan of renewal. Renewal is just shit. Mostly player hate. Yep, a lot of RO players hate renewal, dude. They destroyed the soul of RO. Sorry for Dinglish. It's fine. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I understand it, so it doesn't really bother me. I assume you're from German. You're from Germany. Yep. Deutschland. Teddy bear. Well, there are many German players here. Yep. A lot of them are high level too. Germans here. But the problem is their latency and their ping are pretty high. They're playing on the US server. Spanish 3. Mastering card. Shit. Yeah, Anubis the one I was looking for, or leveling up. I'm thinking about Anubis, but then I need the support first. Yeah, because as a hunter, it's kind of hard to level out there by myself. I need the support there first. But there's a custom dungeon here. You can level up by yourself, and it's pretty good compared to Sphinx. Like this one. There's like an they call it under tomb. Like it's around here. You can level up here all the way to 99. It's actually pretty decent. The XP. Light consent. Mark 1. I'm gonna grab some tea and then I'll be back and then I'm gonna go back to leveling up. Hold up. God damn. And buff cups. Nice. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there it is. This is where I level up. Yeah, it does the new dungeon. It's a custom dungeon made by I don't know, the admin. I mean, it still works. Are you in, wait, are you in this server? Oh no? Okay. I thought you were in this server. What did I ask that? Yeah, you. I thought you were registering. This guy hits so hard. Try to put a trap on it all the time. It's a long grind. I bet you if I grind this for like more than 8 hours, I'll probably only get like 50% XP. It's not gonna be enough. Let me get some buffs here. There are people here, so hopefully they can give me some buffs. Oh, the people here are gone. Does the server have a warper? Yeah, it does. I mean, the players are the warpers. Most dungeons shoot you. I think there's you can warp to not the exact location, but you can warp to the to that place. Mavka farming for Zenny. I don't remember Mavka. What's Mavka? This one? Where is this? I think this is like renewal, right? Is this classic or renewal? I don't remember this. The wither, the rose. Let me check. Oh shit, you're right. Look at the sell price. 2,800. I mean 28,000. Maybe I should go there. I mean, this dungeon right here, they drop really nice items too. But they're pretty rare, so compared to this one. More with merchant sell? Yeah, that's true. My merchant's not that. Well, it's not that leveled up. It's pretty low. Moss dungeon. Maybe I should try here. It's not that good, but very good for XC farm only. Only for Zenny. Oh, it's not good for XP farm, but only good for Zenny. Yeah, I can tell. But then the drop rate's like only 3%. I don't know, the chances of me getting that is pretty slim. Fly wings? What do you mean kill it with fly wings? This one gives out decent XP. You teleport on this with fly wings for only to kill Marco. It's gotta be expensive, yeah. I feel like I need creamy card first for that one. You need that SP for DS plan. I'm not really a DS build. More of a ABB build. Because if you look at my stats, it's not for DS. Too much. Too much blockers. Mostly Archer farm needs farm with DS like Kunlun Dungeon 1 and Muff farm. I don't know about Mufka farm, but I don't think I'm gonna get a good XP from there. I think I'd rather farm in Anubis. Free heal, dude. Free heal. Oh shit. neutral still. I think I need plus 10 combo and 4 goblin cards with this one. Long day. Jesus. I'm only like 4%, dude. After all that. It's insane, man. Okay, this is too much. Mouth to form. What's Kun one? Is Kun? Where's Kun one again? Kun 01? Is it's Kunlun Dungeon, right? Yep, it's Kunlun Dungeon. Yeah, I've been there. I was like farming Zenny there. Like when I was like around 70, 80. Yeah, I was farming Zenny there. Because they dropped Royal Jelly and you know, I could sell it for a high price. It was really nice. I mean, they dropped some nice items here. I could sell for like millions, but they're pretty rare. now it's loud. Oh shit. Oops. It's freaking loud. What is it? Doesn't make any sense. I need the music, man. It's gonna be a long day. I'm gonna be farming here all day. Long ass day. Oh shit, no, 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 no. Ouch. God, they're shitting me, man. Heal.
Damn. 2K.
One proc. One proc. There you go. There you go. Is it now?
Whatever army. Holy shit, dude. Chill out. Jesus. Oh, jeez. Jesus. What the? Yo, chill out. Bioshock certs. Nice. Nice. Free heal. It's insane, dude. Come on.
Let's go. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna need Gakumbo for this shit. Yikes, yikes, ouch. Too many rabbits. What? No one's selling it. There it is. I'm out. It's gonna hurt. Just never misses. Jesus. Jeez. Heal. One, I need heal.
Long day farming. And 30s. What the fuck? That hit me? Come here, dude. Someone's spawning here.
30 minutes of farming, 4%, dude. That's crazy. Own sure card. Yup. Neutral. What is it? Dead branch again. Yep. Dead branch. I'm gonna summon it. Hold up. What is this? Mark? The fuck? I run out. Ran out. Man, this guy pushed me so hard. Why am I lagging? It's too much. What the fuck? I'm out.
another one. What's my hit now? It's 340? Leveling up. It's gonna take forever. Running out of arrows again. Oh, card. Nice. What? On wall castle maps, the increased healing is reduced. Okay. It's probably cheap. Probably like cheap as shit. Rabbit card. Yeah, it's cheap as fuck. How many moon rabbit do I have to kill? 1800. Good card. Jesus, chill out. After an hour and a half, almost, we got 10%. Let me grab some boots. Fuck. Have it. What is happening? Neutral. How did you see me? What the hell? You gotta go. Have a nice day. Alright, man. Take care, dude. I believe it's night in Germany, so yep, good night.
A long day.
This one's a classic.
Howdy, everybody. It's me, Antisocial Toegame. When I was growing up, I found that instead of having friends, I wanted to spend all of my time alone playing a variety of MMOs. These were usually Korean MMOs, since they were so early to adopt the free-to-play model. For whatever reason, this was the more appealing path for me. I opted to spend my time playing games that had cool design choices and themes, but were admittedly plagued with pay-to-win mechanics and a lack of polish.
Okay, I've successfully created a background because the game developers didn't want to.
These games were often run by companies who, from our perspective, didn't really seem to care as much about the awesome games they had as they did about their bottom line. And I get it, running an MMO is probably pretty tough financially. In the early 2000s, game developers were starting to tire a bit of the gritty, dark themes that so many Korean MMOs had been relying on. And it was during this era that we saw an influx of these cute little K-MMOs from a variety of companies. There were 3 games in particular that I really loved and spent a lot of time playing as a kid: Flife, Trickster Online, and Ragnarok Online. There was also another game called Maple's Tori that I played a little bit, but I don't know who Maple is or how you could make a game about their Tori, which is not a real word. All I ever cared about in these cutesy MMOs that I grew up playing was exploring their worlds, seeing what every class, area, skill tree, and town held. I had no money as a kid, and I certainly wasn't playing optimally, so when I was growing up, the microtransactions seemed like a non-factor in the experience of the game. I also usually never cared about reaching endgame. I played these games as though they were single-player experiences. I just wanted to see everything they had to offer. The insane amount of grinding that these MMOs demanded was something I simply had to adjust to, since it was often necessary to reach a high level in order to see all of the content that the artists and designers created for the game. And with this knowledge of endgame content being harder to come by back in the day, especially in the early days of YouTube, this high-level content felt magical and new and exciting whenever I would unlock it. That's not really the case so much anymore. MMOs have changed, that's a fact. Over-documentation has ruined all mystery, and the feeling of excitement and wonder that I used to get launching a new game that was 2 gigabytes in size and took 3 hours to download in 2007 is something that just can't be captured anymore. And that's fine. Accepting that change is important, I think. So in the interest of accepting change and never dwelling on the past, let's talk about these early 2000s cutesy Korean MMOs for the next hour and a half.
Welcome to Togeen OS. Nothing weird is happening. New program added. Life.exe. Virus. Chapter 1. Life.
One of the most defining games of my childhood is one that I think a lot of people know, even if they might have forgotten about it. Fly. A portmanteau of fly for fun. I don't remember how I originally came across this game, but I do remember the promotional art being very good. The gesture art is my favorite. Why did they do this? Why did they draw the characters like this? Why? I'm not sure why they chose this style exactly, but it clearly worked. I wish I was joking, but this is truly what led to me pressing download on the website when I was like 11 years old. And in a more cosmic sense, it's what led to me eventually making this video, if you think about it. Flife was created by a company called Gala Lab. The company started out in May 2002 as Aeon Soft Inc., and they started developing Flife, showing off a prototype that was called Clockworks in December 2002. By September of 2003, the game was ready for a closed beta test in Korea, and this is when the name was changed to Flife. The name Clockworks comes from the game's lore, used in-game as the name of what is effectively a raid boss, a character who had a very important role in the creation of the game's world as it is in its current state. Gala Lab had publishing for a Japanese version of Flife by December of 2003. Open beta in Korea began in January of 2004, and the game was launched in August of that year. In 2004, they would also acquire publishing contracts in Thailand, Taiwan, and China. All of this is to say, Flife was opening to a pretty large and positive reception in Asian countries. The North American version of Flife entered beta sometime in October or November of 2005, and we got the full version in December of that year. Within a year or two of its release, I jumped in the game and began the long road to making this video. Flife's big gimmick, if you want to call it that, is their flying system. Hoverboards, hover bikes, clouds, butterfly wings, dog. Obviously, this is just an early version of the flying mount system that we find in practically all 3D MMOs nowadays. In the early to mid 2000s, though, this was new and fascinating. The world was even designed around it. It kind of had to be in order to accommodate a system such as this that allowed for so much freedom. But they really went out of their way to make flying seem natural and seamless, like it was a part of the world forever. Flying would become available immediately upon reaching level 20, as long as the player had something to fly on, and these things could be purchased from various NPCs or special mounts from the cash shop. This is quite out of the ordinary for an MMO of this era. Usually, there would be some kind of tedious quest line that was very involved that would eventually result in the player unlocking the flying system. Throw in an area boss who was impossible to solo for a bit of added social interaction, but nope, Flife just let you access it as long as you had the pinya. As a game, Flife had enough of an appeal for me already that I didn't need the flying mounts to want to stick around, but it definitely helped. The promise of exploring a world on a cool stick, or on the back of a dog. The class that I have the most experience with in Flife is Assist, which is a very literal name for this job. This is the support class of Flife, but they were actually given two paths that allowed them to specialize in either support or damage. The support class for an assist is the Ringmaster. Ringmasters have crazy buffs that are so impactful that people will often run two clients so that they can have their Ringmaster follow them around on their main and have access to unlimited buffs and healing. The buffs even scaled with the Ringmaster's int, so they'd get pretty strong, and these buffs had a huge impact on the game. In an old MMO from the early 2000s that's been kept alive as long as this game has, you'll find a lot more Ringmaster mules than actual mains like myself. So the question is, does maining Ringmaster make me King of Flife? I'm not sure, but yes. I remember trying to solo level an assist back in the day and giving up before I was even through the mid-20s. What, I have to talk to people and join a party to get EXP? Not gonna happen. When I did convince my friends to play Flife with me, it was nice to actually have some kind of role as a support in a game like this, though most of our very low-level gameplay involved me just standing around hoping they'd actually take enough damage that I could use a heal on them and feel useful. After I decided that the game was being unfair towards my unsocial nature, I switched to a Bill Poster build instead. Bill Poster is the damage path for an assist, known for being a brawling type of class. They have some interesting interactions with them having a base as a support class with the damage output of a normal DPS class. For example, I remember carrying around a stick as a future Bill Poster so that I could cast buffs on myself before switching back to a knuckle and returning to regular attacking. I'm not sure if this was efficient or not, but it was a cool system that I enjoyed utilizing. Until level 60, both Ringmasters and Bill Posters are just assists with different builds. Second job becomes available at that point, and that's when they receive their actual title and more skills that cater better to their drastically different playstyles. So, I've never reached level 60 in Flife before. I really wanted to finally become a ringmaster and prove my ability to do the exact same repetitive activity for just long enough to reach an arbitrary milestone. This is my assist, and this is what I need to do for 12 more levels before I can finally say that I did something that nobody cares about. This is my pet, and oh yeah, this the whip. Flife Universe has made a lot of improvements to the game since its launch. Graphical and UI improvements are the most apparent, as well as having the game run in a browser now, making it more accessible overall. One of my favorite changes was the redesigned assist skill tree, specifically for solo future ringmaster leveling. Moonbeam is a new skill that was added at some point in the life cycle of Flife Universe. This skill is a 9-second dot that deals enough damage to actually make solo leveling on a ringmaster viable for a while. Hopefully viable for long enough that I can finish up level 60. Flife.me recommends doing some quests, and after the amount of grinding I had already done to reach level 48, I was ready to shake it up. Our first quest is to bring a rubbed copy of the Iblis Revelation to this guy. Who rubbed this book? Why did they rub it? What does that mean? These are the cool mysteries and adventures we get to experience in the world of Flife. To acquire this mysterious rubbed book, I first had to explore Iblis Temple, which is obviously what I did here. Done. Then I had to kill a chocobo, and I got 25% EXP for it. A short grind later, I was at level 49. To get to 50, I need to finish another quest and kill 300 enemies. Easily done. This is now officially the highest level I've ever been on any character in Flife. I've made it to the mid-40s before on a mercenary, but I never managed to make that push to 50. It turns out, up until now, I had spent the majority of my time playing this character just killing enemies and not really doing any quest lines. A lot of the questing involved me catching up by doing the low-level prerequisite quests that then unlocked the ones that actually gave good EXP at my level. I found this thing. It turns out they put furries in Flife at some point, and nobody bothered telling me? This ringmaster showed up randomly while I was working on a quest, rudely interrupting me by casting helpful buffs on my character and trying to befriend me. I couldn't make out this language he was speaking.
Perhaps you are a violet here, hee.
So I lost another opportunity to make my first friend ever. I had plenty of so I looked out this language he was speaking.
Perhaps you are a violet here, hee.
So I lost another opportunity to make my first friend ever. I had plenty of motivation and quest lines to complete in the early 50s, but by the mid-50s, things were starting to slow down and become a bit more tedious. I had begun running out of quests, and killing monsters was becoming more and more difficult as a weak, non-combat focused class. Almost all of the enemies I fought at this point had a ranged attack, so I couldn't place a dot on them and kite as effectively anymore. This turned out mostly to be a skill issue that I resolved after enough practice, but it got me killed more times than I care to admit. I don't know what the reason is, but sometimes weapons in Flife will have bonus damage for specific skills. Throughout the majority of my assist career, I was using this plus 7% Moonbeam damage stick, and it held its own pretty much until I found something marginally better at level 55. I ended up destroying the Moonbeam stick when attempting to upgrade it. Oops. But I found a new stick for sale for a few million pinya that had plus 9% Merkaba Hansel Rusha damage, which is a Ringmaster AoE damage skill, obviously. This is something I assumed I'd be using after my advancement to Ringmaster, and for some unknown reason, I no longer had my Moonbeam stick, so I went ahead and made the purchase. This will help keep me motivated to grind out those last 4 levels. The unhealthy amount of Red Bulls I keep stocked in my house and drink on a daily basis at this point do a better job at inspiring that motivation, but I try to ignore the effects these have on my body. After all, if I don't think about it, nothing bad can happen. Like any good, well-behaved MMO, Flife has quite a few instanced dungeons where you can find better EXP, better gear, better friends. Flife takes this dungeon system one step further, offering different difficulties based on your party's strength, including a baby story mode, which is my favorite difficulty. In story mode, the enemies don't drop any items or give very much EXP, but they do count towards completion of the associated dungeon quests, and these dungeon quests give very good EXP. By level 57, I had run out of most quests, and I started running around the world wildly, hoping to find enough low-level quests to squeeze out another level, but it was hopeless. There was nothing left to do besides grind away on monsters until I was eligible to become a ringmaster. At this point, I also learned that there's a green screen feature and a dressing room built into the game. And I know, and I promise, I won't edit my character into The Sims 2, unless that's what I feel like doing. The premium shop's EXP multipliers were constantly tempting me on the road to level 60, as buying these would save a lot of time, but yeah, I can't justify it. I'm willing to spend some money on a pet who can automatically pick up drooped items. Maybe I'll even buy a cosmetic here and there, pick up drooped items. Maybe I'll even buy a cosmetic here and there, but paying $5 for an hour of 2 times EXP was encroaching on territory that I didn't feel like going anywhere near. I'd rather spend the extra time. It meant I was killing more enemies anyway, and that gave me a better shot at completing a level 16 armor set, which I really wanted to acquire. Monsters were seriously dropping crazy amounts of gear at this point. It was like every 10 enemies I was getting a piece of armor or a weapon, and I was hoping to find the set that I wanted the most, the Dupoin set. The monsters I was grinding on had a small chance to drop pieces of this set, so I was really hoping luck would be in my favor here. Honestly, I would have been happy if I just got the crown. It's the part I wanted the most. I love the look of this hat. It resembles a halo, which is no accident, and I'm a perfect angel, so I deserve it. This is one of those major aesthetic pieces that Ringmaster has that drew me to them in the first place. I wanted to upgrade my stick to get a bit more damage out of it. I was mostly just growing tired of the grind and wanted to do anything else. So I spent all of my money on upgrading my healing stick until it had a fire effect on it, which was cool. I completely forgot that I would be replacing it at level 60, so this was a bad investment. While I was searching for the Dupoin set, I actually ended up finding all the pieces for the Lavanda set instead, which I think is a nice enough aesthetic that I'm not upset about getting this one. The Gizion set would have been my preferred outfit if we were talking strictly assist sets, but that's the thing about these MMOs. People don't sell normal versions of easily dropped gear, so it's a bit of an Iron Man challenge trying to get my own set of regular armor that nobody wanted but me. The Dupoin Ringmaster set that I wanted required level 62 to fully equip anyway, and I was feeling done with the grind by now, and I knew I wouldn't have the patience for 2 more levels. Not yet, at least. There it is! Level 60. And now I'm not allowed to gain any more EXP until I get my job objective. So that's the next step. Oh my god, I can't believe I finally did it. Hell yeah, let's go become a ringmaster. That's a nice set. That is a nice set. I like it. Alright, let's go become a ringmaster. I've never done this before. I have no idea what this is gonna be like. I'm thinking it's probably not too crazy. I would imagine that the 3rd job quest line is really the crazy one. Alright, first step, 20 drillers. Let's go. Oh wait, I have a new stick. I forgot I got a new stick. Merkaba Hanzo Rusha, damn it.
Yo, what is happening?
Yes! It's a dragon stick. Looks kind of stupid. That's okay.
What?
First step completed. Now what am I doing? I have to go defeat Roy. Okay. I can do that. There's Roy. I found him.
Got a Moon Rabbit card.
That was a tough battle. Now that we have the seal that obviously Roy stole, we need to deliver the seal to Teshar, the leader of the Kyon soldiers. Here they are. These are the Kyon soldiers. The leader of the Kyon soldiers. Here they are. These are the Kyon soldiers.
I lead Kyon's company of soldiers for hire.
Oh, you have the thing that Roy stole. Oh, we have to go to Darkon 3. Okay, we have to defeat Hunter X and then meet P-Dan in Darkon 3. This is the first time I've actually been to Darkon 3. I've never gone here before. Where's Hunter X? Oh, he's right over here. All right, let's go do it. All right, we found Hunter X. I gotta buff up for this fight. This could be really dangerous.
Barely made it.
I'm just gonna teleport straight to Darkon. You have to be level 60 to go here. So it makes sense that I've never been here before. So we're talking to the giant yellow question mark. We have to do one more task to be recognized as a successor of Hero. Go to the Room of the Guardian, located where else but Guardian. Defeat Cardinal Guard, located where else but Guardian. Defeat Cardinal Guardian, get his heart, and we can become a Ringmaster. I'm gonna just use another teleport. I'm just gonna use another teleport. Wink, wink. Straight to the Guardian's room. I'm not traveling. Why would I bother? Holy fucking level 104? Yeah, right. There's no way I was getting in here. Well, I could probably get past that guy. There's no way I was getting in here reasonably without teleporting directly to it. All right, another tough one. This is gonna be another difficult battle. This is gonna be really hard to beat this one. Ow, 400 damage? That's less than the normal monsters I used to grind to level 60 did to me. Ouch. What the fuck are you talking about? He reset. Okay, well, he reset. If you step outside of their zone, they instantly leash and heal to full. I don't even know why I'm bothering kiting this guy. Like, just sit here and spam him and attack him with his stick. Like, who cares? He does no damage. There we go. How am I supposed to possibly get through this place? I'm flying. Fuck it, I'm flying. Whoa, this place looks cool. What the hell? This is so weird. This looks like a Quake map.
I appoint you the successor of the Ringmaster Hero. Aim, bless, and watch over this person who is following your will, Ringmaster.
Yay! We are now officially a Ringmaster. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can see the Ringmaster skills. Finally! I have wanted this for so long. Now that I'm actually a Ringmaster, I actually need real stuff equipped. I can't just use a stick. I wonder if Holy Cross snapshots the damage from Moonbeam, because that would be really good. That effectively doubles my Moonbeam damage. Yeah, that increases my damage output by 100%, if that's how it works. That's something I might look into more in the future. I just want to get this out because I want to see what Merkaba Hansel Rusho looks like. Yep, here we go. A Bless poster. Need one of these. How much does this stack to? Okay, that's not the stack amount. And then Merkaba Hansel Rusha is that, and it consumes one Bless poster. That's pretty cool. Well, maybe we'll revisit this character again in the future. That is how I became a Ringmaster. Total playtime, 38 hours from character creation to becoming a Ringmaster. You can knock this out in under a work week easily. And I definitely didn't do it as quickly as you possibly can. Becoming a Ringmaster is a childhood dream that I'm happy to finally have accomplished. If it wasn't for the sake of fulfilling this dream for my 12-year-old self, I don't think I would have done this grind. I'm pretty sure that during the grind to level 60, I saw more areas and experienced more of the game than I ever had the patience to as a kid, likely due to all of the questing. It's a good thing I got most of the grind out of the way before starting this video by playing on and off over a couple of months, because my patience for it was definitely running out by the end. I have a Ringmaster now, though, and I'm proud of that. Maybe it'll be helpful to have in the future when I revisit the game. Life has a few of the elements that I really enjoy in an MMO. A day-night cycle, weather effects, cute aesthetics, a world that's fun to explore, and a somewhat tough and unforgiving leveling experience that makes high-level players rare and cool to see.
Even small things like ammo consumption that forces the player to maintain enough ammo in their backpack to actually use their skills. Annoying mechanics like this aren't often found in modern MMOs because we've decided as a society that we should probably avoid annoying ourselves for entertainment. Call me old if you want, but I grew up with these annoying mechanics and find games that don't have them lacking the same charm. I don't know what kind of in-game activities Flight has. I've never gotten anywhere close to that point, and I honestly don't think I ever will. But the journey throughout the world and leveling of my first character to second job was a very fun and time-consuming experience. I'm glad I took the time to do it. There's a lot more to see within the world of Flife, but these games are super good at taking your time and money, and we still have a couple other games to look at in this video. I will probably revisit Flife in the future and check out another class or something, but for now, we part with Flife and move on to our next game.
What's the next one? Ragnarok?
Welcome back to Togain OS. Do you want to watch awesome dances? New program added. Trickster.exe.
I remain.
Virus. Chapter 2, Trickster Online.
And Minecraft on the 3DS.
Trickster Online was developed by a company called Intrivesoft. Intrivesoft split off from a game developer known as Sonori months after the launch of Trickster Online in Korea in April 2003. The company was founded after the launch of the game, but the game itself started development in 2001. The early concepts for the game had more of a focus on farming, and it was inspired by classic console RPGs like Harvest Moon, which is a common theme to find with a lot of the developers of these MMOs. They're usually inspired by 80s and 90s games. Like what else would they be inspired by, I guess? Eventually, the concept for the game shifted a bit, and it became the Trickster we know and love. Unlike with Flife, it took Intrivesoft a bit longer to get Trickster Online to North America. We first saw the game during the beta that began in August of 2006. It eventually launched in February 2007, and it was only open for 6 years before being shut down, which is a way smaller time window than I remember. But to be fair, 6 years seemed like a much longer period of time when I was 15. Other versions of the game would follow shortly after the closure of the North American servers, and by the end of January 2014, all versions of Trickster were shut down. Intrivesoft had begun operating at a deficit shortly before this mass closure of all of Trickster Online's servers, and for 11 long years they would continue to do so until eventually shutting their doors in February of 2024. This is, sadly, not a rare story to find in the world of Korean MMOs, or MMOs in general, I suppose. A lot of games come and go, and it's not always obvious why. Classes in Trickster Online are kind of confusing. Each character is categorized into either power, magic, sense, or charm. You can find 2 characters in each of these categories. I kind of like all of these classes. Their aesthetics and themes are all really cool. In my youth, where I would play a character for a day before getting bored and then making a new one, I've probably cycled through all of these characters at one point or another, and also probably never got very far on any of them. Where Flife had flying, Trickster Online has drilling. This is actually a holdover mechanic from the days when the game had more of a focus on farming that was adapted for the new direction of the game. And in all honesty, drilling does not sound as exciting as flying. It's interesting though, it's something I've spent a lot of time doing, as I always found myself wanting to make as much Galder as possible, and I thought that low-level drilling right outside of what is effectively the tutorial zone with the most basic drill was somehow the best way to accomplish this. In my opinion, one of the coolest things about Trickster Online was the fact that the level cap was ridiculously high. I believe the first level cap was 400, and it wasn't exactly a simple task getting up there. Throughout the game's life, this level cap was raised, and I believe it eventually stopped at 999. And I always thought it was fascinating to have levels that go that high. What kind of stuff happens up there, you think? It could be anything. Trickster Online's aesthetics and theme are much more in your face than Flyff. Flyff's world is cartoony for sure, but it has an element of subtlety that Trickster does away with. Stepping into the world of Trickster feels more like you're entering a video game than a world that's very strictly trying to immerse you within it. Perhaps it was intentionally designed like this, with the loud sound effects and bright colors, meant to help sell the game within a game vibe, which is the premise of the story for Trickster Online. In fact, this whole virtual game theme might also explain some of the job names that were always a bit confusing to me. Out of all of these first job classes, the only ones that I would argue don't seem like real-life occupations are fighter and shaman. The other 6 are just real names of things that people are in the real Earth planet that we all live on. You could even argue that fighter and shaman are real as well because, well, they are, I guess. Fighter more so than shaman in my mind. Most MMOs will either come up with unique names for their job titles, or they'll fall back on the old RPG standbys. These names were always confusing to me until I learned about the premise of the story. The story that I had previously never paid an ounce of attention to. So the story goes, after Don Cavalier created his masterpiece of a game, Trickster, he suddenly passed away and left his billions to be distributed to whomever wishes to participate in the game. The news is spread worldwide, and people from all walks of life show up to participate. Presumably, first job in the world of Trickster Online is just the name of whatever occupation the person had in the real world, and subsequent job titles are more video gaming. This game honestly has a lot going on that I don't really understand, and we could sit here and talk about it non-stop. So I'm just gonna jump in and get to it. Exactly, and in Minecraft on the 3DS, they have chicken. All right, let's create a new character. Let's get this started. For some reason, being a raccoon is normal difficulty. A cat is hard mode. You see all these other ones are bullshit. It's hard being a dragon femboy in 2024? Yeah, right.
He uses cards and shows splendid attacks. Also has strong health and outstanding defense, which are advantageous in battles. You play Raccoon if you want exciting and powerful battle. When I was younger, I found that Raccoon was one of my favorite classes. The teacher job, not something I've ever aspired to be in real life. I always liked this anime character archetype as well, because I'm a huge loser. Why did they turn Bunnymaid into a YouTube poop version of herself? Trickster Online has some weird design choices that you notice right off the bat. It has the usual overwhelming MMO pop-ups and menus that you have to spend time learning about individually to even get a grasp on the game at all. But what I noticed immediately after 15 years of video game innovations is the way the camera and basic interaction within the game world intersect. Which is to say, they don't complement each other. Holy shit, Lifeguard Dean. That's an hourglass figure if I've ever seen one. Okay, thankfully, I finally got the duck set. I finally unlocked it. So I think I'm done with the game now. As your character moves, the camera moves along with them, and you don't have free control of it. But at the same time, the game demands precision clicking to execute skills and pick up items, which can be difficult to do if the camera follows the player character and misclicking causes the player to move. This is something I didn't really get when I was younger. I always thought Trickster had a bit of a learning curve with regards to its controls, but I never truly understood why until now. Eventually, I found that there was a cursor snap option, and this made things much easier, though it didn't solve the problem entirely. After the monkey was pleased with my gathering of herbs, I entered the first portal that had a loading screen. Oh, that's cute! Oh my god, the loading screens! Don't forget to mention loading screens in the script. These loading screens are a bit of a trip. I forgot about them until now. Flyff had some loading screens as well, so does Ragnarok Online, but there's a huge issue with these loading screens in the modern day. Loading areas in a 2005 MMO on a 2024 M.2 SSD means instant loading times. If your brain can comprehend the image within the 4 frames it's visible, you probably have 700 IQ, and you should not be watching this video. Go work for NASA. Why are you watching me? I found myself sometimes going through portals back and forth just to get a glimpse of some of these loading screens, but when I realized they're all stored locally in the game's data folder, I took a look at them there. This loading screen image of the Dark Lord Dragon actually made me rethink my decision to make a raccoon. It just looks so cool, and I really like the femboy aesthetic that Dragon has going on.
One thing they forgot to put in Minecraft on the 3DS is diamonds. They don't exist. Where are they?
I moved further through the desert, and I learned more about the systems of the game, specifically the skill system, which requires cards to learn a skill initially, and then TM points earned from leveling to increase the level of that skill. 1 TM level equals 1 point that can be used to level a skill. I think some skills require more than 1 point per level, but I don't think I ever got to that point. I got my hands on Galder Throw, the best skill in the game. You throw money at enemies to do damage, and according to the skill description, the anger caused by doing so is what makes the money deal damage. Yeah, I want to use Galder Throw. Galder Throw was like one of my favorite skills when I was younger, so I want to use Galder Throw a lot. The world of Trickster doesn't feel as massive as some other MMOs for some reason. It could be because of the isometric perspective, the locked camera, or the fact that I only put in a few hours into the game before I got bored of Raccoon. I should have just made a dragon. I don't know what I was thinking. As I pushed further towards second job, I had to start learning about some more of the questing systems in the game. Turns out, unlocking these key quests, which are very important, took a bit more effort than I first expected. These key quests require you to receive an item from multiple NPCs after earning their trust by completing their quests. In order to earn an NPC's trust, you have to complete their quests multiple times, I believe 5. This is such an odd approach to a questing system in an MMO, but you do get different rewards after every completion, and you can turn them all in at once if you choose, as long as you have the required materials.
We good?
Good.
We'll see if I can see this person's info.
This Dark Lord Dragon is level 311. That's so cool. I love the Dark Lord Dragon art so much.
+7 Gakeng bow. Should I go for Gakeng? Or composite? Go to let me go eat, grab some food, and then I'm gonna come back.
more I played Trickster, the more I started to pick up on a few things. The developers clearly loved their game. Something about this game feels special in a way that other KMMOs usually lacked. Even without any social interaction, which I refuse to partake in, Trickster Online feels like I'm getting the exact experience that the developers wanted. It's hard to put into words, honestly, but Trickster definitely has something special going on with its atmosphere that I personally haven't seen replicated in any other MMO. I was beginning to get past some of the more annoying aspects of the gameplay, such as the universal delay that all attacks seem to have, the lack of input buffering that makes combat feel clunky when you try to cast something and it doesn't work, and the fact that you can't trade more than 20 items at once to a shop? Why? It's a good thing I spent all that time queuing up my sales just to be told no. Thanks. Despite these shortcomings, I was enjoying my time in Trickster, exploring the world and slowly making my way through leveling this character. I also started noticing some of the things that I had previously forgotten about the game. As your maximum HP and MP get higher, the bars representing them on the HUD get larger as well. I always thought this was neat. It makes your increased stats feel like they have more of an impact than just number go up, bar get wide as well. Another interesting design choice that I had completely forgotten about is how your EXP bar goes up as you hit enemies. I would say that in the majority of MMOs and RPGs as a whole, your EXP doesn't increase until the monster is dead. In Trickster, every hit on an enemy results in a small chunk of that enemy's EXP. This is also how EXP gains work for combat stats in RuneScape, but I personally observed this in Trickster well before I spent much time playing RuneScape. Eventually, the game started to shift focus a lot more to drilling in order to complete quests, and this proved to be kind of an uninteresting mechanic that was sapping away what little enjoyment I was still getting out of this raccoon.
I need three 100,000 Galder checks to do this. How am I gonna get the money for this? Oh my god. That's seriously what's gonna stop me is the money, as I'm not gonna have enough money to get my job advancement. 300,000? I have 180. So I'm like halfway there. That's bullshit. Yeah, look, 100k Galder check is 105k, which is fine, but I just don't have that much Galder. How am I supposed to get that? Maybe I should stop using Galder throws so much. As if. Now that I know I'm not going to be able to afford my job advancement, which is so silly that is what's stopping me from getting my job advancement. I think I'm pretty much good. I've seen everything I need to see. I've reminisced and experienced this childhood game enough that I kind of get what's going on. Level 71, Raccoon. It's been fun. Maybe I need to play a different character. It's, it's a really good port. It might be the best version of Minecraft. I would say that if you really want to experience Minecraft at its fullest, you can't go wrong with Minecraft on the 3DS. This game is just about exactly what I remember it being. A bit confusing, very flashy and cute, with more charm than you can find in most games of the era. It has an adorable, unique art style that, as time passed, has created a time capsule of the early 2000s anime aesthetic that I grew up surrounded by. A style that reminds me of Ouran High School Host Club or Soul Eater. Name any 2000s anime and you can find a character in Trickster Online that looks as though they were taken right out of that universe. I love Trickster Online. Even after my 7 hours of playing, my opinion on it is much the same as it was before. Though it is a bit less of an enigma to me now since I understand it better with my huge adult brain, but it's the same game I've always loved. I don't think it aged as gracefully as some other MMOs though. If you go into Trickster Online, expect a very dated experience. But if you grew up playing these games during their era, it's not going to be too difficult to adjust to. If you're used to the extremely technically impressive, well-polished games that we have available nowadays though, you might find yourself struggling to get any enjoyment out of Trickster Online. PvP is something I overlooked in Flife, despite its prevalence within that game, and PvP finds its way into the world of Trickster as well. I don't know, I just never really cared about PvP in these games, or in most MMOs to begin with.
To me, PvP is meant for competitive multiplayer games like Quake or Unreal Tournament, where the premise of the game is to compete with other people. It's the same reason I never really got into Black Desert Online very much. The whole endgame was just PvP. I can't imagine taking competition seriously when you can just buy power with microtransactions, and more importantly, when there's no shoot involved. My standards for competition in video games are probably higher than most with my esports background, but I think the general population would agree with me on this one. Putting in time to grow your character that's fine. Spending $10,000 a month for 2 years in order to roll the dice enough times on your gear that you one-shot anyone who didn't do that? That's fucking stupid. Trickster is another one of those MMOs that has a day-night cycle, which is something I wish I could talk about more beyond just, yeah, sometimes the sun goes down, then it comes back up later, usually on a set schedule. These day-night cycles in these old MMOs don't seem to have much of an impact at all on the actual gameplay, but I
Right, back to farming. hold up.
The fuck's the Magnolia card?
Oh. I mean, you have a trap. Magnolia and then triple goblin, maybe? At level 2 goblin card. Goblin card would be increasable on brute mods. Hmm.
Understand it better with my very is meant for into the world look deployment out of Trickster Online. PvP is something.
Hold on. Okay. What if I use Great Bow?
You know what? I'm gonna. I have one of those. Hmm?
Thing I overlooked in Flight, despite its prevalence within that game, and PvP finds its way into the world of Trickster as well. I don't know, I just never really cared about PvP in these games, or in most MMOs to begin with. To me, PvP is meant for competitive multiplayer games like Quake or Unreal Tournament, where the premise of the game is to compete with other people. It's the same reason I never really got into Black Desert Online very much. The whole endgame was just PvP. I can't imagine taking competition seriously when you can just buy power with microtransactions, and more importantly, when there's no shoot involved. My standards for competition in video games are probably higher than most with my esports background, but I think the general population would agree with me on this one. Putting in time to grow your character, that's fine. Spending $10,000 a month for 2 years in order to roll the dice enough times on your gear that you one-shot anyone who didn't do that? That's fucking stupid. Trickster is another one of those MMOs that has a day-night cycle, which is something I wish I could talk about more beyond just, yeah, sometimes the sun goes down, then it comes back up later. Usually on a set schedule. These day-night cycles in these old MMOs don't seem to have much of an impact at all on the actual gameplay, but I think exposure to this mechanic from such a young age is why I tend to admire games that have a day-night cycle so much nowadays. I'm not sure if weather effects are present in Trickster. I don't think I stuck around long enough to find out, but even if they were, I would imagine they would have little to no impact on the world outside of some aesthetic changes. I find myself often using the word charming to describe these games, which is a nice catch-all term to get my point across quickly, but as I write the word more and more, I start to wonder what charm actually means in the
I think Goblin card would be nice.
You know what? Fuck it. Neutral.
Context of these old KMMOs. Let's cover the list. Day-night cycle. Charming. Mandatory ammo consumption. Charming. Weather effects. Charming. Tedious leveling curve that wastes your time. Charming. Cute aesthetics. Charming. Confusion with regards to how the game is even meant to be played. Charming.
It's just so charming!
I think half the time I'm just using this word in place of annoying to describe the games I grew up playing while trying to make it seem as though their annoying systems aren't actually making me frustrated as I revisit them. Let there be no confusion. These games have their annoying, time-wasting mechanics, and that's just a fact of life. But damn it, they're just so charming. Early 2000s anime-style MMO time capsule really is the best way to describe Trickster Online. Playing it brings me back to my childhood, which is shocking considering how little I actually played it back in the day. My adventures on my raccoon reminded me of simpler times where these MMOs were all that mattered in my life, and I'm happy that people have preserved these experiences. I get to look back and talk about them now as an adult with a much more developed brain who can look at them a bit more objectively, even if I do allow my nostalgia to do the talking most of the time. Compared to Flife, Trickster was a bit of a disappointment, but it's honestly kind of an unfair comparison. Trickster is no longer being updated, whereas Flife has been receiving quality of life updates for quite a while, so maybe that's not even a fair point to make. All I know is, I enjoyed Trickster for a bit, but it quickly wore me down. If I come back to Trickster Online, I'm definitely making a dragon instead. I think playing a class I really want to play, as well as a character who uses ranged magic attacks, might make the experience feel a bit better. Maybe I just need to have more patience with the game. If Trickster received a revamp that modernized it pretty heavily, it would actually be a solid game with its unique style, but that's not the timeline we find ourselves in.
Welcome back to Togane OS. Chapter 3, Maple Story.
I think it would be a mistake to not at least mention MapleStory in this video. It's kind of the king of this genre in many ways. I started playing MapleStory when I was 10 years old. I saw an ad on some website and it led me down this path, much in the same way Flife's advertising appealed to me. but with less gesture artwork. I specifically remember watching these 3D animations while waiting for the game to download. Originally, I was going to tear into these and talk about how awful they looked and how much the animation sucked, but really it's not so bad. Holy shit, he just killed those kids. They're just trying to get on the boat, dude. Oh my god. Especially when compared with this. This is a Flife animation that I found while doing research, and it's probably one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. Every character looks like a horror game enemy. Even the character who's not supposed to be dying of thirst, but maybe I'm being too harsh. Once I finally had MapleStory downloaded, I spent a few hours playing and fell in love with it immediately. It just hit right. Everything about it was enjoyable, and I remember waiting around the very next day for a maintenance to finish so that I could play it some more. Little did I know at that time that eventually talking about MapleStory would become my job. MapleStory is a game I'm very intimately familiar with. I've spent 20 years playing it on and off, I've learned its systems and behind-the-scenes functionality, and I consider myself a bit of an expert on old-school MapleStory. Its simplicity really drove its success, I believe. I can only speak for myself, but as a kid, if I came across an MMO that was too complex, my interest would dip pretty severely. MapleStory, on the other hand, was easy to pick up and play. You could start swinging on snails in minutes, and this was an easy concept to understand. On top of that, MapleStory had, and still does have, very viscerally enjoyable gameplay, which sets it apart from the majority of MMOs in my opinion. A lot of games just really aren't that fun to play. MapleStory is really the big dog of these cutesy MMOs from the early 2000s. The art style was unique and memorable, the gameplay was simple and straightforward, and the game is still around today, perhaps even being more popular now than it ever has been. MapleStory has always been a game that focuses primarily on grinding. All of the games we've looked at today share this in common, but while MapleStory has evolved its gameplay and systems in ways that are more engaging than just killing monsters slowly and leveling up, the core still remains the same. Number go up. And this is a gameplay loop that I find very satisfying. It's one of the reasons I love these Korean MMOs so much. They constantly dangle more progression in front of you, even if that progression takes 100 hours to achieve and only increases your character's damage output by 0.5%. It still gives you something to work towards. This is a bit of a double-edged sword, though, as I've learned over the years. This never-ending feeling of being able to achieve just a little bit more by committing huge amounts of time is kind of dangerous. If you spend too much time chasing the dragon of complete progression in an MMO like MapleStory, it will severely and unapologetically burn you out. It's happened to me numerous times. Self-control is the greatest trait one can have when approaching an MMO like MapleStory in the modern day. I have a deep love for this game. The company who runs it really isn't the greatest out there, but at least they've kept it alive and continue to do so with pretty consistent updates. There's plenty more we could discuss with MapleStory, and I already have. You can find a lot of that on my channel. But for now, we should move on. There's one more game I want to take a look at in this video.
Welcome back to Togane OS. New program added, Ragnarok.exe. Togane OS has encountered an error and has to crash now. There's just no other option.
Chapter 4, Ragnarok Online.
While I would definitely call both Flife and Trickster Online cozy games, they don't hold a candle to the coziness found within Ragnarok Online. I was going into this game expecting an experience similar within Online.
Chapter 4, Ragnarok Online.
While I would definitely call both Flife and Trickster Online cozy games, they don't hold a candle to the coziness found within Ragnarok Online. I was going into this game expecting an experience similar to Trickster, where I quickly realized I didn't care very much about progressing and just kind of got burnt out quickly, but I was very pleasantly surprised by Ragnarok Online. Ragnarok, as I understood it for a long time, falls into the category of franchises that have attempted different versions of their IP in many different styles over the years. There's the original Ragnarok Online for PC, Ragnarok Online 2, Ragnarok for the DS, Ragnarok Odyssey, Ragnarok Clicker, and then a few different mobile games, including Idle Pouring, which is the best one, and the game I've easily spent the most time playing. Ragnarok Begins, Ragnarok Origin, Ragnarok M, Ragnarok Zero, Ragnarok in Wonderland. Even official Ragnarok NFTs were created for Ragnarok Labyrinth NFT in 2022. This list doesn't even cover the total number of Ragnarok games that have existed at some point. But today, we're only focused on the original, Ragnarok Online. Ragnarok's origins can be traced back to the manhwa created by this guy in 1998. The MMO version, Ragnarok Online, was created by a company called Gravity, and they're doing all right. Ragnarok has clearly been incredibly successful for them, but they've also been very active, investing in other companies and at least attempting growth outside of Korea. Gravity as a company isn't breaking any records in terms of revenue or anything, and the majority shares were purchased by a company called Gung Ho Online Entertainment in 2008, who was in charge of the mobile game Puzzles and Dragons, which was the first mobile game in history to gross over $1 billion US. As it turns out, the history of the company behind Ragnarok is quite extensive and interesting, involving many different big names. It shouldn't be surprising since Ragnarok Online is still a well-known entity in the modern day, as they've attempted many different games and kept their franchise alive in that way. I even played Ragnarok Online through Steam, so someone's taking care of this game. However, like many of the Korean MMOs of the early 2000s, it wasn't that popular outside of Asian countries. I would say that Ragnarok Online definitely hit entity and gross over $1 billion US. As it turns out, the history of the company behind Ragnarok is quite extensive and interesting, involving many different big names. It shouldn't be surprising since Ragnarok Online is still a well-known entity in the modern day, as they've attempted many different games and kept their franchise alive in that way. I even played Ragnarok Online through Steam, so someone's taking care of this game. However, like many of the Korean MMOs of the early 2000s, it wasn't that popular outside of Asian countries. I would say that Ragnarok Online definitely has its fan base nowadays, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are watching this video, but it's a game I've only ever heard about until I played Idle Pouring in the 2010s. Yes, that's right, I lied to you guys. I didn't actually play Ragnarok Online as a kid. I was too busy with MapleStory. I saw it around. It was difficult to avoid exposure to these games when you were a part of any KMMO community back then. But when I was younger, I honestly thought it looked dumb. This didn't, I guess. This is an opinion I no longer hold, by the way. I find Ragnarok's art style ridiculously charming. Flife was going for a 3D look in the mid-2000s, which became heavily outdated since it didn't have too much of a unique style. Trickster has a unique style, but instead of aging gracefully, it has become more of a time with an opinion I no longer hold, by the way. I find Ragnarok's art style ridiculously charming. Flife was going for a 3D look in the mid-2000s, which became heavily outdated since it didn't have too much of a unique style. Trickster has a unique style, but instead of aging gracefully, it has become more of a time capsule that makes me think of watching Inuyasha on Toonami. Ragnarok Online, however, has a mix of SNES-style graphics within 3D environments, and the style has enough personality that you wouldn't even realize it isn't just a 2024 indie game with slightly retro-style graphics. as long as you don't look at the UI, or the resolution, or play it for yourself, or even attempt to download it. Most sprites used in the game appear as though they were put through a warming filter. It's hard to explain, but this sprite work might be some of the best I've ever seen in any game. The item art is just as good, and you can tell there was a lot of effort put into Ragnarok Online's art. This was the first indication to me that Ragnarok Online was going to be a very special experience. In Ragnarok, you level both your base character and their job separately through similar means. I would assume questing and MMO things of that nature. We start out as a novice with base level 1 and job level 1. After a series of leveling, re-leveling, and even transcending, so that we can level again, we can eventually reach base level 250 and get 4 different job advancements. Ragnarok easily has the most complex leveling system of any MMO I've ever seen, or any RPG for that matter, but in practice, it's pretty easy to understand. So I learned a bit about what was to be expected from the leveling experience, and then I took a look at the list of classes in Ragnarok Online. 4th job was released very recently, in September of 2023, and my eyes were immediately drawn to Dragon Knight. We already know what class I'm choosing. I also thought Shadowcross looked really cool, but I think I'll save the edgy class picks for another video. A class called Dragon Knight, who could use spears, was literally my 2 favorite things put together. I don't know how much dragon theming Dragon Knight actually has, but the name alone was cool enough. I was becoming more and more excited to play this game after finding out about this insane leveling system and Dragon Knight's existence. Even though I knew I wouldn't actually have the patience to reach 4th job in this video, it'd take like hundreds of hours probably. The reason for including Ragnarok in this video, despite me never having played it, outside of just how iconic it is so that I could attempt to get as close to the early 2000s MMO experience as possible, recreating it by playing a game from that era that I simply never tried. Going into it only doing the research that I would have traditionally done back in the day. Look up the classes, Google search different NPCs to try and figure out how to progress, and completely avoid the annoying YouTube tutorials that are widely available nowadays. Okay, let's create a character. Welcome to Midgard. You can be a human or a furry. Choose your character. So Ragnarok did a really great thing here. Okay, the game froze. Okay. Welcome to the world of Midgard. You can be a human or a little furry thing. You could be a human, a furry, or game has crashed. Please start your fucking stupid video over, idiot. At least we don't have to spend 4 hours downloading 2 gigabytes now. Well, I guess the end of this video might literally be, I wanted to play Ragnarok, but it doesn't fucking work. Starting off, the game was giving me all kinds of issues. Every time I played, it would crash. Trying to relaunch the game after a crash, sometimes I'd get a stupid error from easy anti-cheats. Actually getting into the game was incredibly difficult. I'm gonna show you guys how to make a really fast, quick character. What's a cool hairstyle? Oh shit, there's hairstyles. It's gonna crash. It will fucking crash. I know it will. There you go, I made a character. Staying in the game was even harder until I realized that I can just ignore the crash notification and the game would continue to run just fine. Okay, wait. I got an error that says the game crashed, but I'm still playing because I didn't click OK on the error message. Hey, we're gonna close the game if you click yes on this. I'm not gonna click yes then. Trickster Online was a cute, nostalgic, fun 7-hour experience, but Ragnarok Online genuinely shocked me. Going into it, I was expecting it to feel a lot like Trickster, dated, flashy, and not the most fun experience, but these expectations were dashed almost immediately, and Ragnarok was none of these things. Oh shit, I went to the Sograt Desert. No. Dude, what the fuck was that sound effect for the cactuses? That's the cactus sound effect. The combat was mind-blowing, surprisingly so. I know, looking at this insane fast-paced action that you need no further explanation, but Ragnarok has a similar control scheme and camera system as Trickster, with smoother gameplay that somehow results in a very simple but satisfying combat system. I'm not sure how to describe it. I never ran into the issue of precision clicking messing up my gameplay like I did in Trickster, and it was never even a thought that had crossed my mind. I think this is due to a difference in character movement speed, as well as Ragnarok allowing the player to not only zoom in and out, but also rotate the camera a full 360 degrees in most areas.
I want to be a swordsman. Job level 10, boom. Basic skill level 9, boom. Oh, I have 9 skill points. Oh, maybe I had to level up that skill. Yeah, I had to do that. Put applause sound effect.
After grinding enough, I became a swordman, and I was 100% sold on Ragnarok by the end of my first day playing. Day 2 was a bit more serious. I was ready to put in some time into this game and experience its world, but man was I confused. I had the option of grinding on the monsters immediately outside of the starting area, which was what I was expecting the gameplay to be, so I did that for a while until I realized that something just wasn't right. The game was too unforgiving. On the same map that had monsters I could one-shot, there were monsters who could one-shot me, and they would take every opportunity to do so.
Double KO.
Moving one map away, there were monsters who would gang up on me, forcing me to spam my very expensive potions to avoid dying for the 85th time in my 3 hours playing so far.
Chicken.
For a while, I was ready to accept that this was just what I had to do to progress, but I was informed that there was actually a better way. Eden Group Leveling Quests. These are basically just a series of repeatable quests that give decent EXP and are available from level 1 all the way to level 140. This super cute elf girl teleported me to the Eden Group Leveling Quest area, where I was greeted by a small gathering of people.
Jesus Christ. I hate this place. Get me out of here. There's too many people. Oh my god, I hate it.
I started calling these e-dueling quests because saying the whole thing took too much time. I'm on a tight schedule here. Yes, I could have said Eden quests, which would have been even faster and less annoying, but I finally got my first set of e-dueling quests, and it was off to get started clearing them. A process that took over 3 hours for the first set of level 11 to 25 quests. The nice thing about e-dueling quests is that they ask you to travel through a lot of different areas and kill a bunch of monsters, so I was able to begin the process of learning the layout of the world while getting some good EXP at the same time. This was mostly thanks to Ragnarok's built-in navigation system. I could tell it where I wanted to go, what NPC I was looking for, what monsters I was looking for, and it would guide me there. It doesn't always do a perfect job, but it usually got me where I was going without too much hassle. And as a Texan, I hate hassle. Us Texans also hate the big city where there are too many people, and I found myself going through the big city more times than I ever dreamt I would. My favorite part of the big city was how it killed my frame rate over time. Bump into one too many city slickers and you're stuck with 14 FPS until you restart the game, god damn it. I think the game has a memory leak or something, because this happened a lot. One thing I noticed that kind of confused me was how every weapon and piece of armor I found was an unnamed generic item until I used a magnifier item on it.
Armor? Is that better than what I have? Oh, I need to use you have to use magnifiers on everything. It's a weird system, and I really don't have any money to spare to carry around a bunch of magnifiers right now.
I'm not sure why this system exists. Literally just adds another step between finding a new piece of gear and figuring out if it's worth keeping. A step that feels completely unnecessary in my opinion. Traveling as much as I did to complete these quests wore me down pretty heavily by the end of day 2, and I still had 4 more quests to complete from this initial set. But I felt like I was making good progress that actually mattered, bringing me one step closer to becoming a Dragon Knight, which was a goal I didn't actually expect to complete, seeing as how I had already played 6 hours and I wasn't even a knight yet, the most basic version of a Dragon Knight.
All right, well, that's day 2 of Ragnarok Online. God damn, I'm tired. I guess tomorrow we'll finish up these quests and just keep doing them, because that seems to be what the game is. I knew if nothing else, I could make it to second job and become a knight with enough time and e-dueling quests, so I made that my goal. Day 3 was pretty much just working towards that. I was starting to tire of the title Swordman and was becoming more and more anxious to reach job level 50 where I could finally become a knight, but I knew this gameplay loop of questing would eventually bore me, especially when so much of the game becomes slowly walking from one area to another. Ragnarok Online features a weight system, a common mechanic in Korean MMOs, but it seems more punishing than any system like it that I've dealt with in the past. Each item has a set weight, and if you're carrying more than 50% of what you can hold, you simply won't passively recover HP or SP, which is absurd. It's such a ridiculous implementation of this system that I found myself waiting for SP recovery multiple times, only to then see this stupid little icon informing me that I was over 50% encumbrance. Why not a higher value, like 75%, 80%? Something that makes sense. This is a minor complaint, but it bugged me. Trickster Online has a weight system as well, but the server I played on gave me an accessory that increased my carrying capacity by a huge amount, so it was never a factor. I can't even remember what the downside to being encumbered is on Trickster. Can't pick up more stuff. And that is all of the e-dueling quests, the first set of them completed. Let's go turn in the ones that I haven't already and grab the next set because we're not done yet. I had started to realize that these e-dueling quests weren't going to pay the bills, and more offensively, they were starting to bore me. I had a lot of HP, and I was trying to increase my defense as much as I reasonably could, but there were times where I'd find myself spamming potions just to stay alive, and that burned through Zinni like crazy. I started to look around for money-making opportunities so that I could reasonably continue to play without getting burnt out. And that's when I came across the best enemies that the Nordic gods ever bestowed upon us. Ant eggs. I think these ant eggs are going to be the best way to grind, actually. It's going to take a while, but they don't hit me, and they give good EXP. I'll see how long I can stay here. I need to get my agility up a little bit, though. Oh, that's base level 47. That's job level 41. This seems like a really good way to get EXP. I'm already halfway through base level 47, and I've just been walking around kind of doing nothing, auto-attacking these ant eggs. This is the best. Fully stationary, quick respawn, and best of all, they don't attack back. These guys are free EXP and money as soon as you're able to damage them at all. It turns out this was a very popular enemy to train on in the Ant Health dungeon, so I moved a bit deeper into the dungeon to find a spot that was unoccupied, and then I grinded like crazy. This was how I started making enough money to purchase potions that would allow me to move on to stronger enemies, and I knew I always had these guys as a fallback option if I desperately needed money in the future. This discovery actually shifted my opinion of Ragnarok significantly. Up until now, Ragnarok was a frustration-filled experience that I wasn't sure I would be able to get past in order to enjoy the game that I knew was underneath all of the jankiness and frustration. When you're low level, you can't really kill anything, so you don't get to experience much of the game because so much of the world is a threat to you. As an example, I found myself walking from area to area trying to complete an e-dueling quest, only to find that I would get boxed by sea otters the moment I entered their territory. Yeah, that very... I should have never stepped foot outside without my Glocky. That's my fault. The ant eggs provided exactly what I needed to get a foothold on my swordman. A monster who isn't intimidating that will allow me to gain some levels so that I can explore the world without as much fear. Knowing I had a source of EXP and money was a massive sigh of relief, and the rest of my time with Ragnarok was very enjoyable because of that. But I knew ant eggs wouldn't scale forever, so I eventually started looking for another source of income and EXP. Okay, so I'm selling these fucking red herbs, and then they leave my inventory and I don't get the money? Oh, it comes in the mail. Okay, well, let's go to the Payon dungeon because red herbs spawn there. I think this could be good money. Player shops are present in all 3 of the games we've discussed today.
but I'm pretty sure Ragnarok is the only one with player shops that allow the shopkeeper to purchase items while they're AFK. Perfect for avoiding social interaction. Certain items are used in alchemy, and they take effort to farm. Ragnarok is the only one with player shops that allow the shopkeeper to purchase items while they're AFK. Perfect for avoiding social interaction. Certain items are used in alchemy, and they take effort to farm, so there's a market there for low-level players like myself to spend the time farming to sell off these red herbs to the high-level rich players who will pay for them. And I still don't even have to the high-level rich players who will pay for them. And I still don't even have to talk to anybody. The Payon dungeon is where I made my riches. Red herbs are abundant here, even the enemies have a chance to drop them, and the second floor of the dungeon was right at my level range by the mid to high 40s, giving me the EXP I was looking for alongside the red herbs and some other drops that I could sell for a huge profit. At job level 40, I had thought I would be done with Ragnarok Online, and I just wanted to become a knight so I could reach my arbitrary milestone, but this was before the ant egg discovery that made the game good. If you start the Knight Job Advancement quest at job level 50, the max level, you can skip one of the most tedious steps that requires multiple items from a variety of monsters and takes forever to complete. Oh my god! Are you serious? The thing is, since I started the quest already, it didn't matter whether I reached job level 50 or not. I was locked into doing this part of the job advancement. So even though I eventually grinded to job level 50 before I did the Knight Job Advancement, I was still forced to do the tedious fetch quest because I had already accepted it pre-50, and I wasn't very happy about that. Ragnarok Online, for whatever reason, doesn't have a way to forfeit quests. I had no choice, my hands were tied, but this is what being a knight is all about. We always take the most difficult path on accident so our healers can correct us, and our DPS players can just think we're stupid. Yeah! We reached job level 50. Hell yeah. We, the two of us, you and me, we did it. And I'm about to reach base level 60. And that's base level 60. Pay on, and we'll go sell these red herbs. Sell all 117 for another 35k. I'm almost at 100,000 zenny now. Hell yeah. Okay. I hope I don't have to do this because I already started the quest. Really hoping that they don't require me to actually do it. I'm back in the Knights Guild, but I think Sir Andrew's gonna be annoying, and he's gonna make me do this anyway. Oh my god, yeah, I have to actually do it because I already started. Yeah, so, I think I have to do this quest anyway. Well, I'm a lot stronger now, so I guess bug legs and all getting all this stuff's not gonna be that bad. So I've effectively locked myself in a position where, even though I got to job level 50, I still have to do this step of the quest. Great. That's awesome. I actually need to get the Man-Eater Blossoms for this quest. They're very valuable. Man-Eater Blossoms, gonna need a lot of those. Might as well grab them while I'm here. 2, that's 3, but I'm out of potions, I just realized. I didn't restock. Okay, that's 4 Man-Eater Blossoms, and this, I should get the last one here. Are these really this easy to get? This might actually be decent money as I get a little stronger. Well, done with that section. Let's look at these bug legs. 1, and that's all 5 bug legs taken care of. Now we can get the hell out of here. Now we need clam flesh, and that is from shellfish, probably on the frickin' beach. It's 2 a.m., but I am determined to become a knight before I go to sleep. Are they gonna make me go through the otters again? Because I don't think I can survive that. Maybe I can now. Yep, we're back at the sea otters. Well, this sucks because I don't know any other way to get through here, so I hope I can survive it now. Don't use magic, don't use magic. Fuck, they just didn't. Okay, he just decided not to actually use it. Just threatened me with it. Wow, I might be moving fast enough that I can avoid their magic attack now. God, these otters are scary. I've never been so terrified of otters. Please don't slow me down by hitting me. Please, God. Ah, I think it's over. Ah!
Look how close I was! How am I supposed to get through here? Please tell me. I'm just gonna find these shellfish somewhere else because it's not possible to get through there. Still! It's still not possible. Oh boy, this is gonna be such a long journey. I need a mount at some point. I need to look into getting a mount. There we go. There are shellfish on this map, and I'm gonna kill them, and I'm gonna get the clams meat and become a knight. What, are these guys aggroed? One, oh, it's base level 61. I'll take it. 2 clam flesh, 3 clam meat. That's 4 clam flesh. Ah, that's it. That's all 5. All right, we're done here. Okay, clam meat acquired. Let's get some old frying pans from Magnolia's. Oh, I know where these guys are. Yeah, we can just find these right in this Sograt Desert. All right, let's get some frying pans. Need 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that one was really easy. All right, next is Mermaid's Heart. Oh man, it's in the dungeon. Where am I going? I need Mermaid's Hearts. I need to kill these mermaids. I need their hearts. I need their hearts. But I don't see any mermaids with hearts that I can rip from them. There's one. All right, we have 1 heart. 2 mermaids' hearts. Ahaha. 3rd mermaid heart. Oh, I've got an achievement. I don't even know what it was for. Reach achievement level 4. I don't know what that was. 4 mermaid hearts. And that's all 5. Done. One item remains. Snail's shell. So close to done. I'm just almost done. 1, 2, 3. All right, that's 4 snail shells. And that's all 5. Everything is acquired. Let's go back to Sir Andrew. Okay, Sir Andrew, you fucking asshole. I did it. Let's keep going. Sir Syracuse, give me your riddle. Next, Sir Windsor. All right, combat test. All right, that was pretty easy, actually. I'm very high level for that test now. One more test. Well, there's more, but this is the next test. And now we sit here. We have to sit here for 5 minutes. I have to sit here and wait for 5 minutes. Ah! I friggin' passed. Now I need to talk to Sir Gray, who's watching over the beds. Okay, finally, we can become a knight. It's that time. Yeah! We became a knight. I became a fucking knight. Finally! That feels like I really accomplished something, actually. I actually feel like I kind of accomplished something, and I get a booster skill? Oh, hell yeah. Anyway, this is all gonna have to wait until I return to the game because I am worn out. But I'm a knight. I did it. And that wraps up my exploration of these games. With Ragnarok, I think I did a pretty decent job of recreating the experience of an old cutesy Korean MMO from the early 2000s. This experience turned out to be way more enjoyable than I expected, and to be honest, I wasn't even sure what this video was going to become. I started this script in January of 2024, and I spent months figuring out how I could turn it into an actual video. This is certainly something I'd love to revisit in the future. There are plenty more games I could explore, and even more to look at within the games we've discussed today. But who knows what the future holds. Thanks to my supporters on YouTube and Patreon for their continued support. I want to give a shout out to my big tier patrons and YouTube members. Jerry L, Anonymous, Evan Bat Eater, Miller GG Easy, Jacob, Mushba, Sock Ears, Joseph H, and Ray Frum. And a big thank you to everyone else as well.
Okay, so we are now going to talk
yet again, as we do every few months, about pay to win in MMOs. We're going to focus it a little bit around this thread here, why Asian MMOs are pay to win centered and why players get along with them enough for them to prosper. Now, I would say this is not an East versus West problem. I don't think Western MMOs are not pay to win. I think just in general, the MMO genre is pay to win overall. I don't think World of Warcraft's not pay to win, and that's a Western game. RuneScape is a Western game, pay to win. Albion Online, Western game, pay to win. I think you struggle to find many MMOs that you can say there are no pay to win elements to this, even if they're smaller than others. Now, why I think most people look at Eastern MMOs and think they're pay to win, but the Western ones aren't, or at least way to a lesser degree, it's because Western MMOs typically hide it a little bit better, and say, for instance, World of Warcraft, you can literally buy tokens on the auction house and then buy boosts to get the best gear in the game, the literal top tier best gear in the game. There's almost nothing you can't do in WoW that you can't just pull your credit card out and swipe to get, which is fundamentally no different than being able to buy the best gear in Black Desert Online, for example. I think the difference is that in Eastern MMOs, they put a lot of inconvenience in their games, and people like to call it pay for convenience. I like to call it the developers making the game objectively worse to trick you into paying for things, thinking that, oh, you know, I've got less time, so I'll buy this. As opposed to what we should expect, which is the game will just be developed good, and then we'll spend money on things that don't inconvenience us and further incentivize them to continue doing so. But realistically, there's a lot of nuance to that, so let's get into it. All MMOs are pay to win. Eastern MMOs typically do things such as Black Desert Online, where they're going to give you a game, there's a lot of stuff you can do in the game, but they're going to say, do you enjoy horse breeding? Well, we're going to sell you a bunch of stuff that make it insanely more profitable, or essentially when you're playing without. Doing these things, it won't be profitable at all. You can buy X, Y, and Z, and that will make it better. We'll do it with cooking, we'll do it with alchemy, we'll do it with literally every single element of the game. Whereas in Western games, like for instance Guild Wars 2, you can basically just play the game and then there's a bunch of stuff tacked onto the side. World of Warcraft, you can basically play all the game, and there's nothing really as a barrier to make things massively slower. But you can just pay to skip to the very end, essentially. I think Eastern MMOs would have a much less shit rep if they literally just sold you gear from other players, like not them creating it out of thin air, but other players just being able to sell you gear for silver. People would still call it pay to win because it objectively would be, but it'd be no worse than World of Warcraft, it'd be no worse than these other games that already let you do that in just a slightly more veiled manner. So I don't understand why Asian entertainment culture is apparently so much pay-to-win centered. There is a culture around this, by the way, in Asia, in Korea and China specifically. I'm not going to say with broad strokes that this is everybody, but there is definitely some part of the culture which is like, I am a businessman, I have a bunch of money, why should some nerd who plays games for longer than me, who can sit and play for 12 hours a day, be more powerful than me when I can come in and drop my wallet? I should be stronger than him because I'm better in real life, like I earn more money. There is a materialistic approach to this of like elitism. That is definitely a factor. Is it as big of a factor as other things? I don't know. It's just a contributing factor, definitely. There is a cultural element to it. Games such as Black Desert or the upcoming Arcade 2, they look beautiful, they offer absurd content, details, graphics, animations, They're insanely good games on paper, but then they all revolve around pay-to-win bullshit where you indefinitely scale according to how much nerd you are or how much you pay to power up your toon, to a point where casual players are literally privileged to one-shot in any context. You have basically, in this sentence, explained both the problem and the solution to the point where the discussion's already had in your own comment. Because when it's indefinitely scaling according to how much a nerd you are, meaning how much you play, versus how much you pay, that is the argument for pay to win, and this is the one that people will always make. I have money, but I don't have enough time, but I still want to enjoy the game. Now, what a developer could do is make the game just more fair and not have it be for money, but it's a business. Of course, if people are going to pay for it, why would they not give you the ability to do so? We've already set that standard, so it's never going to change. And this is not specifically, again, Eastern games. This is just games, full stop. If there's something you can grind for, or there's something you can pay to skip, if they give you both options, they could make the grind as fair as they want to. People will still pay for the skip, because some people have more money than they do time, and they value that thing the same as somebody who's going to grind for it, but they value the money less. So they're just going to buy it. I also noticed that gear upgrade systems are so close to slot machines, having to try for insanely low success percentages behind lots of efforts to even farm a chance for said upgrade. This is true, and it feels worse. I've had the same problems with games like Lost Ark, and people have said to me, when you play WoW, waiting for that upgrade to drop, that's just a percentage. It's the same thing. It's RNG behind thinly veiled mechanics that make you think it's not as bad. I still prefer drop chances of items than what we've moved to with a lot of Korean games, and there's a specific reason they do this, and it is literally make you think it's not as bad. I still prefer drop chances of items than what we've moved to with a lot of Korean games, and there's a specific reason they do this, and it is literally the gambling impact, the gambling addiction. When you're doing like Black Desert Online, you've all seen them, you've played a Korean MMO. I need my weapon to go from +9 to +10, and it'll say like, 3%, or it might even hide the percentage, and then you click it, and it's waiting, it's flashing, it's doing something, and then it fails, and you're like, oh man, that feels bad. But when it hits, it feels great. It's like hitting the jackpot. This is designed like this for a reason. It's the exact same reason that gambling is so addicting to people. It gets its hooks in you, and they literally have people, like psychologists, design this shit to be as addictive as possible. I think eventually there will be conversations in government held whether this is like healthy and whether or not they should be allowed to design games this way. But until that, it's just how it is. How can they think this is the way to make video games? Because it is, and it makes money and people play it. Like, whether you want to or not, whether I want to or not, it makes fuck all difference. Like, at the end of the day, we can have a discussion, and it's interesting to have. And it's interesting to inform people and the people who have time to discuss these things. But at the same time, it is irrelevant, because for every 10 people that have a problem with this and won't play, there'll be one person that will outspend the potential of 10 of you playing with a more fair model anyway. The whales pay for you not to play. It makes no difference. They're going to exist, and you can just choose whether to play them. And can you extract enough value and entertainment out by not spending a bunch of money? Or can you spend a little bit of money and still get a lot of fun out of it? And if you can't do either of those two things, you're just better off not playing the game. That's all you can really do. Or actually, if that's how they still operate, it just makes me think that this model actually works on a huge sample of players for them not changing their methods. It's just common sense, right? These companies have made other games. These companies have, most of them, been around for 20 plus years that are making MMOs. They have the data to know what would be more profitable. Do you think Blizzard, selling the WoW token, are making less money from WoW than they did when they had, X million subscribers and designed the game in a different way? They're making more money now than they did before, but it's less effort, and the game doesn't have to be the literal pinnacle, the cultural phenomenon of what WoW needed to be making guaranteed $15 from each user at the top end, and that was the ceiling. They couldn't make anymore. Now if 1 million people quit, 10,000 people will buy enough gold to offset that entire million people. That's literally how this shit works. How can players be happy to cripple such state-of-the-art masterpieces for such shitty monetization business models? Honestly, most of the people that are paying for these things, to the extent of being whales, and not just somebody who would spend, like for instance, I played Black Desert Online for thousands of hours, like easily over 3,000, and I think I spent $500. And at that point, I've spent more than that in the last year on AAA games on Steam that I've probably played for 100 hours. Some of them I've not even opened. I've been like, yeah, I want to play that one, then I just don't. I've almost certainly spent more than that on Starbucks in the last couple of years. So I think most people are just playing these games and not really thinking about this all too much, because they just see the game, they think it looks cool, they play it, they spend some money, maybe they regret it later, maybe they just have a good time and they don't really care. What people need to understand is you are literally in a bubble. Like, your perspective, you posting on Reddit, you watching this video, me making this video, we are all in a bubble. The vast majority of people that are playing these games, and this is the same for any topic of discussion you have on the internet or in real life or anything that's not like on a global consciousness level, the majority of people are not interacting with these things. They're not even having these discussions. Most people don't even know the discussions are being held. Most people don't care, they don't have time to care, and they're never going to. They come home from work, from their 9 to 5 or whatever, they kiss their wife, they throw the ball with their son maybe, they eat their dinner, and then they log on for 3 hours and play Black Desert Online in the evening. Or whatever the game is, insert game. That's why a boycott will never work for anything like this, because the vast majority of consumers simply don't even know it's fucking happening. And even if they do know it's happening, they'll get told and they'll think, I don't give a fuck, I just like playing the game. So it's not even about players being happy. The majority of people having this discussion don't like these things, and actually most of them just grim and bear it and just accept it. That's why having these discussions will never change anything. The companies don't care. Every single person who reads this thread, watches this video, could not spend a penny, not play these games that come out, and they wouldn't even notice. And at the end of the day, it's only going to be your loss. And to be honest, I've come to the realization over time that while I will still have the discussions, because I think they're important for some people to know, because some people will literally just not play a game based on if the monetization's bad, which is understandable, and that's why I do it, and again, because it's interesting. I do have some money, and I do enjoy playing the game, so if the game is okay, if I can get by without being a whale and you know, forced to spend thousands of dollars, I'm probably still going to play it. Because if I want to play and I'm having fun, then spending money on something is just what we do. If you're a biker, if you're literally insert any hobby, you will spend money on it as you go. Video games are going to be no different. I would obviously prefer if all the convenient stuff was just stripped out, the games were designed to be good, and then people could literally just buy gold and buy gear from each other. Like, not inflationary, not that the company generates the gold or generates the actual items, but how WoW does it is generally just like the best model. You buy the WoW token exists and it gives you a subscription. The subscription lets you play the game. Of course, with these free-to-play games, the sub would have to give you something else. Some just like, you know, little boosts or perks or whatever, because that is obviously a finite amount of stuff, so it's not impacting the game crazily. Have the people who don't want to buy that, don't want to spend money, be able to sell their gold to get that, and then sell items between each other on the marketplace that obviously have gold value. And then of course you can just buy the token for real money, trade the token with other people for gold, and that just seems fine. Is it pay to win? Yes. Is it any more pay to win than the time before, when obviously trading was in MMOs still and people would just sell stuff to each other for real life money on player auctions or whatever else? No, it's the same shit. It's always been this way. Anybody who's played any of these games seriously, even UO, Doc, for all these like hardcore MMOs from back in the day, EverQuest, people were selling everything on player auctions, on eBay, stuff like that. Now all that's happened is we've allowed companies to take control of this, remove trading, remove all these like social elements from games, and then just make games inconvenient to sell you little boosts and shit. I think that's the biggest problem, and not the fact that they're pay to win. I think pay to win it's always been there, it's always going to be there, and you just have to decide what is an acceptable level for you. So the top comment says, you all keep complaining about pay to win games being popular, yet you all keep playing it. To be honest, I don't think most people complaining are playing them, to be honest. It seems like a lot of people that take this hardline stance of pay to win just don't play the games. 5 out of 6 most popular MMOs are considered pay to win in the West. 2 of them, BD and Lost Ark, are considered pay to win even in Korea. Face it, pay to win MMOs will continue as the average age of gamers becomes older. Adults have real life responsibilities and can't play for 4+ hours a day. They'd rather spend $100 a month than grind for an extra 100 hours a month. It's sad, but it's the reality. Pay to win is here to stay. I think this is the problem, and also sort of just the same answer I gave earlier. realistically, adults should expect companies to not make it
What?
so that you
Still
need to spend
neutral,
100
though.
hours a month grinding and not sell you the solution to that, but just give you like, oh, you've not logged in for a while, here are some boosts and stuff like that, and just allow you to catch up or design the game around not having crazy vertical progression. But at the same time, I also can't complain because this is literally what people have accepted and this is how they play games. But it isn't a chicken and egg discussion. It's basically the developers have introduced this when they could have introduced it in a different way for non-cash money. And then there is a lot of like people repeating the same things I've just said here. Like for the people repulsed by it, there's going to be somebody else that's going to pay. And at the end of the day, I do think we are spoiled as MMO gamers and gamers in general with how much choice we have. Expecting to be able to play an MMO nowadays, where people don't want to buy a box price game, and then people complain if there's other monetization in the game. And it's like, guys, I understand I want to go back to the golden era too, but I live in reality and it's never going to happen, and you can't complain about every form of monetization ever. I mean, you can, but you're wasting your fucking time, and it's also kind of dumb. I remember playing MMOs for years and years when it was box price, sub model, and people still complained the whole time that they didn't have money to pay for the sub, they didn't have a credit card, and then free to play came, and it's like, how do you think they're going to monetize free to play? If they couldn't do sub base because they needed to reach a larger audience and people were complaining about it, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to sell things that people are going to buy, and they're going to have to subsidize free to play players with paying players, because that's the only way the game continues to be made. In every sense of the discussion, we did this to ourselves, especially because whenever an indie developer starts up an MMO and says like, oh, this is coming out when we're not going to be pay to win and we're going to have submodel, all of the top comments are people saying, no, I'm not going to pay for a submodel. Like, I've seen it dozens of times by this stage. So it's literally a situation that nobody can win. We just have to accept what we've got, and you have to make that decision. Is this game good enough? Is this game fun enough that I can pay and play for a certain amount of time and get my money's worth? And if you can't, don't play the games, and if you can, cool, that's it. I think it's worth discussing for every individual game, like how bad is it as a casual player? How much does it impact the gameplay? Is it as bad as BDO used to be? I think BDO is way better than it was originally, but they still do lean heavily, and this is again the big problem with the Eastern games mostly, are not just skips but literally be inconvenienced if you don't pay. This is slower, this is worse, this is way less efficient. If it was literally just buy gear, at this point I couldn't fucking care less about it, to be honest, because I'll just play the game and then people are better gear than me, and hopefully the game has content that's either equalized or people around me is generally not in the best gear, because why would the best geared people be in that region of the game? It's like when I'm doing a World of Warcraft raid, I don't have to think about somebody that's doing Mythic that has 30 item level higher than me, because the fuck relevance does it have to my gameplay? Obviously with the game being PvP, maybe somebody's going to show up and spank your ass, but I will make this same argument every single time, which is if somebody played the game for 12 hours a day and had the same gear as you, but you play 2 hours a day, they're probably going to beat your ass just as much as the person who spends $1,000 a month more than you, because that's just how skill works. It's like if somebody plays 5,000 hours of Dota and you play 100 hours of Dota, they're probably going to beat you. Like, it's just how it is. So the point of that is people will either outskill you or they'll outpay you, but they're going to do one of those. And if you can't do either and you're just a pure casual, then hopefully the game has casual content or there's casual games for you to play. It's just like, it's a merry-go-round of discussion. We just go round in circles because it always comes back to these same points. There's never going to be a game that is going to be fair all the time while you're playing it where skill or money doesn't matter. And generally if you play, and there is going to be exceptions to the rule where you're the 40-year-old dad who has 2 kids and comes home to his wife and plays 3 hours every single week, but you're actually in the top 1% of players skill-wise and you're really good and you could be even better if you played more. But for the vast majority of people making this argument, that's not you. You don't have time to put into the game, you're not good at the game, you don't have the money to put into the game. So the discussion about, oh, if somebody pays more money than me, they're going to be better than me, is kind of redundant, because they would be better than you because they played more than you anyways. So yeah, there we go. Thanks for watching as always. We'll have this discussion again as it comes up, as it always does. Probably when Throne of Liberty comes out, because the cash shopping that's probably going to be pretty bad. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace out.
Alright, so I found this neat little game called Geometry Dash. It's just a fun little rhythm-based platformer, and it was only like $5 too. I mean, it can't be like Celeste though. I'll probably just put a few hours into it and crap. we're all guilty of it. We have an entire backlog of games that we know are good and know that we want to play, but whenever we have free time, we always just go back to that one game we have hundreds of hours in. But why? What is it about these games that keep us coming back for more? What is so intriguing about this game about making a square jump that caused me to put 600 hours into it? And no, I'm not talking about simple replayability. I would consider Cluster Truck a pretty replayable game, but I've only put 7 hours into it.
Not a landmine.
I'm talking about the kind of replayability that causes you not to just replay a game, but to play it over and over and over until all of a sudden you find out
I
that
got all the
you
cars for
accidentally
this
put
except for
hundreds
this
or
one.
thousands of hours into it. And before you yell at me in the comments, I need to say this. Not all people will put the same amount of time into a game. You might put hundreds of hours into a game that I've only put 3 into. How you spend your time is up to you. Nevertheless, many games that people seem to play a lot tend to have similar mechanics that contribute to their insanely high replay value. After analyzing the games that I've personally put hundreds of hours into, as well as some other games known for taking up a lot of time, I've concluded the main factors that give a game near unlimited replayability, starting with... Look, it's simple. If you have a lot of content in your game, players are more likely to put a lot of hours into it. A game like Super Hexagon may be pretty fun, but once you've played it for a while, there's just not much left to do. Whereas a game like Breath of the Wild has too many things to possibly do in a single playthrough. So, you can play this game over and over and still find new secrets. Take a look at Stardew Valley. In this game you can farm, fish, mine, raise a chicken and name him Gerald, increase friendship with villagers, complete quests, kill monsters, sacrifice Gerald to the overlords in the sky, gamble. The list just goes on. There's an entire island in the game that you can only access after you're far into the endgame, or at least whatever endgame means in Stardew Valley. By making sure there's always more stuff in your game for the player to do, you can keep them captivated for longer, and thus have them put more hours into it. Another way to achieve a similar result is not necessarily by adding a lot of variety to your game, but by adding a lot of depth. When talking about video games, depth refers to how many options the player can take while still being viable for success. Take Bloons Tower Defense for example. There's one simple goal: pop the balloons before they reach the end. But there are countless ways to achieve this. You could go for a Super Monkey build, try and get a Paragon as fast as possible, play using only Dart Monkeys. All of these ways are completely viable, allowing for endless replay value. Sandbox games are good examples of games with unlimited depth. Since sandbox games are by definition games where you just mess around and do whatever you want, everything is viable. Anything you do is a correct way to play the game. They can even go beyond being just a video game and become a medium in which to express creativity. Okay, wait, no, you don't need to do that.
Oh shit, there's so much here.
Something that often comes alongside depth in a video game is a high skill ceiling. If we were to use a line graph to represent a player's skill in a game, the skill floor represents how good you need to be at the game in order to play it properly, and the skill ceiling represents how good you need to be to play the game perfectly with no mistakes. Having a low skill floor makes it easier for people to get into your game, and having a high skill ceiling makes it easier for people to stick with your game. Ideally, you would want both, but we're going to focus on the latter here. The reason having a high skill ceiling is so important is that players will always have something to work towards, getting better at the game. With a game like Celeste, the controls are so precise that the game is able to create ludicrously difficult levels that require mastery of all game mechanics. Beating a single screen could take hours depending on how good you are. Additionally, if your game has a good competitive or speedrunning community, the skill ceiling can increase exponentially. The desire to improve so that you can beat someone in a competition is a surprisingly strong force. In competitive multiplayer games, players are constantly searching for techniques and strategies they can employ. Super Smash Bros. Melee was released 22 years ago, yet its competitive community is still thriving. You know, if you ignore all the cease and desist it's received from Nintendo. As the game grew, people only developed more and more techniques, whether they were basic ones such as wave dashing and L canceling, or more niche ones such as the Thunder Jacket. Oftentimes in competitive games, the believed skill ceiling is broken when a new groundbreaking technique is discovered due to constant labbing to try and find any sort of competitive advantage. And of course, if a new technique is found, you gotta spend a lot of time perfecting it, thus adding more replay value. Speedrunning is in a very similar boat to competitive. Take Mario 64 for an example. This game was released 27 years ago, yet runs are submitted to speedrun.com every day. Its strong community is always finding new strategies, techniques, and glitches to lower times. The first 120-star world records were in the ballpark of around 3 hours. The current world record beats it in a little over an hour and a half, almost half the time of the old record. And that's not even close to the theoretical perfect time.
Fuck, I need to
If you
get
can
out.
always get better at a game, then there's always a reason to keep playing it. Of course, even then, you'll still sometimes run out of stuff to do.
Kill
The
this
perfect strategy will be
guy.
found, and the game will become
That was
boring again
dangerous.
since every match is the same. In this situation, developers can still keep you hooked on the game through clever usage of... Not everyone can be a good game designer. Sometimes your game just lacks depth, variety, or any reason to get good at it. However, thanks to the power of the internet, games are able to be updated post-launch. This can be as small as a quick bug patch, or as large as a new chapter or area of the game. This is most notable in online multiplayer games, where new updates and meta shakeups are constantly being released. Team Fortress 2 was released 15 years ago, and it's constantly receiving updates. With the ability to change games after their release, you never have to worry about players running out of content, as you can always just put out some DLC when you notice the player base starting to dwindle. Of course, not every game has the luxury of being owned by the largest PC game distributor in the world. Sometimes you don't have enough money or resources to keep pushing out good updates. In this situation, you can rely on community-generated content. Take a look at Skyrim. It's already got a large amount of content, but players will eventually explore every corner of the world. But open up a mod installer and you can get stuff like this. Community-generated content is a great way to keep your game alive, and the best part about it is that it's free for both the developers and the players. The simple inclusion of a level creator or easy modding tools allow for a near infinite amount of new content, so long as players are willing to create more. Games like Gary's Mod and Mario Maker have their entire premise based on community content. So long as the communities of these games are still active, players will always have something to do. Okay, I have to admit, just because your game has a lot of hours worth of playtime doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Sometimes games keep pushing out low-effort updates or funding competitive tournaments in a desperate attempt to stay relevant. Arguably, one of the worst ways to make your game have more hours worth of playtime is to implement the use of grinding. We all hate it. If for some reason you don't know what grinding is, grinding refers to having to repeatedly perform the same action over and over again in order to get the desired result. And look, grinding isn't always bad. You could be playing Celeste and have to keep grinding a screen until you're good enough to beat it.
So much,
That's
dude.
an example of good grinding. However, some games will have you repeat the same mindless action with no variation whatsoever just to progress. Almost nobody likes leveling up their characters in RPGs, especially if most of the time you're just spamming one button. While grinding may be a way to increase playtime in a game, it's artificial and lazy. Players usually won't be willing to grind unless it's in small amounts, or you have a bit of deception on your end that makes them think the grind will be worth it. You'll often see MMOs and mobile games do this a lot. They'll disguise themselves as this cool new game, but to get to any of the said cool parts, you have to grind for a few hours. This is especially true if your game involves microtransactions. I mean, why grind for a while when you could just spend a few bucks to skip it? I mean, you've already spent a lot of time on this game, so the money is completely justified. And of course, there's this one particular game I hate that is notorious for its heavy grinding and microtransactions. But do I really want to do this? I mean, I do need the footage, but whatever, let's just get this over with. Genshin Impact is a game, and if I'm being completely honest, it's not the worst game I've ever played. Believe me when I say I've played some pretty bad games. The reason why I always talk about how I hate Genshin Impact is because it's just disappointing. An open world game with graphics that look like this make it seem like it should be a really good game. But as it turns out, most of the game consists of pure grinding. I don't want to play a video game like it's my full-time job. I want to play a video game because I want to enjoy the most important factor that you can add to your game if you want players to increase their playtime. And of course, that factor is... At the end of the day, most people don't play video games because they want their hours in it to increase. They want to be truly immersed in the game they're playing. They want to enjoy the time they spend playing it. They want to have fun. Some games don't have a lot of depth or variety. Some games aren't able to be played in a competitive manner. Some games don't have a super long and unnecessary grind. Sure, these factors can increase the likelihood of someone sinking hundreds of hours into your game, but eventually if players aren't enjoying your game, they'll leave it. In the end, it doesn't matter how much content your game has. It doesn't matter how much depth it has. It doesn't matter how easy it is to mod. What matters is that your game is fun. And as long as the game that you play is fun, then it only makes logical sense for you to invest all of your time into it.
What? No. Oh, shit. Yep, stay there. I'm gonna heal. You heal. MMOs without friends? What?
Why would you want to play an MMO solo? Let's start with that, because the truth is a lot of us end up spending most of our time playing our MMOs by ourselves. Whether it's on purpose or not, we log into these massively multiplayer worlds and then do solo activities like questing or farming some rare cosmetic. And a lot of us spend very little time doing the group activities in MMOs like raiding. So why play an MMO? In my opinion, it's because it gives us the option to scratch that multiplayer itch if and when we want to. But also, we love the idea of a never-ending RPG, of developing a character over months and years as a story constantly unfolds ahead of us. Year after year, new stories, quests, and abilities get added, and that never-ending nature of an MMORPG is truly unique to the genre. Not only that, the epic cosmetic that you just farmed is so much more satisfying to wear when there's actually somebody else around to see it. The massively multiplayer part of the MMO is great, but the fact that all that work we put into the character isn't discarded after a week or two like in a single-player game, well, that's just as important. So, which MMOs do the best job of providing endless, high-quality content for the solo player? Whether they are the player that doesn't have friends to play with, or the player who does have friends, but those friends are always way behind or way ahead of them. Let's dive in, and here they are in no particular order. First up, Final Fantasy XIV, PC, and PlayStation. Beautiful cat girls, tiny lalas, and arguably the most popular MMO in the world right now. Final Fantasy XIV is what many refer to as an RPG MMO. The story absolutely comes first. Every bit of content in the game is unlocked as part of the story. Want to do a dungeon? Follow the story. Want to do a trial? Same thing. If you've ever logged into an MMO and not been sure what you were supposed to do first, you don't have to worry about that in Final Fantasy. The answer is always, in part or in whole, the main story quest. There's hundreds of hours of content there, and that's before you get into all of the optional stuff like side quests or the cosmetic and mount farming, which Final Fantasy does better than just about any other MMO out there. All the best cosmetics and all the best mounts are earned in-game. I mention that because this adds so much to the solo experience, as you have so many mounts and cosmetics that you can work your way towards, even as a solo player in Final Fantasy XIV. Now, it's worth noting that since the dungeons and trials are part of the story, even a solo player will have to do those. Fortunately, the game makes this process incredibly painless, as it automatically creates a group for you to do the content with. And I will say the Final Fantasy community is without a doubt the nicest I've experienced in any MMO, as the developers are actually very proactive when it comes to toxic behavior. But my dear fellow introverts, if you're still concerned, don't worry. Final Fantasy XIV has this thing called the trust system that lets you queue into group content with a group of NPCs, allowing you to avoid all human interaction in a lot of the would-be group content if you so desire. If you're in the mood for an amazing decade decade-long story with a fantastic cast of characters, an unforgettable score, and some of the most epic cutscenes in any game ever, check out Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV's last expansion was its most successful ever, so there's never been a better time to jump in. You can try the first 60 levels for free. After that, you will have to purchase the game and subscribe if you want to continue progressing that character. Elder Scrolls Online, PC, Mac, Xbox, PlayStation, and Stadia. Daedric Princes, the 3-faction war, and furries. Elder Scrolls Online is another MMO that focuses on the story first and the group content second. In Elder Scrolls Online, you can go to any zone in any order, as each zone's story is a compartmentalized experience. This means that the Morrowind fans can start in Morrowind, and the stealth archers can start in Skyrim, and the people who have no idea what I'm talking about, well, they can start at the beginning. ESO is a theme park MMO, which means you've got a ton of different options that you can choose from every time you sign in. You can do quests, delves, dungeons, trials, and more. They are adding new content every quarter, so you never have to worry about running out of new things to do. While the group content does offer a lot of great experiences and amazing gear, you are by no means required to engage with any of it. You can stick to the solo questing activities exclusively if you so desire. If you want to make friends, that's easy too, as ESO lets you join 5 guilds at a time so that you can be in a specific guild for each type of activity, whether it's dungeons, roleplay, the economy, or you name it. ESO questing is very easy. Too easy in my opinion, so it makes for a very relaxing experience that is much more about the story than the combat. On the bright side, every single line of NPC dialogue is voice acted, and there are some pretty massive names in the voice acting of these characters. Names like Kate Beckinsale, Nolan North, and John Cleese. If you've enjoyed Elder Scrolls games before, you'll be familiar with the lore, of which there is a ton to soak up as you play the game solo. In fact, I'd argue that a lot of the lore is easier to soak up as a solo player. You can slow down and listen to every line of dialogue, and you can stop to read every lore note found along the way. You can usually pick up the base game for less than $10 if you enjoy it, and you can spring for a sub to get all the other DLCs, more than doubling the size of the game. The sub is optional, but you will find the inventory management is incredibly difficult without it, and a lot of the coolest items and the best gear are tucked away into that expansion content. Still, even without the sub, the base game by itself provides hundreds of hours of Elder Scrolls content. If you enjoy Elder Scrolls games, and you're not expecting a Skyrim clone, you'll probably enjoy soloing your way through Elder Scrolls Online. Just be careful gambling on those crown crates. They tend to be a bad investment. Guild Wars 2 PC. Mounts, gliders, and mounts again. Guild Wars 2 mounts are so amazing that wow, yoinked them. Guild Wars 2 is yet another MMO with a heavy focus on the story it tells. Fairly unique to Guild Wars 2 is that not only are all the characters around you voice acted, but your character is voice acted as well. This adds a lot to each piece of the story you encounter, as you can hear the pain, the frustration, and the laughter in your character's voice. Guild Wars 2 has some of the most fun single-player zone exploration out of all the MMOs on the list. You can solve jumping puzzles to get secret loot. Zone completion is insanely fun and rewarding, and it also provides points for upgrading both you and your mount. And when you make it to the first expansion, you get a glider that allows you to jump off anything and everything. And trust me, you will. You can solo your way through the entire story of Guild Wars 2, but it does have meta events where 100+ players will meet up to take down a dragon the size of a high rise. And I know that you're here because you're a solo main, but trust me, when you see one of these things happening, run over and join in. They are a ton of fun and they can be very rewarding. Guild Wars 2 has a great community, and it just released on Steam after having an incredibly successful expansion, End of Dragons. The first 80 levels and over 200 hours of content are completely free, so jump in and try it. It's an amazing game. There is no sub, not even an optional sub, but you will have to buy the expansion content if you would like to play it after you hit level 80. And if you're enjoying this video, please consider liking the video and subscribing for more MMO content. I've got some amazing videos coming up about the future of the MMO genre. Next, we have Old School RuneScape. PC, Mac, Linux, iOS, and Android. Old school graphics, old school leveling, old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape is a sandbox MMO where you can sign in and do anything, anytime. If you're not a fan of following a questline through an MMO, this might be the perfect MMO for you. That's not to say there aren't quests, as there are over 150 story-driven quests in old school RuneScape. You can focus on skilling, which is basically improving your character's various different skills. Want to be better at something? Have your character do that thing. Have your character do a lot of that thing. This is the most classic feeling MMO on the list today, as RuneScape was originally released in 2001 and has hardly deviated from its original idea. Thanks to its old age and thus modest computational demand, the MMO can even be played on your phone. Thanks to the very low device requirements and the slower nature of the game in general, this is definitely one of the most accessible MMOs on the list today. You can group up with others or choose to go at it alone. Almost all of this game is soloable if you really want to go that route. Old school RuneScape is free, which means there's no reason not to try it if it looks looks interesting to you. RuneScape is one of the most popular MMOs in the world, despite its age. Clearly, they've done something right here. So if you're looking for that classic MMO experience, or if you want something that you can play on your phone while watching TV, maybe give RuneScape a try. World of Warcraft, PC, and Mac. The Horde, the Alliance, and a massive number of players that have been playing this MMO for longer than some of you people watching this video right now have been alive. For a long time, World of Warcraft was the uncontested king of the MMO sphere, dwarfing its competition in terms of player count. Today, it's still massive, though definitely not the uncontested titan that it once was. WoW has been around since 2004, and as a result has a massive amount of content that you can do solo. This includes, of course, tons and tons of questing, and also the ability to go back and solo old dungeons and raids while you're on the hunt for cosmetics, pets, and mounts. I do feel like WoW has fallen behind a little bit on the questing experience. Other MMOs have voice acting, and some even have cutscenes, making WoW text boxes feel a little bit low effort by today's standards. But WoW does feature a massive, seamless, open world for you to explore and hundreds of collectibles to farm. You don't have to participate in group content in WoW, but if you decide to, WoW does provide the ability for you to queue into dungeons and raids, so coming into WoW without friends won't prevent you from being able to do any of the game's content if you want to. WoW features a very brief free trial, allowing you to play the game up to level 20 for free, so you can get your toes wet before spending any money. After that, you'll need to purchase the game and a subscription if you want to continue playing it. Star Wars: The Old Republic, PC. Lightsabers, space, and the Force. Star Wars: The Old Republic, or SWTOR as it's known, is a story-driven MMO about, well, Star Wars. It features familiar Star Wars music and Star Wars characters, so if you're a fan of the Star Wars franchise, you're gonna immediately feel at home in this MMO. You can play through the entire story as a solo player, and worth mentioning is that in Star Wars, each class has its own storyline, and each storyline has 3 different possible endings. The choices that you make as you play through will determine which ending you earn. It's really cool to see an MMO where the choices you make actually have an impact on the ending of your story. When you ask a Star Wars player what their favorite part of the game is, it is usually the robust class stories. Star Wars: The Old Republic is now a free-to-play MMO with an optional sub, though if you do sub for just 1 month, you'll unlock all the zones in the game and you'll get to keep them unlocked, even if you cancel your sub. So if you enjoy the game, it's probably definitely worth picking up that sub for a month and then letting it go. The most recent expansion was its smallest and shortest yet, leaving many fans of the MMO wondering what the future will hold. Regardless, the solo content that is there now is excellent and definitely worth enjoying if you're ready to dive into a good Star Wars story. Black Desert Online, PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Beautiful women, beautiful men, and beautiful combat. Black Desert is beautiful. Black Desert Online is an MMO that was actually designed to be played solo. Group content in this MMO is incredibly sparse and definitely plays a second fiddle to the solo grinding that they built the game around. Does questing bore you? Do you prefer posting up in an area and grinding out experience? BDO might just be the perfect MMO for you. One thing to note, however, is that in BDO, once you reach a certain level, the game does become full PvP. Anytime you're grinding XP out in the wild, someone could come and gank you, or you could go and gank them. Now, the punishment for dying is next to nothing, so it's not a huge deal. You can just revive and get back to it, but I know some people are definitely not going to appreciate the mandatory PvP experience, so it's definitely worth mentioning. BDO is a gorgeous MMO with a decent enough story, but it's commonly praised for the look and feel of its combat. You can even play BDO on mobile, but it does have a different version of the game tailored to mobile devices, and it's not cross-platform, so you won't be able to play with PC players if you're playing on mobile, and vice versa. The gear upgrade system is built around gambling and is often a thing that players lament when it comes to BDO. The game is currently buy to play with an optional monthly subscription. If you want something a little different, beautiful, and that has amazing combat, maybe try grinding out some levels in Black Desert Online. Lost Ark PC. Massive weapons, massive spells, and a massive cash shop. Lost Ark is a free-to-play, top-down ARPG MMO. If you enjoyed Diablo-likes before, this isometric perspective will instantly feel familiar, but that's where the similarities to Diablo end. Lost Ark is much more of an MMO than an ARPG. You have hundreds and thousands of hours of progression tucked into this game if you want it. Now, Lost Ark is a game that I played at the same time as a lot of my friends, but never with my friends because the game is so incredibly fragmented. Your friend that's only one day behind you will be doing different chaos dungeons, different abyssal raids, and different quests, so it's very much an MMO you end up playing alone with other people. There is a lot of content that you can do solo in Lost Ark, but there is also a ton of content that requires you to group up with other players. Fortunately, this is handled by the game, and you do not need to bring any of your friends into the game to enjoy it. Lost Ark is an MMO with tons for you to do every day. You can choose zone completion, cosmetic farming, sailing, life skill leveling, questing, you name it. It lets you do everything your typical MMO lets you do, and then some. Lost Ark gets a lot of flack for being pay to win, and the developer themselves even said, yeah, we're pay to win, but that's so more people can play it. Fortunately, in PvE, it only helps you if the people in your group are well, as it increases your chance for success in those raids. But if you do tend to be pay to win averse, then you may want to choose another MMO on this list. But if that's not a problem, Lost Ark has a lot of fun things for players who want to solo their way around the world, no friends required. And it's free to play, so you've got nothing to lose. While it seems totally contrary to the entire point of an MMO, more and more these days it feels like soloing in an MMO is what we spend most of our time doing. More and more of the content is built for the solo player, and less of the content is built for the group player. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing for the genre? Let me know down in the comments below. I may feature your responses in a future video. As always, thank you for watching. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more MMO content. A massive shout out to my YouTube members. Click the join button down below for more information on how to become a member and to support the channel. Oh,
yo,
and oh yeah,
what
are you gonna do next? Maybe watch one of these videos popping up on screen right now?
It's neutral.
What is the best MMO ever created? A question which for many years now has been debated by balding middle-aged men across the world. And in today's video, I'm going to finally tell you which MMO is the best. And you're probably wondering, who am I to settle this debate? What knowledge do I have which makes me the expert on this subject matter? Which is exactly why I have scoured the depths of the YouTube algorithm to find some of the most relevant and knowledgeable content creators who will finally put this dispute to rest. Unfortunately, Just Drive Hayes was busy, and Mitch Mannix
collab with Sawman. I'd rather saw off my balls.
So who are these brave souls who are willing to take on such a feat? Well, we have Idol. He likes to yap about MMORPGs and talks about RuneScape a lot. Nice Gaming, an expert on a game that quite literally doesn't exist. Redbeard Flynn, just don't ask him about EverQuest because he won't shut up. If there was a vote for MMO content creator most likely to go to prison, it would indeed be Rose. Another professional RuneScape yapper, Waydop. He has a cat. Kira TV. His trigger words are Kickstarter and early access. And lastly, professional bald shouty man, Blue Squadron. He spoke to Asmund Gold once. Now that everyone has been introduced to each other, let's see if we can use these experts to figure out which MMO is the best. Let's begin.
New World. Where would I put New World on the tier list?
New World's a weird one. Are we talking about New World how it is as a Turnum, or New World how it was when it was an MMORPG?
Okay. Oh. That is quite the controversial one.
Oh, fuck. I don't see an X tier in your tier list.
Are we talking about the ARPG or the MMORPG?
Oh.
Right. Well, actually, that doesn't even qualify as an MMO anymore.
So when I first played New World, I loved it. I thought it was one of the first new MMOs that I actually tried on my channel, and it was one of my favorite games. I didn't actually play New World when it first came out. I played it probably 6 months later. But I recently came back to New World with the Eternum update, and not a fan.
I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this. I like like the combat. I know people see it and they say 6 active skills and, you know, oh, I hate the combat. I think New World has some of the most fun action combat that you can get in an MMO.
Like, I don't know if I can think of a game that has worse combat than New World. And like, that's the biggest gripe that I have with the game, and that's why I never got like crazy into it. New World is probably my favorite combat I've had in an MMO because it's literally meant to be an action RPG, as they've said now, which they definitely didn't just change their mind on.
I feel like there's actual skill involved, like when I'm doing a duel, or you know, when it comes to combat, which says something that you don't get a lot of MMOs or whatever. I think it's really underrated in that sense. Now, is the game overall good? That's not what I'm saying. Like, am I saying the devs are good, or have they been handling it well? Hell to the no.
It was a game that did a lot of things really well and a lot of things terribly. Specifically, the technology was bad, but the sense of scale and everything in the world, they really, if they leaned into it, could have done so much. And it was a game that had really huge potential.
A simple basic fact about this is if you are in a state where you've launched your MMO, you failed to launch it correctly, you reused assets like a motherfucker, you had every single mob just being a copy paste of a skeleton everywhere else, you screwed up so badly that you had to relaunch onto console to try and fix your problems and pretend like everything's going to be fine. That's never a good place to be.
They don't even want to be called an MMO anymore. I mean, they asked to sponsor me on their thing, and I was like, they called it like a co-op RPG, and I was like, well, when I advertise it, do you want me to call it a co-op RPG, or do you want me to call it an MMO? Because, like, you know, it's traditionally an MMO, and they were like, no, we want you to say co-op RPG. I was like, okay.
And I just didn't feel like there was much to do. They didn't really add any new areas or much to the game, despite the fact that it's now cross-platform. What else is there? And one of the biggest complaints about New World is that the end game was lacking in content.
It's not as bad as people think it is, but it's not really good either. It found an identity 3 years after launch, so it's one of those, I think it's an MMO that kicked itself in the foot. It could have been better than it is, but it also lacks a lot of inspiration. It feels very bland in a lot of ways.
My issue with New World comes with it wants to be so much. Like, it's so clear from the moment it came out how it wanted to do everything. Like, it wanted to be the MMO that had everything.
Everything about the game was an afterthought, to be honest. It was half-baked with just like a few really well done things. The world, the graphics, the audio, the interface, the pop-ups and everything, the trading, the fact that you could play with other players and feel like an MMO. It did so many things right and then just had no content to back any of it up.
I assume it wanted an end game, although it never really figured that part out. It wanted progression to be like endless, with almost too many progression mechanics, from like your region reputation to your gathering skills, your combat skills, your guild reputation, or what is it called, companies in New World. I feel like with that game, they had a classic issue, which I think a lot of new MMOs have, which is trying to master everything, and you end up spreading yourself so thin that it makes the gameplay thin.
I came back recently, very recently. I logged in for about 2 hours. I felt so confused, and I felt like I didn't know what the point of me playing the game was, so I actually logged off in like 2 hours. I was going to make a whole video on it, the Eternum update, but I just felt like there wasn't enough there, so.
It doesn't have a subscription fee. It doesn't have like any crazily overly pay-to-win stuff in their shop. I don't like the battle pass, but I wouldn't call it fair, but I wouldn't call it like atrocious either.
But if I was going to choose an MMO to play for a while in a very casual way, and I didn't really care that much, and I was a guy with 5 kids and 2 wives, then yeah, New World will keep you busy for a few hours a day, without like feeling like some ultra sweaty monster is going to destroy you every second of every day. Although the new auto-lock feature does fix that for casual players.
I'd probably put this as a C tier. It should have been like an A tier, but it just had no content.
So overall, you're going to say it's F tier?
Yeah, it's F.
Would C just be like, it's fine?
Some might say that way, yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in C because it's fine. It's fine.
They kind of abandoned their whole PC player base this last year. I'm gonna have to give them. Should I give it an F? Nah, that'll be me. Let's give it a D.
I'm sticking with my answer. I'm gonna go a C.
It's a C. It's a good enough time. It just gets old real fast, and there's nothing more that it offers. But you can have a good time with it. You could probably have $40 of a good time with it. So I put it at C.
New World, probably D tier. Needs more endgame, needs more content, needs a higher server population size. It's got all the fundamentals it requires to be a good action combat MMO, but with none of the execution behind it.
Okay.
And they keep on doing weird and stupid things like reworking the content that's fine instead of just making new content. Especially for the endgame.
So in order to work out the total score for each MMO, I've added a number value to each tier, and from that I'm going to work out the average. With the highest rank being a C and the lowest rank being an F, it should come as no surprise that overall New World is seen as a D tier MMO. Surely it can't get any worse from here. Let's move on to the next MMO.
Retail or classic?
Are we differentiating between classic and retail?
Wait, classic or do we mean retail?
I think you have to split World of Warcraft into two tiers, one for classic and one for retail.
Why is everyone keep after that?
It's a big question. That's important.
I'm just gonna say both. Everyone keeps asking me this, but I see what WoW was like.
Can't be both. Can't be both. They're so different. They're different games. I refuse to judge both like that. That's nonsense. I refuse. You're gonna need to tell me one. Just pick one right now. Retail. Fine, we'll do retail. Telling me to judge them both as one is crazy, man.
Because classic is undoubtedly better in every way, shape. Okay, no. Because I would have a different ranking for both of them.
And both are S tier. And I think anyone who doesn't think World of Warcraft is an S tier MMO is just, they're just lying to themselves, or they're just hating, because World of Warcraft it transcended MMOs, full stop. It transcended the genre.
The MMO that changed MMOs for better or worse, depending on who you ask, and probably worse for most people.
So I think I'm gonna have a much different take on World of Warcraft from anyone else in this video. I am a very unique individual in that I'm just now in my life starting World of Warcraft within the last 2 months. New player, jaded, I know.
And I'm going to be playing a lot more of this in this coming month because I'm doing OnlyFans. I've only actually played to level 20 to get the Liadrin skin, and I basically just ran and killed the same mob over and over again, and then a giraffe farmed me in a field for like 20 minutes and I gave up.
It has hands down the best group dungeon content, probably out of any MMO currently, with Mythic Plus and its rating.
Good ideas, outdated execution. It's still got a massive player base. It's still got people who love playing it.
Oh, you're gonna get some hate if you include this part. I started World of Warcraft Classic. I uninstalled after about 8 hours. Got a refund, so there's that. I tried retail and the combat was a lot better. And before I go forward, before there's a hate campaign for me, I'm not saying retail is better than classic.
Classic, like the original game and what it was at the beginning and the first few expansions, there was nothing like it. There'll, again, probably never be anything like it. Even going back and playing it now, it's not just nostalgia, it's just a fantastically designed game. The world's great, the lore's great, it's one of the only MMOs I'll care about the lore.
And what World of Warcraft, I think, has always had going for it is its world of Warcraft. It's a really immersive world, and I think they're leaning into that really well, and I think a lot of other MMOs can kind of fall flat in their world and in their storytelling, and I know World of Warcraft has a little bit.
But I mean, it's the biggest MMO for a reason. I played a lot of it, like probably way too much of it.
Are you a classic Andy or retail Andy?
Neither. I played, so when I played was around Wrath of the Lich King. but I don't necessarily want to go back to that.
Retail, the only thing that matters is the last expansion. Classic, the only thing that matters is how many mods you can put on the game to make it more interesting, like them stealing hardcore or season of discovery and stuff like that.
I actually think that WoW and Blizzard do an exceptional job at lore, and like their trailers and stuff are really good. And I think that their storyline, at least the starting storyline, that like the cinematics and everything that I've seen, is exceptionally good.
The new expansions that are coming out have a sort of, what would you say? They're sort of a callback to the past. They're rectifying a lot of the mistakes that they've made in the past. I think Shadowlands was really the last time where, the entire player base was like, we don't like this, we don't like this, we don't like this. And it sounds like ever since then, they've started to at least listen a little bit more. That's in terms of retail.
I had a decently fun leveling experience. I think World of Warcraft has the best questing. I haven't even seen a fraction of it. I mean, come on, I'm 2 decades late to this MMO, right? So there's a lot of quests I haven't even seen, but I used the timeline system and all that, and the story, it was just immersive, dude.
For retail, the game's had a bunch of problems. The game still has problems now. I still play it. As soon as we finish this, I'll be going back on World of Warcraft to play the world within. It's way different. It's designed for you to basically log on, do something real quick, log out, and really easy to play with friends. The combat is the smoothest combat in any MMO, full stop. Like, it's tab targeting done perfectly.
Monetization, everything went to shit after they added the WoW token, and they like to pretend it fixed bots and all these other problems. It didn't. A lot of the community, because they don't look into this, they don't spend hours of their life like I do, looking at bots, numbers, data behind it and all of that stuff. They think that the game's fine, but it's not when it comes to that. So monetization wise, I'd say it's worse than New World. And I'd say they get away with it because people are just locked either in nostalgia or pretending that it doesn't exist.
We no longer have a true MMO that's not in some way pay to win, I think. The WoW token is pay to win, but it's one of those things you just gotta kind of deal with it, I guess.
You can argue WoW is pay to win, and you can make the argument very easily. You can make the argument for pretty much any MMO. I think the only one that doesn't is maybe Final Fantasy XIV and Iron Man old school RuneScape. Aside from that, most MMOs are pay to win, so
they ask you to pay money at every step of the way. So you pay for the expansions, you pay for a subscription fee, you can buy in-game gold with the WoW token. Obviously you can use that for other services as well.
I think being able to essentially pay for gold is gross. Coming from, I don't want to say too much about RuneScape, but RuneScape like Bonds, which is the same thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I especially resent the fact that when Wrath of the Lich King Classic came out, they put it into Wrath of the Lich King Classic, when one of the big things about Classic, not only era, but as they re-release expansions, was the fact that it was from a time before microtransactions.
With the WoW token, I just don't give a fuck. It just makes no difference to how I experience the game whatsoever. The people will say, oh, you can buy the best gear, but the best gear is useless unless you're doing the best content, which is where you get the best gear. So it's kind of like, it doesn't do anything for you.
Blizzard is just the new EA.
It's no secret that Blizzard's a toxic environment, and I don't think that's changed since they got acquired by Microsoft. Blizzard's best interest will never be making the best game anymore. That will never be what is in their best interest. Their best interest is making the game that is the most monetizable. That should be making the best game. You would think it's making the best game, but there's better ways to make money. There's been evidence of that.
And I can see that trying to fix the issue.
There's been evidence of that.
And I can see that trying to fix their issues, they're trying to fix their problems. But someone who's worked as a project manager, who's seen the inside of businesses like this, whatever you're hearing reported on the surface is maybe 10% of what's actually going on in the company.
And a bit of a curveball, any thoughts on the Cosby suite?
I'm sorry now?
The Bill Cosby suite?
Cosby?
I'm gonna need context. So why is there a Bill Cosby suite?
So it's just a prolific thing that went on at Blizzard. along with like drinking women's breast milk and stuff like that. At one of the conventions, they'd always hire out a room, and they had a picture of Bill Cosby in there with them. There's known as the Cosby Suite. Judged by your reaction, you know nothing of it.
So like personally, I feel like World of Warcraft isn't that good of a game.
The game's just, it's an S tier, like 100%. Like, no, you can't really put that game anywhere else. And I played this game forever. Like, I played it since the original game came out, a couple days into release. I come back for every expansion, come back for most patches in each expansion, and aside from a couple really bad spots like Shadowlands, the game's just strength to strength for what it's trying to do now.
You know, after shitting on it that much, I'd probably say it's B tier.
I'm not going to be like super controversial just for controversy's sake. I'm just going to put it in A tier. I don't think it is an S tier MMO, just because even though it's a formula that's been copied over and over again, they haven't stuck to their own formula. They have over 20 years been unable to stick to what they were doing, to the point where you have now split your player base to such a degree that you have created an entirely different game. And you also have a ton of ups and downs, so it's an A tier MMO. Yeah.
I gotta put it S tier. I gotta put it S tier. No, wait, take two. I gotta put it A tier. Only because of the breast milk. Yeah, only because of the breast milk thing that I just learned about. It can't be S tier now.
So we're saying WoW is A tier,
Yeah, A tier overall. If I could rank them differently, I'd probably put retail in B tier and a classic in S tier. But if I mix the two, we'll go A tier.
I think the recent expansion and classic together make for such a genuinely good experience that I would put World of Warcraft as a whole at A. I would put classic at S. I would put retail at B. But I'll average them out to an A.
And then the combat is also just like total ass, you know, because you're comparing it to action combat systems. I'm gonna give World of Warcraft, and this people are gonna flame me on that. I'm putting it in the B tier.
So as controversial as it is ranking World of Warcraft as one whole game instead of two separate games, I know, go figure, we have a average ranking of A. Let's move on to round 3.
Okay, I'm gonna shit all over this game.
So I know you love Elder Scrolls Online. It's unironically one of my favorite MMOs of all time.
Dude, it's tough. This is probably the MMO that's like, in terms of its size, that I know the least about.
One of my, if not my favorite MMOs of all time. Really good game. Really good game.
Alright, that's it. That's really smart. Let's move on next game.
Oh man, Cash Shop Online. What a game. What a game. 95% of that game I haven't played because I haven't opened the Cash Shop.
Oh no. Oh geez, Elder Scrolls Online. So I made a video that said 10 years is too much trying for Elder Scrolls or something like that. I forgot the name. That everyone got mad at me for, so that's cool.
The Elder Scrolls Online doesn't really appeal to me because I think just the way I view the world of the Elder Scrolls isn't through an MMO lens, and I don't know why that is for me. Every time I think about exploring that world as an MMO, it does not strike me as something I want to do.
I think the Elder Scrolls Online is a good game. I think especially if you are just looking to PvE, if you're looking for a game, I always say I envy anyone that's starting the Elder Scrolls Online today, because there is an infinite amount of overland content, so many zones, so many things to do, so many dungeons, trials, quests. Like,
so ESO's redeeming quality is that the storyline is really good, and then the combat, people pretend that the combat is good because it's like action combat, but it's actually just ass. So yeah, and then the graphics look kind of dated in ESO. So,
you know, a lot of people complain about the combat system in ESO.
Damn.
And I don't think it's that bad. Like, I feel like it's just the popular reason to dislike ESO. Everyone says, oh, the combat's so boring, the combat sucks. I kind of enjoy the combat. It's a little click intensive, like you're switching between your weapons a lot, but I find the open world to be really immersive. I like the questing, I like the stories, I like the collection. I like the horizontal progression that the game has. I wish they had a bit more in terms of like end game content.
I don't have a lot of experience with the game, and the reason I don't have a lot of experience with the game is because the initial introduction to Elder Scrolls Online is exactly what's wrong with almost every modern MMO, and that is there's no inherent difficulty or challenge in the introduction to the game.
Like, probably the biggest issue for me is the one Tamriel update, which was what, like a year, 2 years after launch. It wasn't very long after, which basically made the world into like there's no adventure anymore. Everything is the same. Depends, like, yeah, there's a lot of freedom, but there's no progression. There's no point in going from one zone to the next.
But again, it kind of falls into that they stopped caring about developing the game and they started caring about making as much money as possible. So most of their resources are into how do we milk those little gamer nipples off of, you know, everyone playing the game.
And for me, the combat in Elder Scrolls Online is terrible. I just can't get over like how floaty the game feels. I can't get over how I basically am expected to either go out of my way to find something that's not apparent by finding it on Google, or to just kind of like sit and do mind-numbing, boring content when I don't particularly care about story, to then get to like the late game. It's just not my cup of tea. It's also one of those games that's monetized to fuck. So it's kind of like in your face as soon as you start. You're like, oh, my inventory space, and I need this bag, and I need this thing, and there's like a million things in the cash shop, and there's loot boxes, and
you feel absolutely compelled to buy ESO Plus due to the crafting bag. That bothers me.
It feels like an optional subscription, but it's not an optional subscription. It is a subscription that you really need. They have fine-tuned the FOMO of a subscription in an optional subscription model. You'll get a lot of stuff for free, but it's in a sense pushing you into paying that subscription. I would rather, like, it'd always be better if it was just not optional, just make it mandatory in my sense, and then tone down the store, because the store is a bit much.
I'm not saying the overland content is good, because I mean, one of my complaints is that it just frankly is not. It doesn't seem challenging at all. A lot of the NPCs just like seem to like light attack every couple of seconds. You don't really feel threatened ever, so it's not really enjoyable. Now, the Elder Scrolls Online has some hard content, but that's not the overland content. You got to go to a hard mode trial, you got to do a dungeon, whatever the case may be, right? But the overland content is just not engaging at all. I never feel a sense of progression or a challenge on my character.
Balancing could be a little bit better, but I did have fun in Cyrodiil. I love that like open world, kind of world versus world interaction in terms of PvP. So,
like, if you're looking for a solo player MMO, Elder Scrolls Online, I'll recommend to you all day.
I liked PvP before max level. Once you got to max level, PvP was atrocious and I hated it, because it was just like you got one shot, and then you look at like the combat log and it's like, oh, like they killed me 7 times with one attack.
They would introduce an entire zone full of delves, dungeons, trials, story, and I'm talking huge, massive pieces of land, right? Like a lot of content, a whole world's worth of content, right? And they couldn't give you a battleground map for years. They wouldn't update Cyrodiil for years. Like, it's actually crazy. Even PvE players that would never touch PvP, they were looking on the outside, you know, like, damn, why do you still play this? Like, they hate you guys. I'm fine, I'm gonna stay here, but you guys, the hell y'all still doing playing this game?
Man, where did I put New World at? C? It's got to be above New World. I feel like I hear it talked about much better than New World.
So B tier.
It's a polished game, so you can't put it in like an F tier. But I'd say it's like a C tier game for me. It's not. I don't have.
Hey yo, what's up?
Game at all.
What's up, dude?
Is it a B? I don't know. I don't know enough about the game.
A B tier.
Yuzuki
MMO,
and
largely
XS.
because of its visuals, its story, its acting, and it would be an A tier if not for one Tamriel monetization, the need and focus on builds and like set bonuses and stuff like that.
I don't know enough about the game to say that it's a B.
I'll give the Elder Scrolls Online because I do enjoy the combat and I do think it has really
What's
good
up?
PvE for the, if you're into that, and a lot of content. Let's give her a B. As much as I complain about it, let's give it a B. I really like that game. It's my favorite MMO. I just don't think the way they treat the PvP player base should put them in a tier above that.
I just landed in the stream and I gotta say this place has potential. Well, thanks for that, dude.
How about C for crap? Okay.
I'll put it in upper C. Put it
Upper
above
C.
New World, and that's before anyone gets mad. That's just my lack of information.
I think I'll go B tier for you, so.
B
I'm a little
tier.
bit biased. I really enjoy playing the game. There's like all kinds of negative things I can point out about it, but at the end of the day, I have a lot of fun playing it. So B tier.
All in all, a very vanilla rating for the Elder Scrolls Online, which actually gives it an average of C tier, which, in my personal opinion, might be a little bit too high.
Yeah, that's the MMO that I'm terrified of.
It's gonna be controversial, man. It's gonna be controversial. I don't like it. I don't like that game.
Okay, I'm gonna get myself cancelled like Lazy Payon on this one.
Why are people scared of this one?
I don't like having sex with people in game on the internet, so I don't like this game as much as some of the other people that like MMOs.
So I might have a bit of an interesting take on this one because people always ask me, wait, why haven't you reviewed Final Fantasy XIV?
I know better than to disrespect it. I think we need another tier for Final Fantasy XIV. I'd say S+, actually. S+. Really good game. Really good game.
I'm scared of going near that MMO because it's like an infinite amount of story, and I don't know if it's good or not.
It's got like the best story, right? Like the MMO that failed went back into development for 3 years and then relaunched. Like that's kind of just like that's just gonna always be an amazing story.
Final Fantasy XIV.
Man.
I played a good amount of. It's fun enough.
It's gonna be forever.
The story doesn't fit for me, and that's the biggest part of the game. Like whenever people talk about what they love about Final Fantasy XIV, it almost always comes down to story.
I mean, it's a great game. It's just not an MMORPG for 99.9% of the game, and you can argue most MMOs are not nowadays. But Final Fantasy XIV is first and foremost a JRPG, and then it's an MMO much later and much secondary.
That game is an RP player's wet dream. Like, and in some cases that's actual literally. And
it's crazy because Final Fantasy as a series is one of my favorite video games of all time. Final Fantasy X is easily in my top 5. But Final Fantasy XIV as an MMO is just a very big undertaking if we want to do a good review of the game.
People keep telling me to play through it. What keeps holding me back is you just have to get past the first 60 hours of the main story, Blue, and then you can do it, right? And then it's gonna get good. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to play for 60 hours and then the game gets good.
Dude, the combat is fine. The combat is like it's very standard MMO tab target combat, which feels good. That's the most I could say about the combat. Like it feels smooth.
And I'm gonna be just completely honest here. I do not play MMOs for the story ever.
The quests are fun.
Nobody gives a shit about the
quests
story.
are boring. It's probably one of the worst questing systems I've seen in an MMO, and that's saying something because I played a lot of World of Warcraft Classic where the quests can be really boring.
I haven't played enough of it kind of takes so far, say it's A tier, but I might be having my opinion altered and manipulated by the fact that there's bunny girls in that game. That shit's hard.
I think when I think of like the chosen one syndrome of MMOs, Final Fantasy XIV is top of mind for me. You're the chosen one and everyone else is as well. But that is what the game is. It almost feels like an RPG first and an MMO second.
When I'm playing a video game, I want loot. I want to do big damage.
Yep.
And I want to top a DPS meter and mostly loot. That's why I play video games. And so I feel like Final Fantasy XIV.
Everybody's like that, I believe.
Focus on the story, and I
comes
don't
to
know
MMO.
if I'm gonna love that.
Oh, and you know what is actually really nice, and this should not go unnoticed about some of these MMOs, is just how active it is. like it's hard to go anywhere in Final Fantasy 14 and not
You're
see other
back?
people, and like there is a lot of built-in interaction you can have in that game.
As far as immersive roleplay, it's really good, and I think they have some difficult PvE content, is what I know about that game.
If I want to be told a story, I'll play a story game, one that respects my time and doesn't want me to pay a subscription. And that's not to say Final Fantasy XIV is made in a way to try and pad things out to keep your subscription. But to me,
Your
it
mom
feels
called
like it
you?
is, because I can go and read a book, and the book tells me a story.
Do chores or
without
something?
any
Help her
fucking
out?
around.
Final Fantasy 14 is a game you can play a lot on your own, though. Like, there are certain parts that you need to do for, so it's like, it's not really the game that needs the most interaction, but it is nice that you go around to cities and stuff, and there's tons of people, and there's, like, I've talked to a lot of people in the game just because I'm kind of a psychopath in MMOs where I talk in public chat all the time. But it's just a game that I've really, really struggled with.
I actually really enjoy. I like tab target combat, so the combat was fun for me. It was kind of what I'm used to. The PvP was awful. Like the PvP was really, really bad. So that part of it sucked. Like that was how like it compares favorably to WoW. And then I played the PvP and I was like, oh, this is terrible.
Just text on a screen. It's a lot of characters poorly animated, like turning around and walking, and you just sat looking at it, and it's like 10 seconds between one character saying something and another character saying something, then the other one turns around, and then you have to go do a very small task, and then you come back and it's the same thing.
I'm fairly certain that there's like this dance club, and they had a rival dance club, and they actually bought a billboard somewhere in the US, and they advertised their Final Fantasy 14 club.
There's
on
so
the
much
highways.
I love
So much
RPers,
rabbit
though.
hole.
Like, I love RPers and MMOs because it's like watching a story event happen. It's so great, but I have not personally fancy Final Fantasy 14. I'm a big fan of it, though. I love it.
You ever been to like a Final Fantasy 14 nightclub at any point?
No, is that similar to, if any World of Warcraft people are out there, a Goldshire Inn party? I'll feel free to cut this part out, but a Goldshire Inn party in World of Warcraft Classic is when a bunch of our peers get together and basically have fake sex in one of the starting towns.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Again, it's not really an MMO to me until much later in the game. I know some people play it like a role-playing thing and whatever. It's probably one of the fairest monetized. It's probably one of the games that have the best free trials. But yeah, it ain't my game. I'd say it's still like an A to S tier MMO because there's so few actual good MMOs. I'd probably go A tier to be honest.
Oh, S plus 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 plus.
Oh, you really plus.
Damn, S++.
I saw Payon's messages. They are S++.
Fairies can't hurt you,
Oh, why'd you say that? Well, in that case,
Where did I put WoW? I put WoW in A tier. It's got to be next to WoW in A tier.
I'd say it's A tier from what I've experienced, but I think that my opinion on Final Fantasy is probably an invalid one because I haven't experienced enough of the game to give like a formulated opinion. It's like I play the game for like maybe 30 hours. That's it.
I'm gonna put them at A tier simply because I don't feel like I can put something at S tier that I haven't played personally.
Seeing as I haven't played the game, this is really tough to do. But because I know that the game is so focused on story, I'm gonna go D tier. I haven't played it. I don't know about its systems. I don't know about its anything. All I know is that it's really focused on story, and I don't love that. So, D tier.
People are going to be really confused why New World's above this. I'm putting it in D.
D?
I actually had more fun with New World than I did with Final Fantasy 14, even though I played Final Fantasy 14 more. But that's only because I was told, like, I was in denial playing Final Fantasy 14. I was like, what am I missing? Like, this has to be great, right? Like, I'm missing something.
It is a solid game. I've heard the in-game raid system is pretty solid. The storyline is pretty solid as well. I'm gonna put Final Fantasy in the B tier as well.
Despite receiving high praise from several content creators, due to some outliers really disliking the game, it's led to it being a B-tier MMO, which I'm sure the comment section will have something to say about.
This is the one that I was worried about. Like, I preemptively talk about, like, oh don't want to piss people off.
Yeah, that's dog shit. Yeah, get that out of here.
That is a game where
that is a game.
It's a game that people have played. I've heard such things about it.
Yeah, Old School RuneScape's great, man. We talked about it like kind of a lot beforehand.
Okay, so you separate the RuneScapes, but you don't separate the WoWs.
But I went for top 10.
All right.
No. Oh, okay. The best RuneScape. Amazing crafting systems. Top tier world design.
I never played Old School RuneScape up until like 4 months ago. I played RuneScape back when it was just RuneScape when I was a child, like way long ago. But from what I remember what RuneScape was and then what RuneScape is now, even Old School is a totally different game. And it's just an S tier game.
Worst graphics imaginable.
You have a 4090 in your computer. Stop playing RuneScape.
All right, Old School RuneScape is one of my favorite games of all time. I love Old School RuneScape. I love how much the developers interact with the community.
It's a very unique game. Like, of all MMOs, I think it is the most unique of the genre. And for that reason, super not for everyone.
But it's one of those games I admire from afar. Don't think it's a game that I would ever really play that much, but I get why it's a beloved MMO.
It's one of those games people religiously swear by. That is a game that. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, did you ever play it as a kid? Because that tends to be what most people did.
Nope. I am not tainted by RuneScape nostalgia. I never played it as a kid. I've never installed RuneScape on my PC.
Old School RuneScape is deceptive as a game. There's so much to it, and it does things no other game does, and it does things that don't even really make a ton of sense. It also has one of the best question systems ever, like the intricacy and how they tell you the story and how you interact with the quests in general.
I love that everything literally has to be voted in by the player base.
The graphics are outdated intentionally.
Oh my god, there are so many better games. Stop playing RuneScape.
But they're outdated, and that's just how it is.
It's like you're grinding it on your Macintosh with dial-up internet. Like that's when you used to play it.
I love the numbers go up leveling system that seemingly no other game on Earth has really been able to replicate what RuneScape has done. That sort of dopamine where you can chop trees for 6 hours and for some reason that's fun.
What are we talking about? Like stop playing it. There's so many better games that have much better systems. Basically everything on this list, New World included. I don't understand why people keep playing. It's absolutely obnoxious. I hate it.
It's essentially an Excel spreadsheet that's got an overlay of what they like to pretend is a game.
There's so much content that you can play for 2,000 hours and then people still say you're at mid-game on an Iron Man.
It's actually on my list. I was actually stuck between trying Albion and RuneScape, and I chose Albion because I was like, oh, what shitty looking game do I want to play that doesn't have graphics? And I was like, I'll go with Albion. But so RuneScape is still on the list.
For a lot of people, it's actually like maintaining bad graphics on purpose. For me and for a lot of Old School RuneScape fans, it's maintaining the feel of the game, which is the important part. But I can see how for a lot of people it's like, oh, bad graphics, I'm not interested. Because as much as graphics don't matter to me as much, it's a part of the game. It's an important part of the game, and I can see that being a turn off.
I think it will always, like, if Old School RuneScape, because of when it launched, it's going to be the first MMO for a lot of people, and that in itself is going to be hard, very hard to dislodge from your best MMO ever. So I think there's a lot of personal entanglement with any best MMO ever.
Very few other MMOs have that much of a grind and have made that much of a grind something you actually enjoy doing. And the reason is because, especially with Old School RuneScape, it's really a second monitor game. If you're playing Old School RuneScape, you're probably playing another game or watching a movie or doing your homework or whatever, right?
Oh, man.
So yeah, when it comes to Old School RuneScape, it's easily one of my favorite games I've ever played, and I still play it to this day.
It's just an amazing game. There's not really a ton you can say about it without getting into the weeds, but Old School RuneScape's just a fantastically made game and supported and cared for by its community in a way that almost no other game is.
So, where do you want to do it?
Oh, it's F. F for fucking dog shit. Yeah.
It's just an S tier game. It's just the best.
I'm gonna give it a. I'm gonna have to. It needs a B at least. I'm gonna put it A tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier. I think RuneScape, and you know what? Put it S tier. Put RuneScape S tier.
A
Steer?
if I'm going personal opinion. A B if I'm going technical opinion. It's just old and outdated, and we need to see newer, better things coming out of MMOs. But the problem is, again, this is a paradox. If I think about newer MMOs, it's all just cash shop, pay to win, spend as much money as possible, and then I look at anything that's older than that, and I'm like, damn, we had it so good. We lived through a golden age.
Okay.
So probably high B tier.
A. I'm almost feeling mean to New World now because like everything's an A and then there's New World.
Elder Scrolls is a B.
Oh wait, ESO. Yeah, Elder Scrolls is B. There we go.
F tier. No, probably S tier. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
It's an S tier for me, man. It's not even close. It'd be right up there with WoW Classic if you were smart enough to separate them. But nope, WoW had to be its own thing, its own big thing. For some reason.
Although 4 content creators ranked Old School RuneScape as S tier, the sentiment wasn't shared across the board, with even one content creator bringing it all the way down to F tier.
Oh my god, there are so many better games! Stop playing RuneScape!
Controversial, I know, but what this meant was that the overall rank of RuneScape got dragged down to an A tier MMO.
Dude, why are the boobs so big in that game? I don't get it. The boobs are huge in that game.
No, I haven't played it in a little while. I haven't played it in probably over a month.
Is, without a doubt, the best free-to-play MMO that is on mobile that I've seen so far.
Can't say I felt super engaged with it. I gotta give it a little bit of leeway given my history because it's technically a Kickstarter MMO.
I really enjoyed Albion Online for about 2 weeks. Because during those 2 weeks, my friends were playing with me, and Albion Online as a cooperative experience is a lot of fun.
Okay, so my background with MMOs is obviously I played basically almost everything at this stage, at least a little bit. Albion Online is a sandbox PvP MMO that I originally covered and backed when it was pre-alpha, like before anyone even really knew what it was. And I think I was one of the first content creators that got a key, even though I had like 10 subscribers on a YouTube channel I never uploaded to.
Albion Online, I think about 90 hours, approaching 90 hours. It don't feel like it. It feels like more than that, though. Not saying 90 hours exactly. Well, I know in some MMO brains, like, oh, it gets good at 1,000 hours. Like, oh, you only put 500 hours, you only put 100 hours in? Oh, that's not even enough to give an opinion on a game. I think that's just a stupid opinion.
It's such a, like Old School, it's a very unique MMO. I know they had RuneScape influences, because it's a very grindy game. It's a real sandbox, like no quests at all. No real like world lore. The game doesn't resonate with me too much.
Albion Online does a lot of things really cool, and there's a reason it's been growing in popularity year on year, and a reason why it's, you know, really successful. But for me, Albion Online is too shallow of a game for what it tries to be for like a hardcore PvP, purely because it's on mobile. Like they just kind of made a lot of design choices that, at least to me, without knowing the inner workings of their company, kind of limit what it could have been as a PC full loot sandbox PvP game.
Yeah, that's like the mobile games basically. I've heard some really good stuff about Albion. It's not really for me.
There's tons of content for, 2v2, 3v3, sort of small group PvP, and then if you want to join a guild or do something like that, you can always go into the bigger Zerg vs. Zerg sort of mass guild on guild PvP.
It's got like a Wish.com version of the Path of Exile tree. It's got a lot of variety, a lot of weapons. They're still working on the game. The devs are pretty cool. I haven't had any interactions with them, but I've seen their interactions with other people, and not just like content creators, and they're pretty decent.
But the problem was, once I was playing by myself, a lot of that fun sort of went away, which is true of any MMO, but I think more so in terms of Albion because of its PvP focus.
But I've heard that the large scale is really good.
It kind of felt like a lot of the time I was gathering just to be able to gather the next thing, not knowing why I wanted to gather the next thing. Because Albion's very, very tiered. In case anyone hasn't played Albion, like it's very cleanly tiered. Like literally tier 1 and above. And like resources are tier 1 and above. Items are tier 1 and above. Weapons, all that.
I don't know. I think the thing that always gets me with Albion Online is how they tie you to your gear, and it was always something that just felt a little weird to me. Like I was like, oh, this is gonna be like Ultima Online, and it's not. It's just really not. It's an interesting game though for me.
I thought I was gonna play it one time, like, oh well, this is BS, but no, something about it actually drew me in.
I like their hardcore systems. The fact that certain zones you go into, you get your ass beat, you get your stuff stolen.
So in general, I think Albion's a well-designed game. I think it merges like PvE players and PvP players pretty well.
I didn't swipe, but yeah, it's pay to win. If you're gonna play that game, you gotta look past the fact that, hey, these people bought their currency, or they got this subscription to where they're leveling faster than you and this and that, so that kind of sucks.
Very easy as somebody who is an adult and has a full-time job to just be like, do I want to, grind for 10 hours to buy this like random, not even high-level set of gear, or do I just spend like $10 and buy it?
I think it's an awesome game. It's an awesome idea. Their crafting system, where basically every item in the game has been crafted by another player, and then when you sell that to the black market, it gets added to the loot pool of monsters in the game. So you kill a monster and you'll get an item that was crafted by another player. It's just super cool. I've never seen that before, so.
I am a sucker for Albion Battlegrounds, the arenas. I love it. I freaking love it.
It's the most fun I've had with PvP in any MMO project. Its PvP was so much fun. And I'm saying this is not a PvPer. It was really, really, really enjoyable.
Albion is not a game I've played personally, but we're going to put it right next to, again, Elder Scrolls, which is, I just want to remind everyone, barely beating a mobile game.
Let's give Albion, as much as I enjoyed it, I kind of want to put it at C.
Wow, worse than Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd put it at C. Let's put her at C. Let's put Albion at C.
Albion and ESO in B tier.
The game's fun to play, but for me, I couldn't play it long term because it feels shallow compared to what I'd want out of like a full loot sandbox game. But I would go A tier with Albion. It's definitely up there. It's a really well made game.
I'd probably say right behind OSRS B tier.
B tier, yeah?
Yeah, which is absolutely shocking and disgusting for me to say, since it's technically a mobile game.
Albion's a solid B for me. I think there's a lot to like about Albion. It's just not like super my game.
I think I'll go B tier with Albion as well. Looking back on Albion, I had a ton of fun when I played it with friends, but unfortunately, if you don't have friends you're playing with, I think it definitely doesn't hold up too well as a solo experience.
Surprisingly, this mobile MMO had a lot of the content creators in agreement, and it averaged out to be a B tier MMO.
I have a funny story about Guild Wars 2. I got permanently banned on Guild Wars 2 back in the day because I was duping items, and they perma-banned me and then made me apologize. And then after I apologized, they unbanned my account, and then I got a refund on it and never played it again. But when I did play the game was good.
It's a very accessible MMO in a lot of ways. You can jump in, you can enjoy different parts of it.
Oh, Guild Wars 2.
Look at that smile.
Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2. I like that game.
Yes. No. Okay, so Guild Wars 2 I'd say is a pretty polarizing game because it's not a game that's going to be for everyone.
I've been playing a ton of Guild Wars 2 recently. They just had a new expansion come out. I haven't got to that part yet, so I haven't even really delved into the new expansion. But once again, like I mentioned with ESO, I love horizontal progression, and Guild Wars 2 probably has the single best horizontal progression that exists on the MMO market currently.
Yeah, that is an interesting one, because I've hardly played Guild Wars 2, but I played Guild Wars 1 a lot as a kid. Guild Wars 1 was the only other MMO I played a lot of as a kid. And Guild Wars 2 is very different. It's super different.
Okay, so I recently dipped my toes into Guild Wars 2, and I've really craved playing it. Throne of Liberty came out, like, right as I kind of started it, which so now I'm, like, torn, and I really like playing Guild Wars 2. I'm actually having a lot of fun with it, and I'm still only in the early levels.
There's so much content in the game. There's so much stuff for people to do. It's not a game that's designed for me and how I play games, because the game's always been about collecting transmogs and horizontal progression and kind of doing stuff for the sake of doing it.
Something about Guild Wars 2 that puzzles me is I feel it deserves more than what it gets. For some reason, it's not like what I could consider in the space a mainstream MMO. Like, I just feel like it should be more popular than it is. Like, I feel like Guild Wars 2 isn't that household name the way it needs to be.
I like it. I know their shop can have some stuff in it. I really hate the key stuff. You get keys, open up chests, and the randomization part of that. Anytime you enter in randomization and monetization, it's kind of, it's a slot machine to me. But I can only go from my experience, and I spent like nothing on it.
People are either going to pick up the game, enjoy it a lot, keep playing it, start discovering all the systems. It's got low hand holding, and people are gonna then like fall in love with what they think an MMO should be. Or people are going to fall into the category of they play the game for a few hours, they just see no appeal to it, they don't understand what they're doing, the story tie-ins are bad, and they kind of fall off the ledge with it.
I will say that the leveling process that I've had in the game so far is the best that I've ever had in an MMO, because like they help me explore the world while I'm leveling up. It kind of encourages me to do quests in new areas, and then that's how I explore the world, and then I go back to the main story again, and then we just keep going. So like, I'm having a really good time with it.
I think Guild Wars 2 has probably one of my favorite worlds, though, of a lot of these MMOs. I think World of Warcraft is my favorite world of Warcraft, and Guild Wars 2 is second.
It can take years, to acquire and collect some of the items that you can in that game. And each expansion adds a lot of like lore and new areas, and there's a sense with Guild Wars 2 that I just want to explore the game that I very, very rarely get with any other MMO. Exploration in Guild Wars 2 feels better.
It's I would say probably the most underrated MMO on this list. I think the right word for Guild Wars 2 is underrated. I don't think it has huge numbers on Twitch unless like, it's like a new expansion coming out. It's an interesting game. Combat, I think is good. I like the action cam on that game. Classes feel good. The professions are interesting. A lot of them are locked behind, expansions, which, it's not the craziest thing these days.
Guild Wars is weird because it's called Guild Wars and there's nothing Guild Wars about the game. It's an odd proposition, especially when you compare it to what Guild Wars 1 was and what I thought the game was going to be. But it's a really well-made game. It has a ton of stuff for a ton of people, and apparently they support the story content really well.
Monetization is fair. I think I had one critique in my video, which people ripped me apart for, but I still stand by it. Inventory space feels a little crappy in Guild Wars 2, and you can purchase more. And they definitely make it feel like you should purchase more. That was one of my main complaints, but the in-game shop and stuff, it's not too excessive. There's not too much pay to win.
It's a very like even keel game. There's not a lot that I don't like about it. There's not a lot that I love about it. like when I think back to anything that stands out, I'm like, does the combat stand out? No, it doesn't stand out as being bad either. It's just like it's very, very solid. So like when I think of Guild Wars 2, I just think solid, like solid game. Not my favorite. Don't hate it.
So, as much as I personally enjoy it, I would still say it's not an S tier MMO, it's an A tier at most.
Yeah, I'd put it in A tier.
I don't have a bunch of experience with like the last fucking 10 years of the game, so it's hard to really say. I'd say from when I played and just knowing how well made the game is, it's definitely like an A tier MMO though.
It's a super middle of the road game for me. Like, I don't think Guild Wars 2 is that special. I don't think it's that bad.
Like, it's okay if your combat is not as good, if the world PvP is just that good. You know what I mean? If you have that many people to play with and you're having that good of a time, the combat matters less, in my opinion. It's an A.
Low B, the lowest in B.
I want to give it a C, but I want to give it a B. Let's give Guild Wars 2 a good B tier. Let's give it a good B tier. It has potential.
Well, what do you think of Guild Wars 2? Because like whenever I hear people talk about it, they almost like, even if they have different levels of enthusiasm, I'm like, you're saying the same stuff as me. The game's like solid. It's a solid game. Like, good job.
Base game, it's definitely a little bit, compared to the expansions, it's like night and day in terms of content. So I'm gonna go A tier. Could definitely be an S tier, and it's almost there. It's top of the A tier, but not quite.
So it seemed that everyone is in agreement that Guild Wars 2 is okay. It's fine, just nothing too special. Not S tier anyway. So it averages out as a A tier MMO, which arguably is pretty good for a okay game.
A tier.
I played a very limited amount. I hated it. I fucking hated that game so much. Jesus Christ. Like, if you took everything I could dislike about an MMO and boiled it down into one game, it would be that.
It's an MMO that felt painful for me to get B-roll for. I tried it. I tried to like it. I was like, it's got this crazy combat system, right? It's a beautiful game, and I just I do not like that game at all.
The most fun game you've ever played for a week, and then it's the most boring game to ever go back into.
Black Desert Online, I have not played. I have not even played 10 hours like you did. But something about that game, it looks like the best combat that I haven't played, if that makes sense.
This will be a spicy one. I think Black Desert Online, I'm going to immediately just say it's an A tier. For personal preference and how I play games, I'd probably put it as an S, just because I love South Korean MMOs. I know most people hate them, but I grew up playing like Chinese and South Korean MMOs, and I love grinding in games.
I'm just gonna say this: Black Desert's current state of the game and the systems that they have it in a really, really, really bad spot. They've ruined PvP in the game. There doesn't really feel like a reason to progress anymore. And the PvE has been really low effort dog shit lately. The developers don't seem to want to listen to anybody, and pretty much everybody is upset with the game. Now, that being said, it is best in genre combat. You just don't have anything to use the combat on anymore. But back in the day, and my experience with BDO, the combat is incredible.
Sorry, that was my wife just phoning me to tell me how shit Black Desert Online is. Black Desert Online, that game's all about the tits. Man, it's such fantastic graphics. I just wish the game, every time I opened it, it didn't convert to thinking I'm Turkish. That's all.
It just never appealed to me. Like, even when I was playing on console and it was really the only other MMO option besides the Elder Scrolls Online, I just didn't want to play it. I think a lot of the pay-to-win stuff I heard about scared me away.
The biggest problem with Black Desert Online is the monetization is tied into every single aspect of the game, and everything's designed to just be worse until you spend money to buy some like random stupid fucking account upgrade for like $30. And because there's so many systems in the game, to have an account that's efficient at doing things, you need to have spent like $1,000 to $2,000 or something stupid like that.
And I'm gonna make people mad at this because I really had a really positive review of the game when I first played it. However, every time I've tried to go back and play it again, I enjoy it less and less. It's a little bit too bloated with items and currencies and information that is required before you even understand what's happening. Like, I just feel overwhelmed every time I play the game. And maybe I'm just stupid, maybe I'm an idiot, but every time I go back to it, I don't know what's in my inventory. I don't know what my character's wearing. It's a really tough game to get back into.
Super grindy, super monetized, super PvP focused.
It's a great game in terms of outfits, graphics, combat. It strikes all the matches, and then like it's got the, in my opinion, best in genre professions. So like life skill wise,
Some of the systems are good, and some of the systems are miserable. So like the way that the main story quest line kind of railroads you away from actually exploring the world is pretty miserable, I'd say. I'd say the character design is fantastic.
They have daily stuff that you have to do. They have login bonuses. Basically, all the stuff I don't like in MMOs exists in BDO, and that's and then like a grind that doesn't feel rewarding.
It's just because I keep making new characters for the fantastic physics of the game. It's real easy. Once you get used to playing with one hand, it's not a bad game.
The world's beautiful. The game engine is a little bit old. The game feels a little bit janky in places. It has a really cool, I think, overplayed combat system. I think a lot of people say it's the best combat system in MMOs, but I don't think that's the case. It's fluid, it's fun, it's cool. But the AI system in the game, the lack of PB in the game.
I think around the time that I was gonna try Black Desert Online is when your video came out and you did your your review, and then I saw the responses. Yeah, that the first impressions from that community, I was like, yeah, let's avoid that one. So, yeah.
So what do you think of the community? What vibe do they give?
Passionate, just passionate. I think that's the best word. I think that's the best word.
the systems are great, well developed. Yeah, they could use an update, but like, let's be honest, you compare them to any of these other MMOs on this list, it's not even close. So like, that being said, my experience with Black Desert is gonna have me put it in the S tier, even though I'm really upset with the game right now.
I don't even know what else to say. F. I hate that game. I hate that game a lot. I actually don't get why it's so popular. Like, I guess it's not that like super popular, but like it has a decent sized player base, and I don't get it. I cannot understand that game's grasp on people.
It does look like fun, thrilling combat, and I think that's what's carried it this long. I'm gonna give Black Desert Online. I think it takes a hit because of the monetization. I'm stuck between B and C. I'm gonna settle on C.
I'd go A. I'll split the difference. I'll say an A.
I'm gonna have to go D tier with BDO. You know, once upon a time, maybe when I had first played the game, I would have said C or B tier even. I was really impressed the first time I played it and was introduced to the world, but you know, now trying to go back to it a few different times, yeah, D tier.
So D tier for I know that like I was supposed to wait for that question, but it's just so, it's a visceral reaction for me for that game.
Graphics are S tier. Some of the mechanics and systems and the questing is D tier. Monetization is ultra predatory. So I'm gonna lean towards C tier.
In terms of funness to play, I would put Black Desert in the D tier, unironically, right now. Like, this is where it's at. Like, I would put it in the D tier in terms of like where it's at in the state of the game and whether or not I want to play it right now. D for fucking done. D for dog shit. But if we're talking about my old experiences in the game, I would put it in the S tier.
So overall, Black Desert Online was partially criticised, with getting mostly negative points put against it, which on average put as a C tier MMO. But hey, at least it's doing better than New World. So there's only 8 MMOs here, and I'm looking at the top 10. And the reason for that is because there's loads of fringe MMOs like Lost Ark, Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars: The Old Republic, EVE Online.
How is Lost Ark a fringe MMO?
Well, numbers are a bit skewed because of bots and stuff. So I thought I would let you pick one to add to the list. So any game whatsoever to add to the list. It doesn't necessarily have to be one that you enjoy. It could be one that you want to shit on to make everyone aware that you think is F tier, it's crap, everyone should know about it. Or one that you think is like a hidden gem, no one's played it for 10 years.
Only
It should be
31%. That is insane,
so,
man.
Okay. Throw it over to you.
It's got to be EverQuest.
Okay.
And there's a reason why.
And where you put it though?
It's gonna. I gotta put S tier, right? Like I can't not.
Nah, I can't even think of one. I'm sure I'll think of a better one later.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about RuneScape 3.
Actual answer? RuneScape 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, can I get into it?
Do you want to hear it first, or do you want to just like it off? Or...
So RuneScape 3, I will put in F tier.
Here's a fun one.
Lost Ark deserves to be on this list. It's not even a question. Lost Ark absolutely deserves to be on this list. Where though is a question. I'm gonna put it. Okay, combat. Because again, I rate things off of kind of combat and graphics. Am I allowed to put one more on this list?
No.
But Throne and Liberty has to be on here. It just came out.
Throne of Liberty is it's relevant because it's new. This is an interesting title. I don't get that MMO feel. Like, it's massive, like it's huge battles, and may I say, it is the best performing MMO I've seen or played. Like, the amount of people that can be on screen, the amount of people that can be in town without you lagging, it needs to be studied. People need to study that. Like, it is insane how good their performance is.
Well, I take it back then. We're taking Lost Ark off the list. Fuck those losers. Anyway, nobody cares. We're gonna put Throne and Liberty in the A tier, below or above Guild Wars 2.
Throne of Liberty is a puzzling one. I think the tab target combat's okay. It's no World of Warcraft, but it's good combat. Very fun combat, I'd even say. Throne and Liberty. Let's put her... I don't want no one to hate me because a lot of people still jaded by that new game experience. I'm stuck between C and D. I think it has a lot of potential, though. I'm going to put it at C.
Okay, right. You want to know how cynical I am? I don't think currently there is the existence of an actual S tier MMO. I don't think in the modern day we have an actual S tier MMO. We don't have one that's got the community behind it. We don't have one that people lose their minds over and lose their entire livelihood to. I think that it doesn't exist currently.
EverQuest to me is an S tier MMO specifically because it was the blueprint for the dungeon type MMO. So when World of Warcraft came in, it was like, here, we're gonna do all these big dungeons and stuff, whether they're instance or not. The blueprint came from EverQuest.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say Dogfall, because again, nobody ever played the game. Dogfall had two versions. It was originally Dogfall Online, then they made Dogfall Unholy Wars. I think Dogfall Online was the better version of the game, but Unholy Wars was cool as well. You can't play it anymore. They shut down. It's gone. It's dead, and probably will never be alive. I think one company is still doing like a licensed version called Rise of Aegon or something, but the people running that are incompetent, and it fucking sucks. And it's not even really. It doesn't even feel like what it originally was. The reason I'm going to do that is because Darkfall Online was so far ahead of its time for what it was, even technologically, that it just deserves to be remembered, and almost nobody does remember this game.
Yes, you had dungeons in Ultima Online as well, but it was an EverQuest specific thing to have these raid bosses and all this stuff. And it's just the blueprint of so much, and it's also one of the games that is the closest tied to the tabletop of Dungeons and Dragons.
If it came out 10 years later, would probably have been appreciated way more than what it was. There was naval combat. It was a massive, huge open world with no load screens where you could have thousands of people in a battle at any time with sieges and dynamic like destruction of buildings and team play. And the game was just the ideal playing with other people game.
It's a game that has withstood the test of time, largely because it focuses on a very simple gameplay loop that has been completely abandoned by MMORPGs. It's kind of the simple go out and grind mobs and work with friends and take on challenges and explore the world, and it has some of the best and deepest lore of any MMO I've ever played.
It was an insanely intricate game, so yeah, that is an S tier for me and always will be, but the game was probably an objective F tier for what the game had in it. It was a fantastic shit game.
Here's a really fun MMO that I can throw in there that I don't know if anyone else has mentioned. They probably have. It's a popular one. Warframe. Very different MMO for like its setting and how it plays. It's like a very like fast-paced, combat-focused one. I really dislike Warframe. I really don't like it.
Star Citizen is 100% a D tier MMO, right?
Do you think this is as good as New World?
Yes. It's got more content. Star Citizen is a D tier MMO. It is not an F tier MMO because, as much as people like to say it, it is not an outright scam. There is a playable product, it's just not a complete playable product, and it probably never will be a playable product.
I really, really dislike Warframe. It's like the missions in the game, which are like kind of like a big core of the game, are so goddamn repetitive. And like grinding is often used as a singular term. Like, oh, grinding's bad. Oh, I like grindy games. Grinding is not one thing. Grinding is not done one way. It is not this behemoth thing. Grinding it comes in many shapes and forms, and the grinding in Warframe is slow and fucking boring. And a lot of the times, this is gonna sound so weird to say given I just praised old school RuneScape so much. It's just grinding for grinding's sake in that game. And I understand how stupid that sounds, and if there's Warframe fans who heard me praise old school RuneScape, they'll be like, what the fuck? Like, that RuneScape is just grinding to get to more grinding. It feels better in that game. I don't know how else to say it. Also, in Warframe, you need to be paying full attention all the time with the grinding, so it just feels extra bad. That said, low D, it's better than Black Desert Online.
But I harbor a deep resentment for what happened to that game after I started playing. I think the release of Necromancy, the constant monetization decisions, the one step forward, two step back sort of situation that happens with the moderators, where they basically put a carrot on a stick out for the fan base. Here's this awesome content that's going to come out, but we won't tell you about all this bad stuff that's going to happen right after. I don't know if you heard about it. There was a big debacle last year called the Hero Pass situation. It was basically a battle pass that they added to the game, which had some pay-to-win elements. Like, you could take on the hardest content in the game easier, because if you had the battle pass, you would deal like 50% more damage with some abilities and stuff. So it's just completely against the community. It's not what anybody wanted, and they actually labeled that in their roadmap as a major update. So everyone was really excited for this major update that we had been hearing about for a long time, and it turned out the major update was a battle pass. You see, I don't actually think RuneScape 3 is like objectively one of the worst MMOs. I've probably played worse ones, but the sort of update cadence that happens with the game leads to such a lack of disrespect from developers to players that it's like they're on two different planets. Like, the developers have no idea what the players want, and the players don't communicate well enough to the developers what they want.
Star Citizen's big issue is they've taken an infinite amount of money. They're still stealing money from people. They're still making you buy random ships and stuff off the store that don't exist in the game.
I'll be back.
It's never leaving alpha. I'll probably
Hold up. Let me change.
What's the name there? Scouting, Scarf. Okay, that's it. Hold up. And sell. Let's double check the price first. Hold up. Fucking cheap. AT. Hold up. Let's see. 60 million. That's good. Oops. There you go. We're back. Where's my video?
Dead before that game's completed. Assuming I live a natural lifespan and don't die of cardiac arrest at some point. Its biggest issue is they are spending so much time dealing with scope creep that they're not actually making something functional. And the most terrifying thing is I work in crypto, and so I investigate into a bunch of games that work in the whole garbage metaverse space where everyone's trying to give their pitch to a bunch of venture capitalists to just try and extract as much money out of them as possible. And it doesn't play like an MMO so much as it does a metaverse world that's tied to crypto. And I wouldn't be shocked within the next 2 to 3 years if it's ultimately fully tied to cryptocurrency in some one way or another.
So there you have it, the ultimate MMO tier list from some of your favorite content creators. Is it what you expected?
Cat, what do you think about this tier list? Yeah, RuneScape 3's in the bottom because of me.
This is why Mom doesn't fucking love you!
Yeah. EverQuest in the top, I know, isn't that impressive? OG EverQuest. It's a good list.
I swear, if freaking EverQuest is anywhere like on the bottom of this tier list, I am sending a cease and desist to this damn British dog. Bullshit. Starting out strong with the RuneScape at F. Warframe, okay. New World, Star Citizen, sure. D. What the hell? Okay, Elder Scrolls Online is a C? That's Black Desert Online, Throne and Liberty. Wait, Throne and Liberty okay, okay, we got World of Warcraft, we got old school RuneScape. This is all okay. This is so far we're good. Yes, you mother. I don't know how much I can cuss on this channel. No, but yes, probably because I was only a vote. But still, it counts.
All right, let's see where this MMO tier list actually ended up as. I'm excited to see this, Saw Man.
What is it?
What the fuck is a Darkfall?
Okay, let's take a look at what the other MMORPG experts, not my cat, apparently, she's got something to say about this. Let's see what the other experts had to say about the MMORPG tier list. EverQuest at S rank. What the fuck? Is this a tier list for boomers? What the fuck?
Oi.
Dark
Say that. That's not true. That's not true. Oh, I'm sorry. I must. Are you having a laugh as well? Because I don't want to hear it.
Darkfall S tier, forever cemented as an S tier MMO that nobody else has ever heard of. Got him on that one. World of Warcraft, Old School RuneScape, Guild Wars 2 at A rank, all perfectly reasonable. B rank, Final Fantasy 14, Albion, Throne and Liberty. Feels kind of dirty, to be honest, to put Throne and Liberty with those other two games, but it is what it is. Recency bias, we all got it. Elder Scrolls Online at C rank. I'm going to have to bump that one a few down for me, but I understand that some people have very poor taste in games. Black Desert Online, C rank again. I don't even disagree with this, even though I said in mine the Black Desert Online would be high, but it's because I have a bias towards Korean grinders. New World D rank, I think I did New World dirty on this one, to be honest, a little bit, because the game does have some good things going for it, but at the same time, the game is also, at least the old version, who knows about the new one, I can't really say, at least the old version just had literally no content, so there was not even really a game there to rank above anything like a D. Star Citizen D, game doesn't exist, should have been an F. Warframe, not really an MMO, it is what it is. RuneScape 3, dog shit. Good list.
Darkfall in S tier. Ugh, I bet you kiss girls in your spare time, you fat.
A massive thank you for watching. If you got this far in the video, you are a star. I want to give a shout out to all the content creators who took part today. And obviously, if you want to see more content like this, let me know in the comment section below. Maybe leave a like so that I know if you want to see more collaborations. But with that, I'm going to end the video there, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Oh, it's only here. Move. Don't strike.
Oh, let's watch this.
All right, after playing Ashes of Creation, I have a lot of opinions. I've spent the last 3 days, all day, every day, playing this game. Once before it actually launched the alpha, it was like a pre-alpha alpha, and all of that progress was wiped. Then 2 more days where my progress actually carried over each day. Yesterday was the first real Alpha 2 day, and it was a mess. But then today, with just 1 day of fixes under their belt, it was significantly better. Now, I was contemplating what kind of a video to make here, because you could make a rage-filled hate video and be completely justified in making that video. But you could also make a fanboy video talking about the things that you love. And my goal is for this video to be neither of those things. I just want to talk objectively about what Ashes of Creation is today, where it's really at. Is it living up to Stephen Shreve's promises? Is it worth the money that you have to pay to get into the alpha right now? And is this going to be the next Star Citizen that is perpetually unfinished? Before this video's over, I'm going to answer all those questions for you. As is common with MMOs, I'm seeing 2 types of personalities playing this game right now. You've got your toxic positivity players and you've got your toxic negativity players, right? And so the toxic positivity players, every single time you say anything about the game that isn't positive, they're like, but it's alpha. It's alpha. They refuse to listen to any critique of the game without saying, but that's what an alpha's for. Yes, but an alpha is also for giving feedback. And so in this video, I'm going to give feedback. So let's talk about what Ashes of Creation is right now. And I'm going to start off with, is it worth the price tag to get into the alpha, right? I think they're selling keys right now for something like $125. And the answer is definitively no. It is not worth $125 for most people. This game is unfinished. It's buggy. The level cap's 25. The questing experience is incredibly lacking right now. I mean, it's sort of there, but there's literal AI voice acting as placeholders for the quests, or at least I'm assuming they're placeholders. They're really rough. And mind, the questing system right now is super janky. In fact, most of the game is super janky. It is not a $125 game right now. In fact, I can't really think of a single game that is a $125 game, right? So it's easy to say, no, this is not worth the money to get into it. It's also not worth $60 right now, and it's definitely not worth $30, right? It's just not close enough to being finished to justify charging someone for this experience. I think most players are going to get in and play it for a weekend, maybe two, and bounce off of it. Now, like I said, that's true for most players. There is definitely an audience for this game. If you liked Lineage, if you liked Arcade, a lot of what was great about those games is here, and I can see it. It's not all functioning the way that it needs to, and it's certainly not functioning as smoothly as it needs to, but I can see what Steven's trying to do here. I can see, you know, in the distance, I can see where the fun is. Now, if you're watching this video, you love MMOs. So here's another MMO that's completely free to try and is the sponsor of today's video. Tarsland Season 1 is released. New players can complete a quick series of quests to catch up to the community in no time. This helps all the new players get into the brand new content right away. And if you're new to the game, don't worry. It features a fantastic mentorship system and guild system that makes teaming up anytime, anywhere easier than ever, so that you can always find someone to jump in and adventure with. This season brings with it brand new scenarios and 5-player dungeons and 10-player raids. In Tarsland, each class has a flexible and extensive talent tree system that can be freely customized for all types of battle scenarios. Create a build that's unique to you or follow someone else's. The choice is yours. So grab your friends and team up for an adventure. Explore this massive fantasy world and complete quests for epic rewards. Whether you prefer to play on PC or mobile, this game has you covered. Party with your friends at home or when you're stuck out on the road. Cross-platform capabilities makes this seamless. So what are you waiting for? Try Tarsland out now. It's completely free, so you've got nothing to lose. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen now to start your next great MMO adventure. Thanks for listening. Now let's get back to the video. And in fact, over the last 3 days, the first day I had a decent time. The second day, which was the first launch day, the servers were just so awful. I had a horrible time. If I would have made this video yesterday, it would have been way more negative than it's going to be today, because I was running into the age-old problem that group-based MMOs have, where the developer says, no, I want people to group when they play this game, and therefore I'm going to make the single-player experience really unrewarding and really inefficient, right? So you're sitting there, you're grinding away, and you're making almost no progress as a solo player. And the first day, that's what I was doing. I got into a group for a little bit. Our group was making good progress, it was going well, and then the group disbanded, and for whatever reason, I was just having no luck getting a group after that. I was a level 5 bard. Bards are great for any group, but you know, my shouts were just going into the void when I was talking into global chat. It was just happening that way. And I heard this problem for a lot of people, and it started to remind me of the negative experience of group-based games and why so many MMOs have chosen to move away from that. I was waiting for a group and I couldn't find one, but I knew this is a waste of time. I could be leveling 3 or 4 or 5 times as fast, getting way better rewards, killing way better mobs if I was in a group, but I'm not. And so that reminded me of playing Lineage way back in the day. I'd sign on. My guild was big enough for maybe 3 groups, depending on the night. But if there was already 2 groups formed and there was only a couple other people on, you didn't have enough people to make a 3rd group. And so that night, you literally didn't play. You just kind of went and soloed somewhere and to try to maybe get a little bit of experience, but you knew you weren't getting anything serious done that night. And I can already tell that in the way Ashes of Creation is currently designed, it's going to have that leftover player problem in 2 ways. It's going to have that problem for the people that are the 3rd or the 4th man to sign on that night after the group's already been formed, or it's going to have that problem for the late starters, the people that don't start the game on day 1, but they start it 2 months later, because Ashes of Creation has 0 incentive for alts that I can tell so far. The population is going to do nothing but get higher level, and the earlier zones are going to get empty, right? Because there's no incentives to go back and party with low-level players. In fact, you can't. You won't get any experience if you bring them along to kill high-level mobs. And so this is going to be one critique of this game that I'm going to offer to Ashes of Creation right now, and that is to start thinking of a solution to this problem. Your lower-level players that don't start right away with everybody else are going to have a really rough time catching up to everyone. 1, because leveling is so slow, and 2, because it's so much slower when you're solo, and the game isn't really designed with a solo player in mind. In fact, it's designed to push you into groups. And so those people that start later and have no choice but to solo, they're going to be experiencing what is an intentionally unpleasant experience by the devs because the devs wanted you to group. But the problem is there's no one else to group with after everybody moves on because nobody's really making alts in a game that takes this long to level. Once you start a character and you commit to it, you're not going to want to make an alt. I mean, right now in the alpha is a good example. It takes 100 hours to level. And sure, some people in the alpha are going to be making other characters to try them out, you know, because in the first 10 levels, you're not losing that much if you decide to switch. I mean, you kind of are because it takes so, I'm level 8. I mean, the leveling is, I would say it's probably too slow for alpha right now because of how temporary what we've acquired is. I know they're trying to stretch this experience out and try to get testing time on each level, but I still feel like the leveling is too slow. Like, I was actually having fun. Tonight, I got into a group and we were running around finding good spots to farm mobs, and it took me back to my old MMO days where you go, you find the spot, you post up, you pull the mobs, you get that rotation going, you see the XP coming in real nice and good, and we were having a good time. But after 3 days of that, I'm already starting to feel the burnout because I'm just level 8. I don't have nearly enough to show for my time invested, and I don't have nearly enough time to justify putting 100 hours into getting the last 17 levels here, right? I'm level 8, you can go to 25 right now. So I think asking people to spend 100 hours to get to 25 is way too much, but that's just me, and that's something that can be easily changed if they decide, you know, too many people are falling out because progression is just infinitely too slow. Now let's dive into the specifics of the game, and let's talk about the most important topic in any MMO for most players, and that's going to be the combat, right? And the combat in this game, I'm playing as a bard, and by the way, just shout out to the bard. I really like the way this class is designed so far. I've been really enjoying it. I feel like I'm an asset to the team with my group-wide buffs. It's got a really nice range to it. I put out really decent damage while I'm soloing in early levels. I've got some heals that I can use on myself or on my allies, and I can replace the cleric if the cleric dies, or if the cleric leaves for a little bit, or if we don't have a cleric because we couldn't find one, I can kind of pinch heal. I found the bard to be really satisfying to use. The combat with the bard was fun. I was having a really good time on this class, so I'll say the combat in this game is really fun. It's not your high APM modern day MMO rotation. Like, if for you the funnest part about an MMO is memorizing a 2-minute rotation and then repeating that as fast as you can, this isn't the MMO for you, right? This isn't going to be that MMO. It's more about deliberate strategic choices. There's a lot of movement while you're in combat. If you stand still while you're in combat, you're going to be punished for it. There's going to be a poison pool placed under you at some point, and these things don't hurt a little. It's not going to just take 5% of your health a second. It's going to take 40% of your health a second if you stand in it, right? So you've got to be moving, you've got to be on it. And so the challenge comes from positioning and from keeping group members alive, and less from memorizing a 2-minute rotation of 17 different abilities. I'm someone that played Lineage 2, one of the games that this is very much based off of, and I loved that game. I loved the combat and the strategy involved in the combat for that game. It was fun, it was simple. It's a lot more similar to classic WoW than it is modern WoW, in that each skill has a place and a purpose, and it excels really well at that thing, and so you end up being highly rewarded for using the right skill for the right situation. And I'm going to try to mix the good in with the bad here so that this video isn't all the pros and then ending on all the negatives. So you might notice me going back and forth between items here, where I say a good thing and then a bad thing about the state of the game right now. And one of the bad things about the combat is it is a laggy mess. The servers are nowhere near what Steven needs them to be, what he's dreaming that they'll be. He has made the time-honored mistake that every Kickstarter MMO makes of promising 250 v 250 battles and saying he wants 500 v 500 battles. And I laughed when he said it the first time, and I'm gonna laugh every time he says it because it's just not gonna happen. So right now, when there's nowhere near that many people in an area, the server starts to really struggle. So this game is a long way, and the combat is a long way from being able to support the large-scale battles that he is trying to sell right now. That kind of leads into another con for the game at the moment, and that is that the live streams that you've been maybe peeking in on, you've seen other content creators feature in their videos that make it look like the game is in a certain state. I think the thing that I now understand is that those were advertisements. Those are not where the game is. Those are advertisements to the people watching them. This is what we hope the game will look like one day. This alpha looks nothing like those videos that we have seen in the Ashes of Creation's live streams. The graphics don't look look as good as they do in those streams. You know, the weather effects aren't there like they were in those streams. The systems aren't there, and the performance certainly isn't there. What you're seeing in the live streams and what is being played in this alpha are two completely different things. Now, speaking of graphics, this one definitely has some good and some bad. The game is gorgeous, but also it looks like it's Unreal Engine 3 or 4 and not 5. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'll look at pieces of the world, I'll be looking out at the landscape, and from a distance you can see this, you've got this huge draw distance and the game looks gorgeous. But also if you look at your own character, you look kind of awful. And this is really weird because, again, what we were seeing in the live streams was gorgeous, and then you get into the game and it's just not, right? And so they're building one version of the game that they're showing to us, and they're building another version of the game that we're actually playing here. And the two just don't look the same, or at least in my mind's eye, they don't. I don't know if they've had to lower the graphics to try to make the game playable by more players, or if it's just the result of them being in development for 8 years now, and everything that used to look amazing is starting to look dated and less impressive because it was amazing when we first saw it. But now all the other games are starting to leapfrog this game in terms of technology and graphics that this thing's offering. Or it could just be an alpha thing, you know, and that would make total sense too. I can already hear some of you guys typing on your keyboard, the graphics are bad because it's alpha. That's true. The graphics are the last thing that are going to get polished when you're making an MMO. They're the least important thing when it comes to testing all the systems. I get that. And my point is just that it doesn't look as impressive as what we were shown in the live streams. It's very different. But on the positive note, there's only a couple MMOs that I just truly enjoy walking around in that are just really well crafted. They've got verticality, and as a result, they've got good exploration. And one of those is WoW. Back in its day, and even today, still, they do a really good job with zone design in World of Warcraft, like top notch. You've got verticality, you can fly up to high places, fly down in low places. Their new expansion, you can fly into this cave system, and that's where the expansion actually takes place. Like, they do a really good job with zone design in WoW. They also did a pretty good job with the zone design in New World, in my opinion. It was a nice, big, seamless world. You could run across it from one end to the other, and you're gonna be seeing pretty gorgeous views, vistas, structures the whole way, right? Lots of memorable moments if you traverse that world. And to Ashes of Creation's credit, you can tell someone has been in there handcrafting every inch of this world. Like, this game is so dense with beautiful moments, with rock formations, structures, just views, horizons, bridges, like, and they've put so much work into making the world beautiful. I really appreciate that handcrafted feel that this game has right now. I hope that we continue to see that. And we're right now, if we open up the map and we look at this map, which is also horrible, this map is just super janky and kind of a mess. Like, what is this? Why does it look like this? And you hit this point and then it zooms in again while you're zooming out, but now it's a lower resolution. Like, this whole map just needs to be improved a lot. It's a horrible user experience right now. But if we look at this map, we zoom out and you look at this, and this world is really big. I haven't timed yet how long it takes to run from one side to the other, but it's a long run. It's a really big. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different node systems right now. You can go into any of those and work towards them, kill mobs, try to level up that node, and there is a lot of room in there. You'll run into other groups of players trying to find mobs to kill, and all the best spots are starting to be filled out by the most active guilds, you know, they're finding them, they know where they're at, or they already knew where they were at, and they're posting up in those spots. And so you're already starting to see guilds claim leveling areas, and the more powerful people, you know, asserting their dominance, taking the best spots, and the more casual players then being forced to go and level in the inferior spots, right? But all that to say, this map is massive, and this is just a sliver of what the full game is supposed to be when it launches, which is pretty impressive. I can't wait for another alpha where we spawn into a different starting zone in a different biome and experience a new area. I don't know how many times I'm going to be able to come back and redo this one, if that's something they're going to be expecting us to do, because if I ever manage to get to 25 in this alpha, I don't see myself wanting to do it again. It's just such a grind. It is, especially given that it's got that old school leveling system where you go to a spot, you kill the same mobs over and over as they respawn until you get enough experience to level. As for the questing, I kind of touched on it in the intro of this video. It is not great. It needs a lot of work. I don't know if they're gonna try to tell a compelling story experience, but I think this world's capable of it. I mean, the world itself is beautiful. The lore that I've read on their Twitter sounds really interesting. And so I know this world is capable of telling a really interesting story. I'm just not sure if they're going to try. I think that the game would have a lot more mass appeal if they did, but then also I know they want to try to avoid the whole, here's your quest chain that you follow from 1 to max level as a solo player. Like, they really don't want to do that in this game, and I'm fine with that. I don't need every MMO to have that, and I kind of like the idea of this game not having that, because all the existing big MMOs already do. And I think they should stay true to their vision of making this the next Lineage, where, you know, it's more group centric, but I do think they have to go back and figure out, okay, but how do we fix the onboarding process for new players once the population has moved on? I remember going to Dion, it's a town in Lineage 2, and I think it was like a level 20 town, I want to say, and it was a ghost town. I mean, it was dead once the population had moved on from there. At the very beginning, it was littered with crafters, merchants, everything, but then if you went there later on in the game's life cycle, it was just dead. Same with all the leveling zones, except for the bots, which littered that game. There were bots everywhere, and you could see them in every inch of the game, but seeing all those bots never felt good. It felt awful, because it just kind of made you feel like, why am I spending my real life time, my most important currency in this world, my time, to level a character that someone else is just botting up while they're out having fun with friends or family or doing literally anything else. So the state of the questing in the game right now is not good, but I think they know that. I think everybody knows that. It's very much a placeholder. I don't think this is a surprise to anybody. So I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the state of questing in the game right now. It's janky. It's unintuitive. It's for some reason really hard to follow, even though the quests are really simple. And I think that's all just UI. The UI for all the quests could be a lot better. The way they list what you need to do for the quest could be a lot more clear and concise. And then the map, if this map wasn't so egregiously low budget, like, it just feels rough, man. I hope that they put a lot of work into improving the map and polishing the map sooner than later, because it's such an important part of an MMO. There's a lot about it that I like. I like that you can see the terrain, the areas. I like how much detail is on the map. But also, it's just, I don't know, something about it is also really just, I don't know, it's not great. Now let's talk about the group play. The group play, I would say, is one of the shining spots in this game. For me, knowing what it was, I was fully expecting to get on, find a group, and fill a role in that group. And I chose Bard so that I could get a lot of time in a group and have an informed opinion about what it's like to group up and play with other people. And it was fun. I had a lot of fun. In fact, this was my favorite part of it. I ended up finding some people to play with. They invited me to their Discord. We chatted about the game and our experiences in it while we were playing, and it just felt like the old days. And that's one of those experiences you don't get in Final Fantasy. You don't get in WoW. You don't get that in ESO. You don't get that in Guild Wars. You don't get that anywhere anymore. That, hey, come join our group, and here's our Discord. Hop in so that we can communicate. And like, it just happened so naturally, instantaneously, and none of us questioned it, right? Like, because the game is built around that experience, and so it does well. I had a good time leveling with these people. I had a good time on the Bard. It felt like everyone had a role to fill, and having each person in the group was making the group better, right? There was a lot of class and role identity. The tanks were tanking, and it would have been immiserable without them. The DPS were making it much more efficient. The healer was keeping the tanks alive. I was keeping everyone's mana topped off, and I was pinch healing whenever someone started to drop low. There was a purpose for everyone, and it felt like everyone was contributing in a significant way. Now, if I'm being honest, is this group experience going to be for everyone? No. No, it takes a very specific type of MMO player to love this group experience of finding a group, first and foremost, not being queued into one, right? You've got to find one. As I mentioned, that first day, I wasn't having any luck, and it was really taking me back to all the downsides of the old school MMO. You can't find one. Now you've got a solo, but the solo experience is inefficient and unrewarding, and so you're not having a good time, right? And so this group experience is not going to be for everyone. And then on top of that, the fact that you're not queuing into a linear dungeon, you're standing in an area where mobs respawn around you and pulling them and killing them as they respawn. It's very repetitive, and your group can make it as exciting or relaxing as they want to based on how fast they're pulling, right? And how many mobs they're pulling at a time every time. And that's one of the things I like about it, is it's kind of a choose your own difficulty activity. You can make it as intense as you want. You can have someone chain pulling mobs while the group's knocking them down, or you can pull one at a time. As for the PvP, I think the PvP experience right now is going to be really hit and miss for people. One, because the game's not balanced. It's not even close to balanced. And even if it was, the servers can't really handle that kind of interaction in a real good way. Like, it's just way too laggy. The people that are lagging the least, the people that who spells and heals actually land, because that's the thing right now. Sometimes you cast a spell on a mob, or you cast a heal on an ally, and the server just doesn't notice, right? And so it doesn't go through. You cast it, the animation plays, but the other half of the equation just never happens. So PvP right now, it's probably not going to be the most enjoyable experience, except for the most devoted hardcore PvPers in the world that will PvP through any type of issues that they might be experiencing. Now, before I talk about whether or not this is going to be the next Star Citizen, who do I think this game is for? I think this game is definitely going to be, assuming this game finishes, right? Like, if we assume that it comes even remotely close to delivering what Steven has been promising from the beginning, that it will be a game that if you're someone that enjoys Throne and Liberty, or if you're someone that feels like you would have enjoyed Throne and Liberty if it wasn't pay to win, you're gonna love this game. If you're someone that enjoyed Arcade, if you're someone that enjoyed Lineage 2, right, you're gonna love this game. It's made for you. It's got the same open world PvP, the same open world grinding. I think this game's success, assuming that Steven's able to finish this game, because he's also guilty of a lot of, like, there's so many systems that he's wanting to put into this game that are just not necessary for launch. They could easily be expansion 1, we had this content. Expansion 2, we had the shipping. In expansion 3, we had the boat raids, right? That should all be, in my opinion, that should all be expansion content. Just get the base game working, because it's so far from working, and you're already 8 years into development. If he's really gonna stick to waiting to release this game until he's got all of that stuff in here, this game's not gonna be done before 2030. It's got at least 4 years left in it. It's not even close. I mean, those systems aren't even close to being ready, right? They're still a twinkle in somebody's eye. For example, this weekend, the queue wasn't even working properly. Like I mentioned, your basic attacks aren't even registering sometimes, and the most simple quests are bugging out, and a lot of the game just feels really janky right now, right? This game is still a long way from being done, but despite all of that, I'm having fun. Like, I had a really good time today playing this game. And so I think that they are really onto something. I think they're doing a good job. I don't know if they just need more people or better people working on this game. You know, maybe rather than saying better, but more experienced people, because this game is just, there's some areas of this game is so far from being acceptable, considering that it's 8 years into development. Yes, it's alpha, and so we can excuse any problem the game has under alpha if we want to, but I won't, because it's also 8 years into development, right? You know what other game also the community says, oh, but it's alpha, they're gonna fix that in the next patch? Star Citizen. How's that going for them? That game isn't out. That game's raised $730 million. It's not finished. It's not even close to finished. You still can't do basic quests in that game because they bug out. You can't fly a ship without it breaking something. It's not a game yet. It's a lot like the state of Ashes of Creation right now, where you can see the vision, and at times while you're playing it, you can feel that vision, like it's almost there. Oh, this would be so fun if the whole game just worked the way they want it to. Right? That's Star Citizen. That's where Ashes of Creation is right now. Now, will Ashes of Creation be the next Star Citizen? This is a really tough one for me to answer. I think if Steven reins in his scope for the launch of this game and stops promising 500 v 500 battles, stops promising 250 versus 250 battles, right? And makes more realistic promises to people, starts reining in. I know that it's harder to sell the game when you're selling reality instead of fiction, but just rein in those promises, then yes, I think that if he tries to set realistic goals and then tries to accomplish realistic goals, this game has a much better chance of being real than Star Citizen. If he continues to sell these bigger than life goals for this game, 500 v 500 battles, no, that's never, I don't think that's ever going to happen in this game. I don't think I mean, the character creator that he showed us that was so impressive 2 years ago, it's not in the game right now. I mean, and the character creator that is in the game is unapologetically bad. It's just awful, right? Your character, everybody's characters look pretty much awful, right? There's not a lot of, what happened there? Why did they show us something that looked so good, but then they're like, now try the game, and that's not there? Again, I don't understand, unless that was an advertisement to get you to buy into the game, as opposed to an example of, hey, this is what we've developed so far, right? And so I think that's why you have to look at these live streams now as an advertisement, if we're being honest. They're advertisements. They're not what they've done for the game so far. They're ideas for what they want to do for the game in the future, someday. At least that's how it appears, because so much of what they've showed on their live streams is nowhere to be seen in this alpha. The game does have crafting. The crafting system seems serviceable. It's your usual, go hit that tree, collect that material, go to that bench, refine that material, maybe turn it into something else. It's very group oriented, where you're never going to be able to do all the things you need to do to create a really good item. You're going to need help from someone else and someone else's expertise and their crafting to get some of the ingredients you're going to need to finish your crafting, right? It's very intentionally made to kind of help everybody rely on each other a little bit more. The crafting system is fine. I'm not someone that gets big into crafting. As much as I always think, man, I would love a good crafting game, I don't anymore. I've chopped down too many trees in too many different games. It's not novel to me anymore to mine rocks or to collect flowers or to chop down trees. It's just something that I am the type of player. I'll let somebody else do that, and then I'll take the rewards I've got from killing mobs and I'll use that money to buy whatever the crafters are making. And that's great. I mean, everyone should be able to play the game they want to play. And if you like crafting and you like gathering, heck yeah, power to you. Somebody's got to do it, and it ain't gonna be me. So that system seems like it's fine right now for the alpha. That system was okay. I didn't interact with it a whole lot, but I did some basic crafting, some basic collecting and gathering. What do I think the biggest problems are with the game right now? The things they need to solve first and foremost, I would say, I think it's definitely gonna be server performance. Their code is not great right now. This game is running worse than any other MMO on the market at the moment, and it's not even close. And that's saying something, because there's some MMOs out there that don't run great, right? That's just where this game's at right now. The servers are performing worse than any other MMO on the market right now. I think in the short term, we're going to see server performance improve as players get bored of the alpha and move on, but it's really going to be up to the developers to fix it in the long term before the actual launch of the game. All in all, I've played this game all day for 3 different days, and I had a lot of fun, particularly when they fixed the queue. And that's another thing I want to give them credit for. The first day, the queue was a mess. The queue was broken. It literally wasn't working. I couldn't get back in. It was saying random numbers constantly. It wasn't counting down. And you would think a queue would be pretty simple to program, but I don't know anything about it. But it's like when the person in front of you leaves, like your number goes down 1, right? It seems like it would be easy, but it was a mess. It wasn't working, and some unfortunate people were stuck in an infinite queue where like you just couldn't get into the game. Some piece of the zone crashed, and everybody that was there was now stuck right in this queue forever. And I was one of those unfortunate people. And so I was, like I said, I was really unhappy about the game and the state of the game. If I would have made the video yesterday after dealing with that all day, it would have been a very different video. Today I got on and I had a great time. I had a lot of fun leveling my character. I found a good group of people to play with. And today was basically the day that the developers dream their players will have. That's the day I had. I got on, I knocked out a couple quests, I found a group, I played with that group. I got into the Discord with them. I made some friends and we had a great time. They were a good group of guys, really friendly. We were chatting, laughing, doing, you know, it's exactly the moment the developers are hoping will happen when they design this game. And it happened very naturally. So I think they're onto something. I think this game could be great. It is not great right now. It's in alpha, right? It's in the name, it's in alpha, and so I wasn't expecting it to be great. I wasn't expecting it to be perfect. But if I played this game for 3 days and my only feedback, Ashes of Creation, was, oh, it's pretty rough, but I know you're working on it, it'll be great, that would be useless feedback for the developer. Absolutely useless. You need to tell them what you don't like. Report the bugs you find. I reported some bugs, but you need to give them feedback. Oh, I liked this. I didn't like this. This seems too unrewarding. This seems like it takes too long. This seems like it's too punishing. This UI is not great. These quests are bad. This voice acting is terrible. It better be a placeholder, right? There's a lot of feedback that they need to hear. So I urge you to give them that feedback. I've covered a lot of Kickstarter MMOs on this channel, a lot of scam Kickstarter MMOs on this channel. One of my most popular videos is about Kickstarter MMO scams, right? This game doesn't feel like one of those. It doesn't feel like a scam. This is actually happening. This feels like a game that is actually being made. There are people actually trying to make something awesome here, and there are resources being put towards making that a reality. I can say those nice things about this game, but also tell you it is not worth 125 bucks right now, and it's not worth the 250 that early adopters paid for alpha access. Now, as for the UI, my character screen is okay. I love the amount of detail that we're able to get from the character screen. A lot of games make you install add-ons to see all of these stats and these breakdowns like this. So I appreciate the level of detail they're giving you access to. It does look surprisingly low budget. I think this could use a lot of work visually. The map, I think, needs the most work. It's something about it that's kind of janky, and I can't put my finger on what it is or why it is. It's just lacking a lot of polish, I think. And then lastly, this game does not have fast travel right now. As far as I can tell, there's not really, you can't like decide, oh man, I want to go group with these people over here and just teleport there. So for instance, when we were grouping up today, there was people that had to run from this part of the map up to this part of the map to meet us, and it took, I don't know, it was literally just 15 to 20 minutes of standing there waiting for the group to assemble up here because there wasn't fast travel. And what is gained by removing fast travel and what is lost by removing fast travel, and is it worth it? Is what you're gaining by making people spend 30 minutes standing in town waiting for the group to get there worth it? Hey, are you gaining? Is that friction adding more positive than negative? I don't think so. I think that they need to do something where you can fast travel freely when you're not at war. You can fast travel to places that you've been before. There just needs to be easier movement around the map, in my opinion, especially since this is just a fraction of the map. The game's only going to get infinitely bigger. And so I don't think this lack of fast travel is going to fly in the long run. If there is a fast travel system and I'm missing it, just let me know in the comments below. One of the positives of this game that I definitely want to touch on is the skill tree. The skill tree was really interesting. You know, they definitely tried to give you options as you were leveling up. You could choose which songs you wanted or not wanted to spec into, or you could choose to spec into all of them. You can choose offensive abilities, defensive abilities. Like, it felt like there was real choices I was making here, and more than one of them seemed like a fun choice, an effective choice, and I really appreciated that. As of right now, I can respec anytime I want. I don't know if that's just because it's alpha or if that's how they want the game to be in the final product, but I really enjoyed being able to respec on the fly. If I happened to join a group with another bard, which happened more than one time, I could spec into different songs than he was spec'd into. And in a system where you're not able to respec, you wouldn't have that luxury. You would just be like, well, we're screwed, you know, because we both happen to pick the songs that everybody's gonna want, instead of assuming that we would be the off bard, the second one to join the group, and so we need to bring the other songs. So part of me hopes that respecing easily will be a permanent fixture in this game. Interestingly, there's also a skill tree for your weapon, and you can choose, you know, trigger deadly finisher chance is increased by 10%, and then you can hold shift to see an advanced tooltips. I really appreciate when games have this feature where you press a button and every word that you might not know pops up and it tells you what those words are. Thank you, Ashes of Creation, for including this. This should be the norm in games, and in fact it is. You're seeing this in AAA games all the time now. and I love it. I love this trend. I think every MMO should do this. Every game should do this, period. Where if you've got a word in a sentence and I don't know what it is, it's going to make it exponentially harder to learn how to play your game. So credit where credit's due. That's awesome. I love the way they implemented it. It tells me deadly finisher, a finisher that deals additional damage and triggers additional deadly finisher effects. And then below that, since it said finisher, it's telling me what finisher is. Finisher, the final hit of a standard weapon combo chain, triggers weapon combo finisher effects. So very nice. I like that. So you've got this skill tree. This UI is great. I'm fine with it. It's very passable. And then there's even a stamina skill tree, interestingly enough. So, you know, I spec'd into being good at running away while in combat. Fine, that's great. It saved my butt once when the party went down. You know, the tanks and the healer went down. The rest of the group had no choice but to run. You know, I didn't get that XP debt. And then it's got my skill book where it's just basically lists all the skills that I could or do have. And that's nice. That's fine. This whole UI, I think this isn't a great place for being in alpha and the state of alpha that it's in right now. I really enjoyed all of this. So my feedback there is well done. This is well made. I like the idea behind it. I like what you're doing. Keep going with this. As for the node system, it's too early to tell or have a real opinion on how this is working so far. As far as I can tell, I haven't really seen any significant changes come about from any of the nodes. I think one of the nodes you can have like improved blacksmithing leveling rate because the node chose to spec into that, and another one is like alchemy leveling rate. You level a little bit faster. So pretty minor zone-wide buffs from leveling up those nodes. So I don't have a lot of feedback on that system yet. We're only 3 days in. Something like that takes longer to develop. This is going to be a niche game for a niche audience. So just like Steven always said, it's a PvP centric game, so it's for the PvPers out there. For the people that just wish they had a PvP MMO that was good, that wasn't pay to win. Unfortunately, the only people that make PvP centric MMOs really are the Korean developers, but they always make them pay to win. And I'm one of those people where I just can't be bothered. I'm not going to fight against somebody else's credit card. I could blow $3,000 on a game and buy the best gear and buy the best weapons and then crap on everyone. That wouldn't be satisfying to me. Neither is it satisfying to not buy that stuff and then lose to them in a fight, right? And so I'm just not interested in that. And so Ashes of Creation is going to be for all the people that want a PvP centric MMO that isn't pay to win. That's basically how it sold itself to this point. And if this game ever finishes, right, and that's a big if still, because of the amount of scope that they want to have in this game. There's so many unnecessary systems to get the core game functioning that they want to have in here before it launches. If they rein all of that in, I think they're onto something here. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. It's the finished version of this game is 100% something I would play and something that I would recommend to people. But will it ever live up to all the promises that Steven's making for it? What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments below. And if you've been playing this game, let me know what you're thinking. What do you like the most? What are you worried about? Like, what experience did you have that was great? What experience did you have that was not great? I'd love to hear both in one comment. It'd be great to see comments in this video that weren't just bashing the game. And it'd be great to see comments in this video that weren't just saying, it's alpha, don't judge it for anything. It's alpha, but it's 8 years into development. And for the people that are hating on it, I've had a lot less fun in finished MMOs than I had in this one this weekend. So there's an honest review of this game from somebody that isn't a content creator devoted to this. My livelihood doesn't depend on this. I don't have to kiss Steven's ass. I don't have to bend the knee to the developer because I need access to this game. And so I'm able to talk very freely about it and very honestly and very openly. And from what I can tell about the developer, they seem to appreciate that honest feedback. All right, guys, that's it for me. Thanks so much for watching. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are. Is this a game that you could see yourself playing if it was finished, or is it just not your cup of tea? And do you think this game will ever finish? I'm guessing right now this game has 4 years left. The amount of work that is done so far and the amount of work that is still left to be done, and the rate at which they're progressing and how much of the stuff they're showing in their live streams is actually not in the game yet, I'm thinking they've got 4 more years. So it's gonna be a while. They are probably, I'm guessing that they're gonna do the Star Citizen thing where they are letting people play the alpha version and potentially the beta version well before it's released, and that just kind of becomes a normal way of life for this game. So I'm guessing it's gonna go the Star Citizen route, where it's just a game that's, it's quote unquote not finished, but they're monetizing it like it's finished. But unlike Star Citizen, I do think this game has a chance of finishing one day. don't think Star Citizen is ever going to deliver on its promises. They might release it in a buggy, broken mess at some point, but I don't think that game's ever going to finish. This game, I could see them reducing the scope and finishing this game. If they don't ever reduce the scope and they continue trying to deliver literally everything under the sun and the moon, with the node systems, the ship battles, the ship system, the 500v500 battles, I don't think that we're ever going to see that in this game. Not with this budget, not with this size of a team. There's a reason bigger studios aren't able to deliver those things, and I don't think you're going to see it with a studio this size and this budget, if we're being realistic. But that's not to say that this game won't ever be something that people are going to enjoy playing. It's just not going to be that. I think that people will have to rein in their expectations. He'll have to rein in his promises, and it could be a fun game for a niche community like it always wanted to be. Okay, guys, thanks so much for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Massive shout out to my channel members for supporting the channel in the big way you guys do. Thank you, thank you. If you want to become a channel member for behind the scenes footage, access to a private Discord channel, and more, make sure to click the join button below or the link in the description. If you're not sure what to do next, maybe check out the video popping up in the top right corner of the screen right now about all the upcoming MMOs.
You don't want a new MMO. What?
You don't want a new MMORPG. You think you do, but you don't. This might sound stupid if you're a fan of MMORPGs. I mean, if there's one thing gamers love, it's games. And if there's another thing gamers love, it's bacon. Because bacon is epic sauce. One does not simply resist bacon. Either you love bacon, or you're wrong. But MMORPGs aren't like other games. You don't spend 100 hours at most running through a campaign before dropping it and switching to the next game. Most MMO players will spend months, if not years, and even decades in some cases, playing the same game, day in and day out. Playing these games becomes this nasty, unkickable habit, like smoking a cigarette. Unfortunately, doing your weekly Blackwing Lair lockout doesn't make you look nearly as cool as smoking a cig does. When a new MMORPG tries to enter the market, it doesn't just have to capture the hearts and minds of players by being a good game. It has to convince those players to abandon what they're already super invested in. And the even deeper problem than that is the people they're trying to appeal to don't even know what they want. Hell, I don't know what I want, but I do know who I am, and thanks to a recently stolen election, I am still Idle, the president of MMORPGs. And with this hammer, I'm going to fix the genre. I am going to fix the genre that has been broken for far too long in the opinions of many. So I'm here to figure out what's wrong with you. The original creator of RuneScape, Andrew Gower, hi, nice to meet you, I'm Idle, just released a new game called Brighter Shores. People were really excited to see the first new MMORPG from such a legendary guy. And then they played the game. And then they weren't excited anymore. I played the game a lot, and I had thoughts that were mostly bad. And if you want to see those, you can check out my second channel, Idle Slop, link in the description, or link in your butt. But the recent disappointments of games like Brighter Shores and Throne and Liberty and even New World got me thinking, what do we actually want from an MMORPG? Well, let's take a look at some MMO history, shall we? Can't really read my script from here, so this is gonna be tough. According to some experts, MMORPGs have been around for almost as long as the pyramids, and perhaps even not as long as that. And in that time, there have been a lot of MMORPGs. Almost too many to count. 231. According to my data set, since 1997 there have been over 220 MMOs released. For context, there have been just about as many Fast and Furious movies released in the past 2 decades if there were 220 Fast and Furious movies. You might hear that number of MMORPGs and think, wow, they must be doing really well. That's a lot of new games. I thought there were only like 5 MMORPGs, but the truth is the data is a little bit darker than that. As you can see on this sick-ass pie chart I made, over 37% of MMOs have closed since 1997. That's a pretty high failure rate. To put it into perspective, imagine if 37% of bridges you drove across exploded. You probably wouldn't drive over many bridges. This number could actually be even higher since a bunch of MMOs have closed down regional servers, now making them only available in Asia or Europe or North America and no longer available worldwide. But as cool as this pie chart is, it too doesn't tell the full story. Unfortunately, the Excel tutorial I watched only taught me how to make a pie chart. Oops, psych, egg on your face, I learned how to make bar charts too, or whatever this chart's called. It's pretty cool though, isn't it? On this chart we can see the number of MMOs released versus the number of MMOs closed year over year. As you can see in the early and mid 2000s, things were going really great for MMORPGs. There's a lot of blue here, and blue is good. And there's not a lot of red, and red is bad. But then as we head into the early 2010s, things take a turn for the worse. We start to get a lot more closures until 2014, which is the first year where closures actually outnumber the number of releases. And we even get a couple of years where closures are the only thing that happens, which is pretty crazy to look at. But hey, look at 2024. Still going strong, no closures. Hope I don't jinx it. No one die. Full disclosure, I got all of this data from Wikipedia, so someone could have edited in a new MMO called Butt Blaster 69, and I wouldn't have noticed. I didn't check the data set, so do your own research. But what you can trust is that the failure rate of MMORPGs is alarmingly high, especially when you consider that MMOs are really expensive to make. That's why the only really big MMOs we've gotten lately have been from Amazon Game Studios, which is in part owned by a guy who can go up to space in a penis rocket. That's a special kind of wealth. But even with these AAA or even quadruple A MMORPGs, they really struggle to capture the market in any meaningful way. So what gives? Did people just forget how to make good MMORPGs? Have we forsaken the ancient texts handed down to us on top of Mount Olympus by Jeff Kaplan when he made the original World of Warcraft design? Yeah, maybe. I'm not here to tell you that New World was actually a really good game. I've played New World. You gotta be kidding me, man. It was actually not a very good game. And Brighter Shores, which I've already mentioned a little bit, is just such a hollow experience that it's not worth playing when you could spend your time invested in much more established and fleshed out MMORPGs. But a much deeper problem than the games just not being all that good is that I'm not convinced there's a huge market for new MMOs in general, as much as players and people like me might try and cope and say there is. The population of MMO players has shrunk dramatically thanks to games like League of Legends and Valorant and Fortnite that have taken the multiplayer scene and really dominated it for the past decade. MMOs used to be completely unique in terms of the multiplayer genre. I mean, when World of Warcraft came out in 2004, Xbox Live was only 2 years old and still required a monthly fee, so it wasn't nearly as full as it is today. So MMORPGs like World of Warcraft that did have a monthly fee would still become eternally popular. And there was also RuneScape, which was a big free-to-play game, and established games like Ultima and EverQuest that had already been going since the late 90s. Back in my day, you couldn't just launch a Minecraft server with some friends or join a massive SMP server where you could talk to underage children. We had to talk to children our own age. And these days you can just launch Roblox and find cool servers like the one where you kill other people with a suite of fart-based attacks. This is technology. MMOs were the truest multiplayer experiences you could get back then. And that's just not the case anymore. So the market has spread out. And the people who are still here, like me and presumably you if you're watching this video, don't really know what we want. Yeah, it's easy to say, I want an MMO that is new and modern, but captures the feeling of the old days and the paradigms of classic MMORPGs. But that's like going to McDonald's and ordering a Quarter Pounder with cheese and a Happy Meal toy that will cure all of my anxiety. That just doesn't... Oh, wait, hold on, Mario Kart toys are at Happy Meals now? And you can change out the wheels? This is so cool! Seriously though, here are just some of the MMORPGs that have released in the past decade. Shroud of the Avatar, a game made by Richard Garriott, the original creator of Ultima Online, which is considered by many to be the first true MMORPG. This game was supposed to be the spiritual successor to Ultima Online, but it ended up being more like the spiritual successor to a small college lecture, because that's about how many people play the game. You have Wildstar, a sci-fi MMORPG made by some legendary RPG game designers like Tim Kaine, who made the original Fallout game and tons of other classics. I played this game when it came out in 2014. It was genuinely very good. A lot of people didn't play it, and it shut down 4 years later. That's a real shame, but the market just wasn't there. You've already heard me talk about New World. It's not terrible, but it's also not good, and for that reason, despite it being one of the most hyped MMOs I can remember launching in recent memory, it didn't have the staying power people hoped it would. I mean, seriously, it's not even New World anymore. It's New World Aeternum, a solo-based action RPG. They don't even want to be an MMORPG anymore. But in all fairness, I can think of at least 4 MMORPGs from the past decade that have succeeded. You have Final Fantasy XIV, a game that after it nuked itself in 2011 and relaunched in 2014 as A Realm Reborn, became one of, if not the biggest MMORPG out there. Listen, I'm not trying to diminish the success of this game, but I don't think it would have had the opportunity to get this popular if it was called something like Cat Girls Solve Crime Online. Okay, maybe it would have gotten like really popular if it was called that. A lot of people tried out Final Fantasy XIV because it was called Final Fantasy. The same goes for Elder Scrolls Online, a game that, again, I know has some really good parts to it. But would people have given it a try and really stayed with it if it wasn't part of one of the most iconic RPG series of all time? I think probably not. And then you have 2 of the most iconic MMORPGs released this decade. Old School RuneScape, which is just a re-release of RuneScape as it was in 2007. It's hard to call that a new MMO, but it kind of is. I mean, it's not RuneScape anymore, it's its own beast. And then in 2019, you get World of Warcraft Classic, a game that is still massively popular, despite receiving absolutely no changes in those 5 years since its release. So of the successful MMOs we have in the past decade, 2 of them are from established franchises, and 2 of them are re-releases of games from a lot of people's childhood. That doesn't really show how people want something new, does it? All the MMOs that were, in every sense of the word, new, struggled to stick around. And the way I see it, there's 3 big reasons for that. Reason number 1, I need to check the script. MMORPGs are high investment games. That is no surprise to anyone who plays them. You'll always hear players say, oh, the game gets good at 100 hours, the game gets good at 200 hours. Oh, well, the first 500 hours are actually just a tutorial, and after that, you really start to understand what the game's all about. By the way, bad game design. That's just bad. But the point that gets across is that MMOs are games that you will spend a minimum of hundreds of hours in if you're going to play them to any significant degree. And this makes it doubly hard for the genre to get players into new games. First of all, you need to convince players to drop the games they've played for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and then you need to convince them to play your game for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. Sure, you could make an MMO that maybe doesn't need to be played for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, but then you're probably just making like an RPG. You should probably just make an RPG, to be honest. And looking back at that failure rate of MMORPGs, it's really tough to convince yourself to switch to a new game and invest hundreds of hours there when in a year from now, it could all be gone. The game could literally just be shut down. You can feel pretty confident if you're playing games like Elder Scrolls Online, RuneScape, World of Warcraft, that your progress won't be done anytime soon. That makes it even harder to pull people away from their established games. Reason number 2, I'm trying to look like a 2. Beyond just material investment of money and time into existing MMOs, players have an emotional investment into these games. Imagine going up to an iPhone user and being like, hey, try out this cool new Android phone. It has features that you might find objectively better than your iPhone. They'll look at you first like you're crazy, and then they will spontaneously combust into hellfire. That's
Almost
just how it
40%.
works. I don't make the rules. The reason for this is just because people are creatures of habit. They like what they like. They like the frictionless experience when they want to relax and log onto a game. They don't want to relearn new mechanics or anything like that. So even if a new MMO comes out and does have a ton of objectively better features than some of the popular games out there, people will just stick with what they know unless they're given a really, really compelling reason to switch over. And reason number 3, check that out. Just for you. MMORPGs, despite the rise of solo gameplay, are inherently social games, even to this day. No matter how you play these games, there's a good chance you have at least a few friends you talk to while playing it. Maybe it's a guild you're super active in and you do raids and PvP every single week, or it's just a casual leveling guild where you just talk while you do some quests on your own. And even if it's not in the game itself, maybe you're just on a Discord call with a few friends who are playing that same MMO as you, and it's a cool way for you guys to all bond and relax. All of these bonds are built through these MMORPGs, and you can't recreate that through mechanics or graphics or anything on the technical side. A lot of people say that MMORPGs were the original social networks, and I think that's true when you look at how competition works in social networks. Twitter is an objectively bad site. No one likes it. Literally no one likes this site. But the competitors struggle to get any traction because despite having some really great and objectively better features than Twitter, what it doesn't have is all those existing connections you made. Really, the only way we've ever seen massive switches from one social platform to another is when the original just fucks up real bad. You guys might not remember dig.it. It was Reddit before Reddit. Around 2010, they started making some bad decisions repeatedly that made the site just really unusable. Like, it was so dumb, dude. And that's how Reddit got popular. It didn't do anything spectacular out of the box to convince people to leave Dig. Dig convinced people to leave Dig, and Reddit was just there, ready to accept all the refugees. This is something we've seen happen in MMORPGs. About 5 years ago, World of Warcraft was just wrapping up Battle for Azeroth, one of its least popular expansions ever, and it had just released Shadowlands, one of its least popular expansions ever. Doing that back to back is what we call bad. So swarms of frustrated WoW players looking to scratch that MMO itch in a different way had to find a new game, and that game was Final Fantasy XIV. WoW's failures coupled with the pandemic launched Final Fantasy XIV to being the most popular MMO in the world, a title that had belonged to WoW in an almost uninterrupted streak since like 2005. Again, Final Fantasy XIV does some good stuff, but what really pushed people to try it out and stick with it was another game, the titan of the MMO industry, faltering in a big way. What this proves to me, and hopefully to you, is that a new MMO that comes out can genuinely do everything right. But that still might not be enough unless an external factor plays into the success. What these new MMOs need to be able to do is sustain themselves on not peak player counts at all times, so that hopefully in a few years something does happen that causes a shift. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And stop thinking that. It's a crime to think that, and I will report you to the cyber police. But I know what else you're thinking, because I'm thinking it too. Maybe your friends and the general MMO player doesn't want a new MMORPG, but you do. You would invest your time into a new game if it was worthy of that time. All right, that's great. Good for you. Good for you, little guy. Champ? Good for you, champ. Let me ask you this, though. What do you want from a new MMORPG? What does it have to convince you that it is worth investing your time into? Do you want a brand new modern MMORPG that maybe genre blends and does things that we've never seen before? Do you want a new MMO that puts a modern twist on the classic design principles? Do you want a Nintendogs MMO? We all want a Nintendogs MMO. I would kill for a Nintendogs MMO. I would kill everyone for you, little guy. But when I talk to people who play MMORPGs and I look at the landscape of new MMORPGs, all I see is more of the same. Old School RuneScape and World of Warcraft Classic are two of the most popular MMORPGs out right now. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I like both of these games a lot, but I think the case is that there's a very thin strip of runway for a new MMO to land on. And if you manage to thread that needle, you'll please the core audience of MMORPGs by maintaining the status quo of the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And a new MMO is going to have a really hard time doing that while differentiating itself from the other games out there. Going back to Brighter Shores, my big issue with this game is that it actually feels too much like RuneScape. When I play it, I think, well, if I'm going to spend time here, I guess I should just play RuneScape, which is the better version of Brighter Shores. And this was something we saw all the time back in the day when every new MMO was going to be the WoW killer because it did things mostly like World of Warcraft. But when players would play it, they would usually leave because all their friends and their time and investment on World of Warcraft was on World of Warcraft. Why would they play a different game that feels like it but slightly different? This mindset of not wanting anything new obviously doesn't apply to every MMO player. I mean, Warframe is an extremely popular MMO from the past decade, and it's not like anything else, and it is really successful, but that's the exception that proves the rule. That's a saying I really hate, but I'm going to use it because it proves my point. The question this should naturally lead us to is, what does this mean for the MMORPG genre and its future? If you'll join me on the Monopoly board, I'll give you a little business lesson. Competition is good. It makes people innovate. Let's go capitalism. But with so few new MMOs coming out and closures happening more and more every year, except for 2024, you keep going, little guy. Look at you go. The market doesn't have anything to compete against. World of Warcraft can keep doing what World of Warcraft wants to do. New games can keep introducing more microtransactions because where else are you gonna go, little guy? I'd like to see you quit. And at this rate, we have new players coming to the genre at a slower rate than veterans are leaving it. I know this is the case because I saw it in a video recently. It was this video. I said it in this video. The only thing that still gives me faith, though, is that I do believe MMORPGs are still truly unique experiences. Yes, there are more multiplayer games out there that can scratch that social gaming itch, but MMORPGs still are the only truly persistent, massive world where you can interact with thousands and even hundreds of thousands of players at the same time. It's something unlike any other game. And I think one day we'll see a change that revitalizes the genre. Maybe not to the peaks of 2004. I think those days are just behind us, but maybe to a new peak with something totally different. That would be great. I'm not ruling that out. But what I am saying is that's going to be super hard to do because we're all little goblins and we just want to play our little games and we want to drink Mountain Dew. So the genre is in a tough spot. Wait, is that
How are you?
Are these my patrons? What's going on? Why isn't the Patreon song playing? Play the Patreon song. Play the Patreon song.
Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat. Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat.
my man. Where? Happy Technology. What's the next one? Top 6 MMOs.
Hey guys, welcome back. There are 6 MMOs on the horizon that are our next best chance at reclaiming those MMO glory days. As you'll see, some of these have a much better chance than others, but while some may not be the next quote-unquote WoW killer, we can hope that at the very least, these MMOs are able to provide us a fun month and a beautiful new world to explore. So let's dive into the most exciting MMOs currently in development and everything we know about them so far. Let me know down in the comments below what unreleased MMO you're most looking forward to. And you might be interested to know that 3 of the MMOs on this list are scheduled to be released this year. A quick thank you to Fractured Online for sponsoring the video. Fractured Online is a top-down dynamic sandbox MMO that aims to be a more modern take on the survival MMO genre. The game is currently in beta and having a free open beta week starting May 25th through June 2nd, before entering early access in July or August. So if you're interested in trying out this exciting new MMO, you can do this for free this week. See the link in the description below and I'll touch more on it here in a little bit. Okay, now let's dive into the most interesting MMOs that are currently in development and not yet released. Throne and Liberty. Throne and Liberty is a AAA MMORPG set to be released on PS5 and PC later this year. If you're surprised, you're not alone. This one kind of feels like it came out of nowhere despite being in development since 2011. NCSoft has released very little information about this game until very recently. According to NCSoft, Throne and Liberty is a next-gen MMO on PC and console. Recently, they released this trailer playing in the background that has actual gameplay from the game. It looks like it's going to be actually gorgeous, and we'll touch on some of the things we can see inside of this trailer here in a moment. Throne and Liberty is a spiritual successor to Lineage 2. In fact, Throne and Liberty was originally going to be the next Lineage game, but in writing the story for the game, NCSoft realized it would best be served as an entirely new IP. As someone who put quite a few hours into Lineage 2 and then into Lineage 2 Classic, I'm very curious to see how much of Lineage will still be left in this game. In the past, NCSoft MMOs and Eastern MMOs in general have been accused of being too grindy by Western players. NCSoft has plans to try and help relieve that repetitive nature of grinding out XP in an area by allowing things like the weather to impact your encounters, or even allowing you to encounter entirely new monsters if you spend long enough in one area. Basically, they want the experience to vary even when you're doing the same thing in the same area. If done well, this could be a nice welcome change to the genre. Throne and Liberty will also feature siege battles. The siege battles look like they're going to be a significant part of the game, much like they were in Lineage 2. I mean, look at this footage. It looks absolutely insane. In Lineage 2, the guilds that would win the siege battles would end up controlling that castle or that town for a week or two, usually profiting heavily until it was allowed to be sieged again, at which point they would have to defend it. It was a massive part of the game, and the spread out nature of the scheduled siege battles allowed a nice balance between PvE and PvP content. It's going to be interesting to see how much of the PvP in Throne and Liberty is inspired by the Lineage 2 siege system. If you recall, Steven Sharif has said Lineage 2 has heavily inspired Ashes of Creation as well. If we look at the footage from the gameplay trailer, it looks like the player is going to be highly mobile, being able to grapple onto objects and even shapeshift into birds and wolves. It looks like the game's UI is going to be very clean and simple, and from the little footage we were able to comb through, so far it looks like the number of abilities you'll have access to at any one time will be closer in line to Lineage 2, ESO, or Guild Wars than, say, Final Fantasy XIV or WoW. NCSoft has made and published some amazing MMOs in its time and absolutely has the knowledge and the potential to do so again. As of right now, we know very little else about this MMO scheduled for release this year, which understandably has a lot of us asking if its release won't actually be pushed back to 2023. This MMO has been in development for over 10 years, and it has changed course a few times in that span. Let's hope their hard work pays off. Next, we have Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is a massive MMO featuring a beautiful, seamless open world and is set to release on PC with no current plans for console. As of right now, there's no official release date that's been announced, but we still know a lot more about this game than most of the games on this list, as the developers have put a lot of effort into keeping the community updated on the progress of its development. The first thing we should mention is that the game did have a very successful Alpha 1 back in July of 2021, where players were allowed to play and stream and make content about the state of the game so far. The game looked amazing, but it was a firm reminder that it's a long way from being finished. Since then, we've seen some impressive progress, including the announcement that they had decided to switch from UE4 to Unreal Engine 5 to make sure that the game wasn't held back by an outdated engine when it finally released. Steven Sharif said that UE5 would allow the game to be built faster, perform better, and have higher graphical fidelity. And I've got to say, the footage they showed looks gorgeous. They also showcased a sophisticated character creation screen that allowed them to create highly customizable characters that looked amazing, especially when we remind ourselves this is the alpha version of everything, the rough draft, if you will. If you've seen games in their alpha state before, you know how much polish can be added over the course of the development before their final release. So what's next for Ashes of Creation? Well, next would be Alpha 2, which is described as a persistent alpha. While details are light, it sounds like the game will be more or less permanently up, and they intend to have the core of the game assembled for this phase. I have seen speculation that Alpha 2 could happen as soon as the end of this year, but haven't seen any official word from the AOC devs themselves. The game obviously looks gorgeous, but so do a lot of MMOs that die almost as soon as they launch. So this begs the question, why do so many veteran MMO players call Ashes of Creation their last hope for the genre? I'd guess that it's because Ashes of Creation defines loot boxes, XP potions, and inventory problems as pay to win. That has a lot of people excited because the game has promised not to have any pay to win. In other words, Ashes of Creation will not have loot boxes, it will not have pay to advance faster, and it will not create inventory problems so that it can sell the solution. The best skins will be earned in-game, and if I understand it correctly, it looks like weapon cosmetics won't even be sold in the cash shop. They will be earned by playing the game. If this all holds true, Ashes of Creation may be the closest we've seen an MMO come to the glory days of MMO monetization, back when cash shops were built for little more than server transfers and name changes, back before they sold solutions to problems they created, and before they were selling level boosts, and before all of the best cosmetics were tucked behind a paywall. Combine that with its beautiful world, traditional MMO design, and ambitious scope, and you can instantly see why Ashes of Creation is currently one of the most anticipated MMOs of all time. Ashes of Creation will be sub to play with no upfront purchases, so you will not have to buy the game, but you will need to subscribe. It will feature the holy trinity of tank, healer, and DPS, and it's currently still fleshing out its combat system, but is trying to implement a hybrid system that uses both action combat as well as tab target combat. Combat is going to be a make or break feature for a game in this genre, so there's understandably a lot of players reserving their excitement until the combat system is fully unveiled. Ashes of Creation also has some innovative features, including things like plans to feature a dynamic world that changes based on player behavior. If a particular race or player contributes to the progression of an area, that area's metropolis will take on the architectural styles of that race. If players spend more time in one area than another, that area will advance in terms of both its difficulty and its rewards. In other words, areas of the world can level up with the player base.
No, not
if
you.
the community spends enough time in an area, they might uncover a dungeon or a raid that was previously not available. For this reason, every server might actually end up looking a little different as players end up progressing some nodes over others. But back to reality for a moment. Sadly, Ashes of Creation is still a long ways out, and the devs haven't even dared to speculate a release date. It should probably hurry though, as the last thing it wants to do is release at the same time as the next behemoth MMO on the list. Next up, we have Riot's League of Legends MMO. Riot has announced they are working on an MMO. This is especially exciting because Riot reminds me a lot of Blizzard of the early 2000s. Everything they are making seems to turn to gold, and every genre they jump into, they seem to improve. They've made an entire fictional world in League of Legends, and now they're turning that world into a TV show and an MMO. You can draw a lot of parallels to the way Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 were turned into a MOBA and a movie and an MMO. It's exciting to think that any of the MMOs on this list could be the next to capture the genre the way that WoW did in its prime, but Riot's track record so far definitely suggests it's one of the most likely candidates to succeed. Let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree. Now, before we continue talking about the game, I'm sad to say the game is very early in development, but it is indeed full steam ahead. As of July 2021, most senior roles were filled. He says, like tech director and game director, but we will also need people like a lead rewards designer or lead tools programmer. Heck, I will go as far as to say lead rewards designer is one of the most important roles in this or any MMO. We need a superstar here. And I've got to say, this excites me. I love that they recognize that rewards are what drive the players to continue playing after they hit max level. Failure to create exciting rewards, or worse yet, putting all of the exciting rewards in the cash shop, will always put a lower ceiling on the success an MMO can achieve. So many MMOs fail to create a reward structure that truly feels rewarding enough, and it's exciting to see that he recognizes the elevated importance in the singular topic. topic. But who is Greg and what can we glean from his history? Greg has worked on massive games like Age of Empires, World of Warcraft, and League of Legends. In other words, Greg is stacked. He has experience working on some of the most successful games of all time. Most of what we know about the plans for the Riot MMO are from Greg himself, so let's dive into some of the other things that he has said. Greg Street has explained that they are aiming for mass appeal. In a tweet, he said, "I think it's safe to say we are not aiming for a niche product. Some games do great with 500,000 very loyal players who love the game. That's awesome, but that's not what we're going for. Clearly, Riot is intending to go big on this and they are aiming for mass appeal. I assume this means an art style that will age well and run well on all types of machines, as well as a heavy focus on PvE content." Speaking of, Greg has also confirmed that the game will have dungeons and raids. This might be obvious, but not all MMOs launch with raids. I mean, look at Elder Scrolls Online and New World, for example. Both have launched without raids, and New World still has yet to add one. A significant PvE presence does not mean a lack of PvP. However, as Greg has confirmed that PvP will be in the game, having created multiple successful esports games, it's going to be really interesting to see what Riot's take is on PvP in an MMO, especially since the MMO genre has struggled to create and maintain a competitive PvP scene for some time now. So I'm really interested to see how Riot is going to approach this piece of the puzzle. One of Greg's most interesting comments is from January of 2022, when he was asked about tab targeting. He said he thinks that combat in the genre is dated, and if we combine that information with a job posting where they were seeking an action combat designer, it looks like the game's combat is aiming to evolve past the tab target days of WoW and Final Fantasy XIV in part or in whole. The game appears to be being built on Unreal Engine, as it is hiring developers with Unreal Engine experience, and it is confirmed that the game will have the Holy Trinity. In a tweet, he said the Holy Trinity mostly works, and it sounds like he intends to build group content with the traditional tank, healer, and DPS in mind. And don't worry, fishing is also confirmed as of a tweet in June of 2021. According to a tweet in December of 21, they plan to start having public dev updates in 2022. Hey, it's 2022 right now, so that means if they stick to this, we could start seeing some actual tangible information about the game begin to trickle out here very soon. It sounds like they want the dungeon party size to be around 6 as of a tweet in March of 22. This sounds pretty healthy, as it allows for a tank, a healer, as well as up to 4 DPS, which would be great for keeping the DPS queues short. If you've queued as a DPS in almost any MMO, you know how long these wait times can be. They've stated they aren't trying to reinvent MMOs, they want to make something familiar while innovating a little bit where it makes sense. One interesting choice: make race cosmetics so that you can focus on making your character look how you want it to look. We've seen other MMOs take this approach, especially as of late. Your racial choices in MMOs is becoming very cosmetic, especially when you look at, say, Final Fantasy XIV, and it sounds like Riot is going to double down on that design philosophy. We have no idea when Riot's MMO will be released, but based on other games in the category, a 4 to 7 year window seems reasonable. If the game does come out, it's going to be huge, and we'll definitely be there to check it out. Fractured Online. Fractured Online is one of the more interesting options on the list, in part due to the immediacy of its release. The game is currently in beta, with players playing it every day. It also has one free week where anyone can download the game and try it, coming up here on the 26th of May. So this is a game we actually know a lot about, with a projected release date of this year. Fractured Online is an isometric dynamic sandbox MMO developed by Dynamite Studios, based out of Italy. What does that actually mean? Camera view and controls are reminiscent of Diablo and attempts to bring back some of the best parts of Ultima Online. The game features action combat and hundreds of abilities and dozens of status effects. All the items that you and others equip are crafted by the players from raw materials that they extracted from resource nodes or monsters. Fractured is described as dynamic due to the player-driven in-game politics and the economies, as players and guilds vie for control of desirable territories throughout the game. It is a sandbox MMO due to the total freedom you have while developing your character. The game is classless, so you can combine any items and any skills you want while developing your character as you play the game. For those of you who enjoy a more thematic approach to your character, they have you covered as well. They're adding abilities to the game that will allow you to ultimately be a fleshed out ice mage or a pyromancer, for example. So if you want to lean into a thematic look, feel, or archetype for your character, you certainly can. One of the first things you'll have to decide on is what planet you will be on. This choice will not only impact the look and feel of your zone, but also the type of PvP that you have or don't have. There are 3 planets that you can choose from, different tiers of PvP or lack thereof. Arboreus is the peaceful and mostly safe planet where you can't be ganked or PK'd by other players. Tartaros is on the opposite end of the spectrum with full loot and hardcore PvP for those hardcore PvP players out there. And then right in the middle of those is Syndasia, the in-between, where you could be a criminal and you could PK someone, but there's going to be punishments involved for doing so. Right now, Fractured Online is aiming for a combination of horizontal and vertical progression and trying to create a ton of content so that players don't feel like they need to grind out the same thing over and over. There's 3 elements to character progress. The first is going to be your vertical progression, and that is your talent tree. This immediately reminded me of Path of Exile's talent tree, although a lot less complicated, as it's quite a bit smaller for now. This talent tree does have me excited. I've always really enjoyed the talent tree in Path of Exile, so having a more tamed down version of one that might be a little more approachable for more people sounds like a lot of fun. The second form of progression is going to be your horizontal progression, which is going to be acquiring abilities which are acquired by killing monsters. Different monsters drop different abilities, so you're encouraged to go and kill all types of monsters in all types of places to collect all of the abilities. Remember, this is a classless game, so you start with very few abilities and then you go and farm out the abilities that look cool or exciting to you. The third form of progression will be your gear progression, which is relatively fast and is more about choosing the gear that complements the character you want to play, as opposed to constantly grinding for a decent set of gear like it's a second job. Unlike most of the MMOs on this list, we have a very defined roadmap that leads all the way to the game's release. As of right now, they plan to launch early access in July or August, a crafting profession update in September with new professions and new spells in October, and final content being added in the winter. This would lead to a full release of the game by the end of 2022, as long as everything goes according to plan. Fractured Online looks like it's going to be an exciting addition to the genre, and I plan to dive into it in a full review in the very near future, so watch out for that. Next up, we have a new ZeniMax Online Studios MMO. Or do we? This one's pretty interesting. ZeniMax Online Studios, developer of Elder Scrolls Online, is working on what appears to be multiple projects, and one of which seems to be an MMO. Concrete details are very light on this one, so forgive me as we delve into some speculation and some rumors. Now, let's dive in. Some rumors say that ZOS is working on a new Star Wars Mandalorian MMO. Incredibly random, right? Let's connect some dots and see if we can make that fit. Now, Disney owns Star Wars and Indiana Jones, and we know that Bethesda, sister company to ZeniMax Online Studios, announced an Indiana Jones title in the works. The Indiana Jones game appears to be being worked on by Machine Games, who was acquired by Bethesda's parent company. In summary, there is an open relationship already established between Disney and ZeniMax. If they gave ZeniMax Media an Indiana Jones game, why not toss their online arm a Star Wars MMO? It's not completely unreasonable. The idea of a Star Wars Mandalorian MMO is surprising, but does seem plausible if you look at some of the games that the newly hired devs have worked on in the past. Take, for example, Ben Jones, who was hired in 2018 to be the creative director of a still unannounced project at ZeniMax Online Studios. Let's look at his history. If we look at some of his previous work, we can see that he started with Day of Defeat until that was sold to Valve back in 2002. I remember putting some serious hours into that game, and it's pretty wild to think that he was on the other side of it. He bounced around for a bit before ending up as lead designer for premium content for Battlefield 4, but perhaps most interesting is that he left Battlefield 4 to start Fugitive Games, where they leveraged a successful Kickstarter to build Into the Stars. Into the Stars was apparently one of the first games to ship using Unreal Engine 4, and after finishing that game, he went on to work on a zombie survival game before beginning what he calls the most exciting and unique opportunity of his career at ZeniMax Online. Now, for a man with a track record like that, to say the next project is the most unique and exciting of his career, well, I suppose he has to say that in some ways, but still, he could have said nothing, and it does give the impression that whatever he's working on is going to be huge. If we sum up his career, we see shooters, and we see a passion project about a game that takes place in space. On top of that, ZeniMax hired devs that are experienced in spaceship-themed level design. Could be coincidence. So with all that speculation, let's take a look at what we think we know. ZeniMax Online makes online games, so we can assume at the very least they're working on multiplayer titles. We can take a leap and assume their hiring page hints at a new MMO, as it says we've learned a lot bringing the world of Elder Scrolls to life, and it's time for us to take those lessons and build a new AAA IP. The vision for our next game is grand in every sense of the word, and that's why we're developing a new engine to support the needs of the project and the studio. They are describing a game that is massive and will utilize what they learned from ESO to create a new IP. So we know it's massive, not unlike ESO, but also definitely not ESO, because it's a new IP. And interestingly, they're building the engine in-house, meaning it wouldn't be one of the many UE5 MMOs that's currently in the works. One thing to note, however, is that we did see ZeniMax Online Studios post job listings requesting people with Unreal Engine experience. So because we know that ZOS is both building its own engine for something huge and potentially building something on an Unreal Engine, I wonder what the possible UE project is. Is this supposed Mandalorian game the MMO, or is it something else that they're making on Unreal Engine? Or does it even exist at all? At this point, we really don't know. What we do know is that ZeniMax Online Studios, the maker of Elder Scrolls Online, has been working on a new unannounced project since 2018, and it was confirmed in 2019 by Matt Furr. That's about it. They have described it as grand and massive and benefiting from their experience making ESO, which is a different MMO. They have hired people with experience building space games, and rumor mills are suggesting that it's something Mandalorian related. One of their projects appears to be an MMO on an in-house engine, while the other appears to be being built on Unreal Engine. It appears that they are at least 4 years into active development, so hopefully we'll find out a lot more about this new MMO in the not too distant future. It does appear to have a lot of the same people that made Elder Scrolls Online working on it, as we've seen devs leaving ESO to go begin work on this unannounced project. It's going to be fascinating to see which ideas they take from ESO and which ideas they leave behind. Either way, it's incredibly exciting to see yet another AAA Western developer taking a stab at the MMO genre. Next, we have Bellatores, an MMO just announced in April of 2022, built in Unreal Engine 5. It's going to be a PC exclusive, built with Western players in mind, and made by NU in Korea. Planned for release in 2022, this is another MMO we know surprisingly little about, especially when you consider that their goal was to launch the game or the beta or both in 2022. Bellatores has been in active development since 2017 and has garnered a ton of money from massive companies such as Tencent and even Epic for its development. Epic's investment could have something to do with the fact that this might be the first Unreal Engine 5 MMO to release. According to the developers, the goal for Bellatores is to compete with and exceed the success of BDO. One red flag is that NU was previously a mobile game company, but on the flip side, the current CEO is the former CEO of NCSoft Taiwan in 2003 for 8 years, which means he was part of the Lineage 2 success in Taiwan. In addition to that, he was also the senior director for Blizzard Korea in 2016. So despite the company having a past built on mobile games, I think there's still a lot of potential for this MMO to be something exciting. It's impossible to tell for sure until we know a lot more about it. On that point, what do we actually know about the game? Surprisingly, very little. Bellatores will have elements of survival, progression, and adventure, along with large-scale PvP. If these images of the art are to be believed, it looks like the game will feature more realistic armor design as opposed to the high heels and lingerie we are used to seeing on female characters in Eastern MMOs. But I can't get past the fact for an MMO that is supposedly releasing this year, we know almost nothing about this game. The art looks gorgeous, and I'm curious to see what sort of monetization and gameplay the MMO goes for. Both of these things could make or break the game here in the West, and we still know absolutely nothing about it. Once again, if it's releasing in the next 6 to 7 months, as they say it is, that's going to have to change soon. So there you have it. These are the most exciting unreleased MMOs that we know about today, with 3 of the MMOs on this list aiming for release in 2022. MMOs have a way of being delayed, so it'll be interesting to see how many of those 3 actually hit their targeted release date of 2022. So which MMOs are you most excited about and why? Let me know down in the comments below. As always, a massive thank you to my YouTube members for supporting the channel. To become a YouTube member, check out the link down in the description below. If you're looking for an MMO you can play this week, be sure to check out one of the videos popping up on screen right now. I hope you have a fantastic day, night, or evening, and I'll see you in the next video.
42%. Let's go. Send it. Oh no. Oh shit. No stone. Ugh. Whatever. Press the wrong button, dudes. Dane. It's gonna be a long fucking farming. God damn. Ouch. Mochi. I use it. Whoa. That was 2K. Damn. Fuck. Almost. Jesus, that was scary. No. Oof. Whew, that was close. That was really close. Watch this.
I love pirating indie games. Recently, a tweet went out garnering 20.5.
Hold up. Oof. Freaking hot, yo. Fucked up. No. What is it doing? Oh, here. One. No. One divinity bow, dude. Just one divinity bow. Jesus. I need ashes, dude. I need to go to ashes and farm there. I need a backup.
5 million views where a user on Twitter had posted an image of themselves downloading the indie hit first-person shooter Ultra Kill. And the solo developer who made that game, going under the name Hakita, responded to the user saying, "As creator of said game, you should support indies if you can. But culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. Ultra Kill wouldn't exist if I hadn't had easy access to movies, music, and games growing up. If you don't have money, you can support via word of mouth." That line of "culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it" is beautiful. It's poetry, and honestly, it couldn't be any more true. Lately, we've heard nothing but these CEOs and gaming industry heads coming out talking about how the industry is shrinking and they're worried about the future of gaming and how they need to appeal to a wider and broader modern audience, and the bell is tolled. It's been ringing loud and clear, and everybody can hear it except for these guys. See, because gamers today have been doing whatever they can by any means necessary to play the games that they want to play, and that's only because these CEOs and the heads of the industry are more concerned with the payers rather than the players. If you've watched any of my videos, then you know this is a topic that I'm pretty passionate about, and that's holding publishers and studios accountable for the lies they weave and the graves that they've been digging themselves, all in the name of profit. Year over year, as the gaming industry has grown and gaming has gotten more popular, it's become less about the players and more about their investors. Marketing minds that are taking control, these profit-seeking vampires with no understanding of how creative industries work, are wreaking havoc on beloved studios and franchises, bleeding them dry and leaving their carcasses out to be picked by investment vultures. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody at this point why piracy is on the rise, but let's break it down piece by piece so we understand why this is going on and why it's going to get bigger and why trying to stop it is the worst choice that these companies can make.
This morning, another major food company getting set to raise prices at the grocery store.
The Business Insider headline says it all. Millennials are getting priced out of cities, and researchers don't necessarily think the trend will change.
It's not the news drivers wanted to wake up to Wednesday morning as gas prices in California hit a record high.
Recently, unemployed full-time workers applied to an average of 30 jobs, only to receive an average of 4 callbacks or responses.
While this is what's happening in the US, this is happening all across the world. Plain and simple, money is tight, and while it might not be tight for everyone, it might not be tight for you, it's rough for a lot of people right now. As an example, when games like Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws are selling for $130 for the full game first day experience, without any regional pricing, that's over 700 Brazilian real. That's costing 1/4 of the average income of somebody in Brazil. You carry that pricing over to other countries with even lower average incomes and even less valued currencies, and one single game could be something that they could be saving months for. The cost of new video games is significantly impacting low-income consumers and making it more difficult for them to access some of these new releases. As prices for everyday essentials rise due to inflation, discretionary spending, including entertainment like video games, becomes more constrained. This is particularly evident in low-income households, which spend a larger portion of their income just on necessities, and they have less flexibility when it comes to price increases. So what is someone to do when a game just isn't accessible for them? And even when games are on sale, it's still too expensive. Well, they pirate. Piracy is a service issue. Plain as day, as simple as can be. It's a famous line said before. Gabe Newell probably said it, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. But what's going on right now is that there is a severe lack of regional pricing in the industry. There's a lot of games that are out there that are not fairly priced in every region, and as such, there's a lot of players that are out there that just don't have access to these games. It's not real.
I should put it here. It's F9. Yeah, somewhere here at F8. Need to use the bathroom. Mushroom, that, mochi, that. Scale. I'm making big bucks, dudes.
shit. What is this? Which? All right, let me take a break. Let me take a break real quick.
Realistic for them to be able to afford any of these. And I realize there's going to be some people that are going to hop in and go, hey, Mr. Streamer, YouTube guy, look here. There's tons of cheaper games that are out there. There's indie games that are out there. There's free-to-play games, man. and there's free-to-play games. And while you're right, there are free-to-play options. You got games like Warframe or Genshin Impact or Fortnite and stuff like that. And while that stuff can work, keep in mind at the exact same time, a lot of games like that are built to take advantage of those kind of people. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. And what I mean by that is that it's much easier to get somebody to spend $3, $5, maybe $10 than it is to get them to spend $70 or $130. It's a way for them to be able to capture some of those sales that they haven't been able to get because some of those people can't spend that much money, but we can nickel and dime them. That's much easier to do. That's the part of the prevalency of microtransactions more than anything else. And keep in mind at the exact same too is that a lot of those games are built to take advantage of them also for being, well, food for the whales more than anything else. The schools of fish that the whales feed upon. And one of the things that's kind of bothering me lately, especially thinking about when people point to free-to-play games for folks that don't have a lot of money, is that I'm wondering if a lot of this regional price locking isn't put in place specifically to try to drive those players into their free-to-play games in the first place. And the reason being is because the more players that are there and the more players that aren't spending a lot of money that are there gives more fish for the whales to feed on. And also on top of that, it emboldens the prices and emboldens the purchases that a lot of these whales will end up paying for because of the fact that there's more people to be able to show off their skins to, more people to beat them in PvP, more people to show off their characters to, and whatever else. And I think it's also really important to keep in mind too is that while there are these free-to-play options and cheaper options, what if those aren't the games that these players want to play? Another key issue that's becoming more apparent year over year is digital only and online only. While the internet has become more widely accessible over the years, a 2023 study shows that approximately 67% of the world's population has access to the internet in varying degrees, but that still leaves 2.6 billion people without access at all. And keep in mind, I said varying degrees. While this study shows that they have access, the wide majority of that is likely not the high-speed internet that many of us enjoy, or even internet that's in their own household. Meaning that even if they have access, it's likely impossible to believe that any of them can even attempt to download Call of Duty Black Ops 6's half a terabyte download before Activision releases the next Call of Duty. And we're not even talking about how playable online-only games have put even more pressure on there and put even more games out of reach of players. I've seen far too many games over the last few years switch to playable online only, even when they're widely single-player experiences, or even completely single-player experiences. Some of them are doing it because they want to make sure that players have access to DLC in online stores. Some of it's because most of these games aren't even contained on the disc anymore. However, the vast majority of it is because they're using it for anti-piracy purposes. They're using your internet connection to verify your purchase and your license and give you access to the game. Which, I'll be honest, I think is something that is only directly serving to exacerbate this issue of lower than projected sales that many of these companies have been pointing to. I mean, including these anti-piracy measures and forcing online only, sure, you're stopping a group of players that may play your games through illegal means. However, on the other hand, you're potentially cutting off access to the game from millions of other players that otherwise would have bought it. Let's use a game like Diablo as an example. Both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 work for this because they are back-to-back Blizzard's fastest-selling titles of all time, record breakers. I mean, the Diablo franchise is one of the most recognizable IPs in all of gaming, but when you have a game that appeals to that wide of a player base, that attracts that much in sales, that equally means there is just as large of an audience that's out there that would have bought and played that game if they had the ability to. But they didn't because Blizzard didn't make it available to them by locking a mostly single-player experience to online only. Blinded by the allure of immediate sales, these companies are going for the bag when they could have gone for the bank the entire time. Personally, I find it hilarious that these CEOs are running to the media crying about how they're seeing the industry going downhill, how there's less people to be able to sell games to, how their investors are upset, they're going to have to lay off, it's just part of business, you know, they're reading the stars or whatever it might be, trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do next, and it's all self-inflicted. This is all things that they're doing to themselves. It's almost like they didn't see the rake, or even feel, they felt the rake but didn't see the rake when they stepped on it. That's probably the best way to say it. And you know, I think that Sony and Helldivers 2 is the best example of this. Still to this day, it is not available in over 180 countries. That's over 90% of countries in the world that Helldivers 2 is not available in. You're doing this to yourself. When there are less players that have access to your games, that means that you make less money. That means that there's less people that are playing your game. That means there's less people that are talking about your game. That's less people that are selling that game to their friends. When you don't make your games accessible, you make less money. Players have less options, and then those players go and make options for themselves. For many, piracy has become a necessity, even more so when we start looking at legacy titles and retro games. Piracy has increasingly become one of the only options that we have available to us for games preservation due to the evolving nature of digital downloads and often the prohibitive barriers that are imposed by these game publishers. As digital distribution replaces physical media, many games are delisted from online stores, rendering them inaccessible to future generations. Additionally, if you look at DRM restrictions and online-only requirements, even legally purchased games become unplayable once servers for those games are shut down. We recently just saw this with a slew of different games from Ubisoft, like The Crew. In regions where games are either unavailable or unaffordable due to economic disparity or regional restrictions, piracy offers the only viable means to access and preserve a lot of these cultural artifacts. Without the unofficial channels that a lot of these players have access to, a significant portion of gaming history is completely lost, depriving future players of the joys that we've all had the chance to enjoy. I'd argue that the vast majority of people that are out there pirating games for themselves, trading pirated games, or buying them aren't doing it because they want to do it. They're doing it because they have to do it because there's no other options available to them. Again, this is something that is ultimately brought on by the industry that's creating these games and not the consumers themselves. Back in 2014, a passionate fan of the game E.T., which is Playable Teaser, a critically acclaimed horror demo that was made by Hideo Kojima, found themselves in a difficult situation. The game, which was intended to promote the now canceled Silent Hills project, was suddenly removed from the PlayStation Store following Kojima's departure from Konami. For players who had already downloaded PT, it remained on their consoles, but for new players, they had no legal way to be able to access it. Recognizing the cultural and artistic significance of PT, this dedicated community fan took matters into their own hands. They distributed the game through various unofficial channels, ensuring that it could still be experienced and studied by future gamers and scholars. This act of piracy was driven by a genuine desire to preserve a unique piece of gaming history that would otherwise have been lost to time. Now we go and we look at how Nintendo has handled piracy and games preservation by beating it over the head with a legal cudgel. Anybody that's caught pirating or redistributing any of Nintendo's games will face the full might of Nintendo's legal team. There is a high demand for old Nintendo games that they haven't been filling. Now, while they have released systems like the NES Classic and SNES Classic, both of them selling tens of millions of units by the way, there is a wide variety of classic games Nintendo doesn't make available. While luckily there are still some working physical versions of these products that are still out in the wild, the demand for these games is so high and the supply of them is so low that some of these prices have been jacked up to obscene highs by resellers. While the NES and SNES Classic were awesome releases, they don't include all of the games that were released on those systems, some of them being classics and favorites of many. Nintendo chooses to waste their legal fees chasing these sites and emulators rather than just making older games accessible and more affordable to everybody. Again, it's another company that's leaving money on the table for no good reason and creating a piracy issue on their own. Now, I want everybody to keep in mind that the NES Classic and the SNES Classic outsold modern consoles in the months that they were released in, which showed that there was a massive hole waiting to be filled. There was a huge part of the market that was looking forward to being able to experience these kind of games again, or even experience it for the first time. I'm sure there's a ton of newer generation, younger generation players that are out there that have wanted to play these games because they've been hearing about them their entire lives, watching videos like this, and they finally got the chance to play it on updated televisions with HDMI, and they went out and bought it too. There's players, they want to buy these games, they want to play these games, and it's as simple as that. It's just crazy to me looking at a company like Nintendo that's spending all this money on legal fees fighting piracy that they created themselves. If they would just make those games available and make them more widely accessible and affordable, well, then players are going to play them, and then all of a sudden, guess what? You don't need to spend all this money on legal fees. Chances are you'll make far more money doing it that way than the way that you're doing it right now. Look, this isn't a video about why piracy is good, because I don't think it's good. It's obviously illegal, and it's illegal for a good reason, but at the exact same time, it's not the pirates that are the problem here, it's the companies. Now, I want to roll back to the initial tweet from Hikita. As creator of said game, you should support indies if you can, but culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. Ultra Kill wouldn't exist if I hadn't had easy access to movies, music, and games growing up. If you don't have money, you can support via word of mouth. Now, while I'm sure there are those that are out there that believe that those of low income or low income countries have a lot more to worry about than video games, Hikita is right. Status shouldn't be a barrier to happiness and culture, especially when that barrier is artificial. Games can be cheaper, games can be more available, and artificial restrictions that are imposed by the industry shouldn't have any bearing on somebody's access to enjoyment, education, and art. I think he also points out something else that far too many have lost touch with, and it's something that's growing more obvious over the last few years. Players sell more games than marketing does. Now, I've brought this up in the past in a previous video, but back in April, Baldur's Gate 3's head of publishing, Michael Dowse, was talking about the popularity and the sales of Baldur's Gate 3 and his thoughts on video game marketing. He was quoted saying, "Marketing is dead. It truly is. I can back this shit up, man. There are no channels anymore. It doesn't work. You used to have marketing, communication, and PR. Marketing was essentially just retail theory. You were trying to get your box on the right point of the store shelf, and you had partnerships with retail stores. Those pipelines are gone. Now you've got the internet. Nobody's looking at ads anymore. All of these channels we would use to market through are no longer really viable. So their function is also reduced by the fact that players just want to be spoken to. They don't want to be bamboozled. They just want to know what you're making, why you're making it, and who it's for." The reason I bring that up is because Hikita recognizes what many in the industry don't. Even players who can't afford to buy your games can help you sell your game. With the age of the internet and the prominence of social media, communication has been the best way to move products. Most people ignore ads. They do whatever they can do to try to avoid them. The more players that are talking about your game means it's more likely to be noticed by more people, and it's probably going to sell more copies. It's just as simple as that. The video game market is becoming more and more saturated year over year, especially on the indie side of things. And how many people do you think out of that 20.5 million views that retweet got heard about Ultra Kill for the very first time? what percentage of those people maybe went and took a look at the game and then realized that it was a game that they wanted to buy and then they bought it? What are the chances that they bought it just because they really liked the guy's take and wanted to support an indie developer that was based? And it was as simple as that. Look, you know, the thing is that I saw a lot of people that were posting in some of the comment section on that retweet that were saying, oh, how long is he going to say this until everybody's now pirating his game? And the funny thing is with that is that, like, you can say what you will about folks that are encouraging it, but the vast majority of people just aren't going to pirate. And the reason why is because there's too many risks that are associated with it. Me, as an example, I'm not going to play pirated games, not because I don't want to play games for free. That sounds fantastic. It's one of the reasons why I started a YouTube channel in the first place, but it's because I only have one computer, and the last thing that I want to do is screw it up because I was trying to download and play a game for free. Same thing can be said for people that have consoles. A lot of those folks don't want to have to go through the hassle or the risk of cracking those consoles for them to be able to play those games and play hacked games or play ROMs or whatever it might be. They don't want to have to deal with it. They don't want to have to deal with the risk. Even more so, a lot of folks that are out there are playing games, they're playing them with friends, and the last thing they want to do is not be able to play with their friends online if they do have online access. So, like, the general consumer market isn't going to be interested in pirating games because it's too risky and it's too much of a hassle. The vast majority of those people are just going to want to go and just play the game. They're going to want to go and buy it. It's as simple as that. And this is a service issue at the end of the day. It has nothing to do with the pirates. Piracy should be illegal. It's illegal for a good reason, but at the exact same time, this is an issue that's created by the companies that are making these games, and it's something that they have to fix. Players are going to find solutions for themselves. Consumers always find solutions for themselves. It's as simple as that. If you're not going to provide me with the service that I require, I'm going to go find it from somebody else. That's what we do. If you're not going to sell me something for the price that I need you to sell it to me for, then I'm either going to wait or go buy it from somebody that's going to give me a better deal. And that's exactly what's going on right now. These companies are not filling needs that are in the market. And more, they keep complaining about the industry going downhill, and it's them that are making these games less available. You want to make all the money? Make it where everybody can play your games. But that's not what's happening. Whether that's console exclusivity, whether that's online only, whether that's locked regional pricing or whatever it might be, there's all kinds of issues that are out there that these companies are causing, and they're the ones to blame for the piracy that they're creating. And they're the only ones that can fix it. Otherwise, players are going to find ways to play games. Simple as that. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this video. That's all I got. It's a really interesting issue. I mean, the dev is absolutely catastrophically based for his take. It's absolutely fantastic. I personally went out and bought the game pretty much. I played the demo and really enjoyed it. It's actually really sick, to be honest with you. I don't know how I didn't hear about it. It's kind of one of those things. You kind of get trapped in these circles of games that you always follow, and you never really hear about some of these other indie games or things like that that are out there, and the next thing you know, all of a sudden, you know, you get exposed to it in one way or another, and you're like, holy shit, how did I not see this? It's a lot of fun. If you guys see some of the gameplay from the video, you might like it, give it a shot. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the video. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. Follow me on Twitch if you want to catch me reacting to news and things like that live, as well as, you know, sometimes playing video games, I guess, too. But outside of that, yeah, that's all I got. Peace!
Family, 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 family.
Recently, a nasty little conversation has reared its ugly head yet again, and it's that the video game industry believes that it's time for games to be $100 or more. Mark my words, if this is the path that the industry chooses to follow, this will likely lead to the largest collapse this industry has ever seen. They think that the layoffs, closures, and canceled games are bad now. You haven't seen anything yet. The players already have a long list of reasons as to why not to buy games today. If you want to go and add an even bigger reason to that list, likely for the vast majority of players, the reason that will be at the very top of their list You know, for years now, we've heard about how they think that the video game industry bubble is going to burst because there's just been so much investor interest over the years. The wages have increased, the cost of development and marketing has gone up, and the long development cycles that these games are in, 7 to 10 years in some cases, is just not making these games financially viable. These big AAA, these big shiny AAA games are too expensive to make for such little return. So they've gotten themselves thinking, well, how do we fix this issue? What's the actual problem here? I mean, it can't be that our, leadership is incompetent. It can't be the slop that we've been delivering to the customers. It can't be that we've been over-investing in these projects. It has to be that the customer's not paying enough money. That has to be the solution to this. So today what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the industry's long list of excuses as to why we need to be paying $100 or more. We're going to watch on as journalists seal clap the industry's death march into oblivion, and we're going to talk about why I think the players aren't going to buy. This isn't the first time we've had to have this conversation. Back in 2023, Capcom's president came forward at an event in Japan and explained that video game prices were far too low even after the price hike up to $70, explaining that video game development costs are 100 times more expensive than they've ever been, and games haven't followed inflation like other industries. And he's not wrong. In 1990, a standard game would cost around $50. Adjusted for inflation, that would be closer to $100 today. Yet, even with the price hikes in 2020 up to $70 for AAA games, the reality is that the industry just hasn't kept pace. Over the same time period, from 1990s to today, wages, marketing, and development costs have all skyrocketed. Game studios are spending exponentially more money than they ever did in the 90s or early 2000s, so the profit made on the sale of a single game has shrunk year over year. If we were to adjust in line with inflation from the early days of gaming to today, AAA games would be priced well over $100, maybe even $150 to be able to match today's financial realities. Now, all of that makes sense with nuance removed. However, we don't live in a world without nuance. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of games that are released today make far more money past the point of sale. Something that didn't exist back when games were being made in the 90s and early 2000s. While they still had merchandise, toys, and clothing, and other different things that they could sell, now today, games have DLC, loot boxes, gacha and gambling mechanics, microtransactions, expansions, collector's editions, and more. I'm sorry, but you can't convince me that video game companies aren't making enough money today, or there aren't enough ways for them to make money. However, games journalist and industry analyst Matthew Ball are going to try to tell us otherwise. In an article written by Eddie Mackich titled GTA 6 could cost as much as $100, some hope. Analyst clarifies comments. If Take-Two raises prices to $80 or more, other publishers could apparently follow suit. Eddie writes, veteran investment analyst and researcher Matthew Ball of Opinion has released a gargantuan 219-page report about the state of video gaming in 2025, and some of the presentation looks at how the video game industry could possibly grow in 2025. In a section titled How Player, Playtime, and Player Spend Might Return to Growth, Ball mentioned a variety of opportunities, including Grand Theft Auto 6 costing as much as $100 when it launches this year. Ball said that there is hope among some in the game market that Take-Two will price GTA 6 at $80 or even $100, which could prove as a turning point for the video game industry. This could break a key price barrier and allow developers to raise their prices as well, he said. Before this, a Baldur's Gate 3 developer said a GTA 6 could prompt a shift to more expensive games if Take-Two decides to price it above $70. In a series of follow-up posts, Ball shared further key updates, including how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, with GTA 5 costing $83. Ball added, your rent is up, movie tickets have doubled, minimum wage, Spotify, Netflix, bus fare, gas, etc. Indeed, nearly all categories are up, not just flat in real terms, while games are at record lows. He went on to say Rockstar's cost isn't sufficient to set the price, but the argument games should be the only thing never to adjust for inflation and thus be, in the strictest terms, worth less every year is not healthy either or a good argument, in my opinion. Ball was not making a prediction himself that GTA 6 would cost $100, only that there is a belief in the market by some that it could happen. For his money, Ball said that GTA 6 will cost $70. I can't believe I have to say this, but customers only ever care about inflation when said inflation affects them and their money. $100 is $100. Whether it's 1990 or 2025, no matter how you spin it, what excuses you make, or what numbers you point to, the vast majority of people just flat out cannot afford those prices and will have a far more difficult time justifying buying games day one or buying games at all. My friends with kids buy maybe 1-2 games a year, or they just spend their money on indie games because they're far cheaper, they tend to have more replay value, and they don't take as long to complete. My friends without kids, well, they work too much and they can't even justify buying a $70 game, and they just choose to play free-to-play games instead. Gen Z is so maladjusted and ambivalent due to the pandemic that they can't even find work, and even if they do, they can't hold jobs for long. Heck, the vast majority of them are choosing to become NEETs out of choice. Who are they planning to sell these games to, and where are they going to find the money? When Ball mentions how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, he's talking about how the price of GTA, adjusting for inflation, was priced above inflation at the time, making $59.99 feel like $90 at the time. And that's why it should be completely fine for games to be $90 or $100 today. Here's the other thing they're missing. $100 isn't just a number. It's a cultural touchstone. It's a psychological threshold that makes consumers think twice before making the purchase. Crossing that $100 mark makes a statement. It's saying that this product is now a luxury tier item, something that isn't just an impulse buy, but an investment, whether it's worth it or not. And that's when that feeling hits the hardest. It's not just about the price tag, it's about the perception of value and what people can reasonably spend in an already stretched economy. Look, a $100 purchase feels like it demands a justification. I can't tell you guys how many times I had to overcome dread when I was wanting to upgrade from a $30 webcam and a $50 microphone. For many, this is going to be a breaking point, the moment where games start to feel more like an exclusive club for the people that can afford it and less like a pastime accessible to anyone who loves the medium. It's a barrier that not only reflects inflation, but also sets the tone for how the industry views its audience, one where only a select few can afford or truly engage with what the industry has to offer. I just hate how disingenuous all of this is. Ball says the prices for all things are up, and the idea that games need to stay the same price isn't fair, conveniently ignoring the fact that while the upfront price of games has remained relatively stable, the way that games are monetized has changed drastically. In-game purchases, microtransactions, season passes, battle passes, and expensive collector's editions have all become the norm. Game companies have found new, more aggressive ways to squeeze every dollar from the player far beyond the original price tag. A $60 to $70 game is no longer just that, it's an entry point. To truly experience whatever the game has to offer, players are often pressured into spending far more in additional content. Customers aren't just paying more, they're paying far beyond what they originally bargained for, and that's what should be addressed, not just the price tag on the box. And what's even more funny about all of this is the fact that the writer of this article actually ended up using the Baldur's Gate 3 developers' words out of context. And by the way, if you guys have paid attention at all to journalism over the last couple of years, they've been using Baldur's Gate 3 developers out of context constantly because they think it adds some type of emotional weight to whatever their words are. Like, oh, look, here's this great developer that made a game that everybody loves saying that they agree with us, when 9 times out of 10, their words are completely out of context. They used it here saying that everybody's just waiting for GTA to increase the price, acting like the Baldur's Gate 3 developers want GTA to increase the price, when the original tweet that they had made was talking about how much they hated artificial price structures and gouging that we see in today's gaming industry. The original tweet actually said, "I don't love the artificiality of pricing structures post-retail. Use the inflated base price to upsell a subscription, and use vague content promises to inflate ultimate editions to make the base price look better. It all seems a bit dangerous and disconnected from the community. I think the game should be priced according to its quality, breadth, and depth. I'm not against higher prices, but this arbitrary uniformity just doesn't make sense to me. It feels so unserious." I'm gonna go off for a second. Don't you guys love how every single time they like to twist things to be able to suit whatever their narrative is, and everything is always coming from the perspective of the industry and never from the perspective of the player, of the customer, the people that are actually spending money on these things to begin with? Because we are never a priority. We are never at the forefront of discussion. We are never at the forefront of their mind when they're making these decisions. And then they sit back and they wonder why games are failing and studios are closing. I don't know. How could that possibly happen? The prices for everything is going up. You're absolutely right. Now that I think about it, you know what hasn't gone up with inflation? The general quality and day one performance of video games. Even some of the best games that we've seen released over the last few years can't even hit a standardized level of quality. We are spending $60 to $70 on brand new day one video games that we have to sit there and hold the bag because the game's not even finished, because it's always the minimum viable product that's being released to us, and we have to wait for them to finish the game for us to be able to play it. But let me take a wild guess and say they're probably going to try to blame the price of things on that as well. They want to talk about how expensive it is to make games today. You know, my question is, why are we the ones that need to keep up with you and your spending? We didn't sign up for that. When I look around the industry, I see some of the most successful games over the last few years: Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong, Space Marine 2. These games were made with a quarter of the budget of some of these big, flashy AAA games that nobody ended up buying in the first place. You guys are making tens of billions of dollars. The vast majority of the money that is made in this industry is coming from microtransactions. This is not my problem. The sheer cowardice of these companies to sit by and wait for somebody else to increase prices because they know it's a game or they think it's a game that everybody's going to buy and it's going to be the best way to just sneak that price change in. And that is so telling because you are pathetic and you realize that your games wouldn't sell. Asman, thanks for unpausing. Eddie continues with $70 is the current market rate for new AAA releases, and in fact, it was Take-Two that was among the first to raise prices from $60 to $70 back in 2020. Many are naturally wondering if Take-Two might raise prices again for GTA 6's launch. But it remains to be seen if that'll happen. Beyond updating the sticker price for games, video publishers have found other ways to be able to make more money out of players, including expensive editions, microtransactions, and battle passes, just to name a few. GTA 5, for example, has sold 205 million copies and brings in a lot of money in microtransactions in GTA Online. Early predictions have said that GTA 6 could sell 40 million copies and earn more than $3 billion in revenue during its first year alone. Ball said that GTA 6's launch this year will have mixed impact on total player hours and revenue across the gaming industry because it'll only be available on console. A PC release is expected after the console launch. However, Ball said that GTA 6 will severely cannibalize total hours and spending that would go to other video games when it launches. For its part, Ubisoft said GTA 6 is a good thing for the video game industry overall because a huge game like that may help more people turn to gaming. Some of the other areas that Ball listed off as having potential for growth in 2025 included further expansions into non-core markets, user-generated content, social game services, the Nintendo Switch 2, other new handhelds and devices, AA, AAA, mobile gaming, app store regulation, new game releases, generative AI, and advertising. Make this make sense. I do not understand how GTA 6, projecting 40 million copies sold and $3 billion in revenue in its first year, is somehow a footnote in a discussion as to why other games should increase their prices to $100. They are failing to realize why GTA 5 did so well, why GTA 6 is likely to do even better, or why it could even sell for $100 in the first place. You're not even thinking about what the impact of a price increase would be on other games and other studios outside of one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. $70 is the new current market rate for AAA releases? No, I think it's the going market rate for trash. The best releases on PC over the past 2 years have been $60. I mean, take a minute to think about it. If game prices were $100 today, what games would have realistically come out at $100? Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Diablo 4, Call of Duty, The Sims, sports games, trash, generic slop, and in some cases, absolute dumpster fires. And while some of them still would have reached an audience, they wouldn't have reached an audience of the same size because they would have cut off their leg to save a foot in regards to the game's price. I mean, think about what you're saying here. Even Ball mentions how GTA 6 is likely to cannibalize the sales and playtime of other games when they're released. Now imagine these morons raising their prices to $100. Good games sell well and bad games don't. And from my perspective, if the price of games were to increase, it's going to price a lot of players out of a lot of games and the entire market is going to shift. Good games will sell well and bad games won't sell at all, which means a minor mistake could have catastrophic consequences for some of these studios, and the gap between successes is going to become an ocean many studios cannot cross. I do not understand why the conversation isn't focused around how much money these companies are spending on games. Companies that cannot properly budget their own projects, set realistic sales projections, or even target an audience's needs properly. Ubisoft spends hundreds of millions of dollars on a busted-ass pirate ship simulator. EA invested hundreds of millions into an educational HR video disguised as Dragon Age. And we have so many more studios that are torching millions of dollars on bloated games filled with busy work and realistic eyelashes. What are we doing here? This industry is in a state of entropy where they just keep pressing forward, they keep spending more money, they're adding nothing to the core experience, and the customer is the one that is expected to keep up with their spending. They want to blame the failures of the industry on not making enough money, only to distract from the fact that it's their fault that people are losing their jobs. Studios are closing and sales are dwindling. I actually read through Matthew Ball's 223-page presentation, and he unwittingly proved it himself. In 2020, IDC, Google, ARC, and SMP all made projections on what they thought the industry would look like with its growth in the coming years. They viewed the pandemic boom as an accelerant, not an anomaly. Yes, these idiots thought that COVID was the future. ARC Investments forecasted that the industry would grow by 50% in 4 years, from $200 billion to $300 billion. Meaning that investors, blindly trusting speculators, ran to invest in these companies and publishers, and in turn, those companies, flush with cash, invested heavily into their new future. Only for them to be met with the crushing reality that none of those predictions would come true, outside of Ampere, so if you're going to use them for investment, they're actually probably the better bet. They don't want game prices to increase for inflation, they want game prices to increase to make up for their colossal financial hole that they've dug themselves into. The pandemic led to a wave of overly optimistic projections. Popular forecasters and analysts predicted that gaming would experience perpetual growth, an assumption that was rooted in a brief surge during lockdowns. These predictions were reckless, overlooking the fundamental truth. Once the pandemic subsided, people had to return to the working world. Inflation would then hit hard. I think a lot of people forget just how much of an impact stimulus checks had in the US. You had people that were low income and middle class earners that were making more money through unemployment than they ever did while they were employed. This ended up leading to a lot of unrealistic and excessive spending, especially given how much time they had on their hands. How the hell could you believe that the sales and engagement gaming saw in 2020 and 2021 would stay the same? Then I found out just how delusional they are when I came across the slide that was talking about the shortfall of spending and how players were spending less money and how there were less hours that were spent in games and how that led to an unprecedented number of commercial disappointments and flops. Forspoken, Skull and Bones, Concord, Halo Infinite, Redfall, Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar. These games didn't fail because of some esoteric lack in spending. It's because these games sucked. Now, after I saw this, it got me thinking. I'll admit that I was taken aback when I saw just how much the industry had receded after 2020. I had expected a decline, sure, but not to that extent. It took me a while to process it, so I started comparing some of the numbers with some of the other charts in the presentation, and then I stumbled upon something eye-opening. For a while now, I've had this ongoing theory in my mind that the so-called silent majority, those unengaged, uneducated masses that the industry often points to, doesn't actually exist in the way they think they do. I've always believed that the controversies and the complaints that we see from gamers are more than just the noise of a toxic vocal minority. They have a real, tangible effect on how players spend their money and engage with games. And as much as these developers and journalists would try to dismiss it, I think our collective opinions hold more weight than they give us credit for. The slide in the presentation that caught my eye was the one that showed that while US GDP and world GDP were on the rise, indicating that global overall spending was up, player spending dropped 13% from 2021 to 2024. That's a pretty significant dip, and it made me think, what other industry exploded alongside gaming during this period? Social media. And guess what? Social media didn't take the same dive that gaming did. So think about it. Players who would have normally not been involved in gaming communities suddenly found themselves more connected than ever. The silent majority, those once quiet and unaware of the broader gaming world, became a part of it during COVID. They began engaging with games on a deeper level and their awareness grew. They didn't buy into what was just being fed to them. They started thinking critically and evaluated their purchases, participating in some of these online communities and sharing their thoughts on other platforms like Twitter, Reddit, and Twitch. And I think that Twitch is a really good example of this because while their viewership has dipped a little bit since 2021, they still retained a lot of the audience that they captured during COVID, and they haven't fallen back to their pre-2020 numbers. That shows a community that stuck around, that was once passive consumers, is now much more active and informed. You have a group of customers who have returned to the workforce, who have less money to spend due to inflation, who likely picked up on a couple of YouTube channels or Twitch streamers that are talking about different issues that are going on in the industry, and they're still watching, they're still engaging with that content. This isn't just a trend, it's a fundamental change in how we as consumers, as customers, as players engage with this industry. We're not just the ones buying games anymore, we are shaping the conversations around them. We are shaping what their sales look like at the end of the day. And I think the developers and journalists are starting to realize this, even if they're reluctant to admit it. The players really are the ones with all the power. When you look at the growth of social media and you see how many people are connected to it, it's at a point where it's oversaturation. We're still seeing the same levels of engagement during the lockdown days. That they're still the same. A lot of the channels probably have seen even more growth since then. I would guarantee if I went out and I started polling some of the people that blew up or got big or anything like that during COVID, they probably still retained a lot of their audience, except for some of those Minecraft guys. But that's a completely different story. They did that to themselves for the most part. But I think what the industry doesn't realize, or maybe they just don't want to realize it, that's probably really what it is that players are still engaged in all these discussions. All the views are still coming in on videos, all the tweets and all the Reddit stuff is still getting updates and all that good stuff. People are talking about the industry, but they're not buying the games and they're not playing the games. So what does that mean? That means that they're out there involved in these communities and they're avoiding games. You cannot tell me that all the controversy that was surrounding Dragon Age the Veilguard didn't affect its sales. People waited for reviews, they felt the general vibe of the game, and they avoided the game, and as such, the game failed. In most cases, a game with that name, a game that has that much cultural weight, Dragon Age, should have sold regardless. It still should have did really well, but it didn't. And why is it? Well, it's because people are paying attention to videos or watching videos and keeping up on previews and stuff like that. They're going off of the vibe before they actually go to buy. And as such, they're avoiding stuff that they don't think is worth their money. You know, one thing that the analysts and the journalists aren't talking about is why GTA could sell for $100. The reason why is it's because it's a cultural phenomenon. It has been a cultural phenomenon. It's a massive game. And the thing is that there's a lot of players that are out there that have overhyped the game in a lot of cases, but it's one of the most anticipated releases in forever, it feels like. And some people are confident the game is going to deliver, but I think a lot of people are going to buy it even if it doesn't because they're just going to do it. Simple as that. And there's a level of confidence there, consumer confidence, that I don't think exists anywhere else in the industry right now. Maybe there's a couple of studios that are out there that people are like, for sure, I'll buy one of their games. FromSoft is like that for a lot of people. Larian's now become one of those studios as well. I'm sure that people will probably pick up on Game Science or Saber or whatever it might be. But outside of that, the vast majority of games, most people are relatively leery about. I mean, there's not a lot of studios. Anytime any game comes out, I'm pretty nervous because I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work day one. I don't know if it's going to be worth my money. I don't know if they're going to deliver on all the promises, even with the gameplay trailers and stuff like that, because we've had games in the past that have showed us gameplay trailers and the game didn't play anything like it. Sure, you're going to have some people that are out there that are going to be habit buyers, and they will just go and pick up Grand Theft Auto, and I'm sure probably the same thing will happen for like sports games and stuff like that too. But I'm just going to be honest with you, there's just a lot of people that are out there that can't afford $100 video games. And this isn't a shot at people being like, oh, look at this broke boy or anything like that. Dude, I get it. I don't like spending that kind of money on something. I could write it off on my taxes and I'll still feel dirty doing it. And to be honest with you, with the rise in popularity for PC gaming, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a return to pirating. Just like in the early 2000s with CDs. They were overpriced, they were bulky, they were hard to store, they were easily damaged. $20-$30 for a CD? Bro, it was too much money. Everybody flooded to LimeWire and Napster and stuff like that, and I guarantee you'll probably see the same thing here because a lot of it is based off of convenience. While general customers, I don't really think are really interested in pirating games, just general consumers, they will be if the industry prices them out of it, because they were at one point in time with music. Back in the day, nobody had any problem downloading movies, TV shows, and music, and still in a lot of cases people do. The only reason why they do it today is because it's convenient and relatively cheap in their eyes, because they're spending it on the subscription programs or whatever it is. This is going to be devastating to the industry if they make this choice, because like I said before, listing off some of the games, think about the games that they would actually sell for $100. The vast majority of games that release in a year aren't worth that kind of money. And you know for a fact, anytime there's some type of just generic blanket price increase, they're all going to go for it. And they're all going to fail. Outside of a handful, maybe 1, 2, 3 games a year, maybe. And the funny thing is that even those games are going to suffer, because most people aren't going to be able to justify $300 on 3 games. That's crazy. You out of your mind? That's half a console. What are you thinking? Even a price increase up to $80, I think, is going to be too much. It's just, I don't care what people say about, how realistically money feels today because of inflation or anything like that. $80 to $100 is a lot of money. And for most people, they're just going to pass on it. There's other games that are out there that are far cheaper that are much more worth their money, and they're going to support them instead. So if these AAA companies want to go ahead and do it, these big, the biggest publishers and studios that we have that are out there, go for it. I love to make videos about it. Like the video I'm going to make for BioWare. Oh, man, that one's a long time coming. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to your friends, share it on social media and things like that. Boost my engagement. Make me famous. See you guys later. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
Family, 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 family.
If there was one company that I could point to and say they are a microcosm of everything that has gone wrong in games today, I'm talking about all the things that players hate about games today. A company that the vast majority of people would sit back and celebrate and watch them burn. Heck, they'd probably bring their own gasoline. That's Electronic Arts. They are the ultimate evil. They are the progenitor of some of the worst consumer practices: over monetization, exploitation of players, lowering of quality, lowering of standards. Heck, they run the whole gambit, and in a lot of cases, they're the ones that invented it, and the rest of the industry's been following their lead because they've made so much money doing it. But the funny thing is, that stopped. $6 billion erased in an instant. That's 6 Ubisofts if you guys are counting. And it's all because they had to tell their investors that, sorry guys, FC25, which is their biggest franchise, it's one of the biggest franchises in the entire world, is not making money like it used to. People are not buying it, and people are not spending money on the microtransactions like they were before. On top of that, their star child in Dragon Age the Veilguard missed sales projections by 50%. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, because that game was a return to form for BioWare. I realize a lot of people are going to be like, LD, pump the brakes. There's no way that EA is going to fail. EA is too big to fail. The sports fans are going to buy the sports games, and they're going to make all the money off of microtransactions. The funny thing is, I don't think people understand just how much trouble EA is in. Because over the last few years, over the last decade, honestly, we've seen a gradual decline and a sharp decline from a lot of EA studios. Look at DICE, look at BioWare, look at Respawn. These studios are not producing the same level of quality, and the players are not engaging with any of their products. On top of that, that same rot, that same virus is now seeping into their sports games, and they're suffering as well. So today what I want to do is I want to talk to you guys about one of the biggest publishers in the industry and how I think that we have front row seats to one of the greatest downfalls we're ever going to see. But before that, today's sponsor. If you haven't been keeping up, EA recently faced a major blow when their stock plummeted 15% following an investor meeting in Town Hall, wiping out $6 billion in value and hitting a 5-year low. While some of their franchises still maintain a strong foothold, the company has been reeling from a string of high-profile failures in both their publishing and their development. Battlefield 2042, Wild Hearts, Immortals of Avium, Tales of Kenzera Zao, and Dragon Age the Veilguard have all contributed to a declining interest in their portfolio. Even their once dominant sports franchises are starting to show signs of waning interest, creating a grim outlook for the future. Now, EA isn't in the same position as, say, Ubisoft, but they're undeniably on the same path. Years of devaluing their franchises, over-monetization, ignoring their audience, losing key talent, and doubling down on misguided investments are finally starting to catch up with them. Despite its reputation as one of the most controversial publishers in gaming, EA is also the company that introduced many of us to the hobby that we love today, to some of the genres that we love the most today. To understand where EA is headed, I think it's essential that we look back at where they started and how they became a cultural force in gaming. In 1982, Trip Hawkins, a visionary from Apple, founded Electronic Arts with a mission to revolutionize the gaming industry. His goal was to treat developers as software artists, emphasizing creativity and innovation. This philosophy set EA apart early on, leading to the creation and publication of some of the most iconic franchises that created some of our most fondest memories. Now, from the start, Hawkins prioritized recognizing and promoting creative talents from within the company before anything else, fostering an environment where innovation could thrive. That bold approach attracted top-tier talent and laid the foundation for EA's meteoric rise to prominence. EA quickly became a household name in sports gaming, starting with its most iconic franchise, Madden NFL. Launched in 1988, this series redefined what sports games could be and became a cultural phenomenon. By 2018, the game had already sold over 130 million copies, and today, the numbers are estimated to be well over 160 million. Its influence extended far beyond sales. It became an integral part of football culture in the NFL, and it's now referred to as the NFL's 33rd franchise. With every new annual release eagerly anticipated by its fans, Madden NFL not only changed gaming, but it also helped popularize American football among new audiences. While Madden anchored EA Sports' legacy, the FIFA series debuting in 1993 solidified the company's global impact. By combining official licenses with leagues and other teams across the world, they appealed to every soccer fan, and FIFA became one of the best-selling video games of all time. By 2021, it had already sold over 325 million copies, bringing the passion of soccer to millions of players and securing its place as a cornerstone of EA's portfolio. While EA dominated the sports genre, its influence extended far beyond that. The Command & Conquer series, a staple of real-time strategy, set the standard for base building, resource management, and tactical combat. The franchise not only inspired countless successors, but it also delivered some of the most memorable writing in gaming history, including Tim Curry's unforgettable performance in Red Alert 3. It cemented EA's role as a publisher willing to push boundaries in storytelling and gameplay.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
And EA went on to find massive success with The Sim series, a groundbreaking life simulation game that allowed players to create and manage virtual lives. With its endless replayability and universal appeal, The Sims attracted one of the most diverse audiences of any game potentially ever. Mothers, brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, everybody was playing this game, mostly because they wanted to put an entire family in a pool and then remove the ladder and then put all the gravestones into the house to then haunt the next family. But beyond that, it became a cultural phenomenon. It still remains one of the best-selling PC games of all time. In 2002, EA launched the Battlefield series and later acquired its developer DICE in 2006. From its debut, Battlefield 1942, the franchise redefined large-scale multiplayer shooters with massive battles, destructible environments, and realism. Battlefield 3 in 2011 and Battlefield 4 in 2013 set a new benchmark for breathtaking visuals and expansive maps, selling over 88 million copies worldwide and taking over the shooter scene. EA's acquisition of BioWare in 2007 opened the door to some of the most iconic RPGs in gaming history. The Mass Effect series quickly became a flagship franchise, combining rich storytelling with player-driven choices that shaped the universe. The trilogy, released between 2007 and 2012, it captured hearts of millions of players and redefined what RPGs could achieve. Mass Effect 2 in 2010, with its character-driven narrative and redefined gameplay, is still celebrated as one of the greatest RPGs of all time. BioWare then followed this success simultaneously with the Dragon Age series beginning in 2009 with Dragon Age Origins. Known for its intricate world building and morally complex narratives, the series earned its critical acclaim and established a loyal fan base. With over 15 million copies sold, Dragon Age solidified BioWare's reputation as a master of RPG design. EA's partnership with Respawn led to the creation of the Titanfall series in 2014, featuring fast-paced combat, wall-running mechanics, and controllable mechs. Titanfall brought a fresh perspective to the shooter genre. While Titanfall 2 in 2016 faced stiff competition at launch, it still earned a devoted following, and from my perspective, it's still one of the best shooters today. Respawn then built upon this foundation with Apex Legends in 2019, a battle royale game that was set in the Titanfall universe. Its squad-based gameplay, diverse characters, and innovative ping system made it an instant hit, drawing 50 million players within its first month. Apex Legends proved Respawn's ability to be able to adapt and innovate, cementing EA's presence within the live service space. Man, it is honestly crazy to look back and realize how many successful franchises and games EA has either published or developed, how long many of these games have stayed relevant, and how many of these games then went on to inspire new games. From its roots as a pioneer for developer-focused creativity to its dominance in sports, RPGs, and shooters, EA's influence has shaped gaming culture in profound ways. Its ability to be able to create games that resonate with diverse audiences. We're talking about just about anybody that's out there, while also pushing boundaries of what's possible in gaming, has made it one of the most significant publishers in history. I've been playing video games since essentially I was born. I popped out with an NES controller, and EA houses some of my favorite gaming experiences of all time, and I guarantee there's a lot of you guys that are going to agree with me on this. NHL 94 way back in the day. I remember staying up all night playing Madden with my little brother, smashing controllers on the ground when we celebrated touchdowns, slamming flaming hot Cheetos. I remember going to school and falling asleep in class because I was up all night trying to be the edgiest shepherd that I could ever be in Mass Effect, sharing builds in Dragon Age with my friends and talking about different story outcomes. I actually have to thank EA, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have learned to like truly appreciate games and how to be critical of them if it wasn't for playing Dead Space. That was the first game that really made me sit back and think about how games are made. It's the first series, it's the only series that I've ever 100%ed. The lighting was insane. The sound design was unlike anything I'd ever even experienced before. And those were the first times that I ever even thought about those kind of things in games. I never took the time to think about those kind of things. That moment when you walk down the hallway and you get grabbed by a tentacle is like the most insane experience ever. I'm pretty sure my body left my soul. I was so terrified. It was so good, man. It was so good. There is something in the founder's initial mindset, that idea that you need to be promoting and recognizing talent above all else. And because of that, it showed throughout their entire catalog. That's how you get great games, because you have to pay attention to the creatives, you have to keep them in charge, and that's how everything gets made. You keep making things and building things and being innovative, and the only way you can do that is by recognizing the talent that you have and making sure that they're the ones that are actually out there steering the ship in the first place. And that's how they became one of the biggest publishers, if not at one point in time, they were the biggest publisher in the entire world. But they were doing that, and they don't do that anymore. That's the thing. Because it all changes. It's always the same story with a lot of these companies. They always start for the best reasons possible, and then the next thing you know, well, EA just busted a hard left. It wasn't about the creatives, it wasn't about the innovation, it wasn't about the player's experience, it became about growing profits and quick turnarounds. How can we make the most money as fast as possible? And that's been the only thing that they've been interested in. And what's crazy is, I found the exact moment it happened. A slow illness spread throughout the company, leaving its games, studios, and reputation fundamentally altered. For me, the symptoms of this first appeared with Mass Effect 3. I love this series. I loved Mass Effect 3, but something felt wrong. Role-playing mechanics were stripped back. Many of the choices that we made in earlier games were rendered completely meaningless. The ending felt rushed, and the addition of multiplayer to a narrative-driven game just felt jarring. It didn't feel right. It was foreign. It was as if the very soul of the franchise was being diluted. What I didn't realize at the time was this was the beginning of EA's transformation into a company almost entirely driven by profit. And that pattern continued with Dead Space 3. What had once been a harrowing survival horror series became unrecognizable. While I still enjoyed the game, it was just different. While co-op definitely added something unique to the experience, everybody remembers the elevator scene, the multiplayer lowered the stakes of the game, and the addition of a convoluted crafting system that was tied to microtransactions hollowed out the entire experience. The introduction of the resource integration gear rigs system with its drones that are going out gathering things on a timer that you could be rushing with real money. This is not only intrusive, but it's emblematic of the shift in how EA actually viewed its audience, not as fans to be delighted, but as wallets to be emptied. Back in 2013, this kind of aggressive monetization felt alien, but now it just reads as a harbinger of the company's future direction. Now, after remembering what it felt like to play these games and how everything just felt different, I ended up doing a bit of research. I cross-analyzed some dates, trying to figure out what happened. Why did things change? And then I realized that there was a key leadership change in 2007, before these games released, that fundamentally changed that company and all of the games to be released in the next 5 years, which both includes Mass Effect 3 and Dead Space 3. And that was the return of John Riccitiello as CEO in 2007. Riccitiello, probably one of the most infamous CEOs in all of gaming, the one that said that he wanted to charge players $5 or more to reload their guns in first-person shooters. But when he came in, he brought a vision of relentless monetization. Under his leadership, EA adopted a new strategy that prioritized immediate financial returns over long-term creative success. This approach was then further solidified in 2011 when Riccitiello transitioned EA to the NASDAQ Global Select Market, a move that would demand stringent financial performance. We're talking this is going to place a ton of pressure onto this company to deliver consistent, exponential growth. The result was a relentless push for profits that came at the expense of quality, leading to decisions that would alienate their players and ultimately ruin their games. I think the fallout of this is most evident with EA's treatment of BioWare, a studio that was renowned for its rich storytelling and complex characters. Under EA, BioWare released major hits like the Mass Effect trilogy and Dragon Age Origins, but the cracks soon began to show. Dragon Age 2 was rushed to market with a development cycle that was reportedly as short as 14 to 16 months. The result was a game that, while ambitious with its storytelling, felt repetitive and shallow. With recycled environments and oversimplified mechanics, fans were left divided and a once pristine reputation was now tarnished. Then came Mass Effect Andromeda, a game that was marred by rushed production, poor management, and lack of polish. What should have been a triumphant return to the series became a cautionary tale of overambition and under-delivery. This was then followed by Anthem, perhaps the most glaring example of EA's mismanagement. BioWare, a studio that's built their entire empire off of single-player RPGs, was now tasked with creating a live service game to compete with Destiny and Warframe. The result was disastrous, a game that was plagued by shallow content, a disjointed story, and chaotic development. BioWare's identity and much of its leadership was sacrificed in the pursuit of trends and profit margins, leaving fans disillusioned and the studio's future uncertain. Even franchises of theirs that initially resisted the rot eventually succumbed to it. DICE, the creators of Battlefield, delivered hits like Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 4, games that cemented themselves as a serious competitor to Call of Duty, but as EA's obsession grew with monetization, so did their interference. By the time Battlefield 1 arrived, microtransactions and loot boxes had already crept into the experience, signaling the beginning of the franchise's decline. I think this all really came to a head with Star Wars Battlefront 2, a game whose aggressive pay-to-win mechanics sparked global outrage. Players were forced to grind dozens of hours to unlock iconic characters like Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker, or they could just pay to skip the grind. The backlash was so severe that EA had to temporarily remove microtransactions, but by the time they did, the damage was already done, both to the game and EA's reputation. The decay extended beyond shooters and RPGs to EA sports franchises. Once celebrated for their authenticity and innovation, today, FIFA and Madden NFL are widely criticized as hollow cash grabs, offering little more than annual roster updates. The real focus is put into modes like Ultimate Team, which encourages players to spend exorbitant amounts of money, real money, on card packs in a system that's honestly worse than any gacha game. These practices have drawn criticism not only for their exploitative nature, but also how they overshadow any meaningful content being added to the game. Even The Sims, a franchise that's synonymous with creativity and charm, has not escaped EA's grasp. While the base game offers a solid foundation, the sheer volume of paid expansions, over 60 DLC packs costing up to $1,300 in total. You may as well go play Star Citizen at that point. At the heart of all of this decay lies a corporate philosophy that sees players not as people to engage with, not as players to deliver anything to, but as customers to extract from. Riccatello's infamous quip about wanting to charge players for reloads wasn't a joke, that was a mission statement. Under his leadership and that of his successors, EA has normalized exploitative practices, loot boxes, overpriced DLCs, and minimizing what is delivered to the player, setting a precedent for the rest of the industry. This company's relentless pursuit of profit at the expense of quality and creativity didn't just tarnish their reputation, it influenced other publishers to adopt similar predatory tactics. The result is an industry that often prioritizes financial exploitation over innovation, over creativity, over respect for their audience. EA's shift in priorities, driven by the desire to satisfy their shareholders and short-term financial goals, has left a trail of broken franchises, disillusioned fans, and squandered potential. Now, I realize everybody's going to have their own culprit. They're going to point to Activision or Blizzard or Ubisoft or maybe Bethesda in some cases, but from my perspective, EA is the pioneer in some of the most gut-punching, price-gouging, underhanded, exploitative tactics that are used against players today, used against the customers today. They do everything they can to take as much as they can without giving anything back. They're the face of greed, of gluttony, of sin. They are the Asmodan of the video game industry. Diablo 3 reference for you guys there. You know what's crazy is that we can actually see that they had such noble goals at the start, but the original visionary, the guy that started the company, the guy that came from Apple, ended up starting a company that is falling victim to the very thing that his former boss, Steve Jobs, warned most of the industry about, most of these creative industries about. Most people have seen the clips or they've heard the quotes by now about how the minute that you kick out creative minds and you hand over control to career CEOs and marketing minds is the minute that you stop providing a product to your customers and start providing a service to your shareholders. And that's rotting out the creative foundation of these companies. And what's crazy is we can actually see the minute where everything turned around for this company, the minute that they turned left on us. That's when they took on John Riccatello. Parasite of a CEO, a dude that'll laugh about wanting to exploit his customers. That's crazy to me. Look what happened to their game. Multiplayer forced into everything, microtransactions in every single game. It proliferated throughout the entire company. Nothing was sacred. And I realize it's a relatively highbrow financial discussion to have when I talk about how he changed the company to NASDAQ Global Select. But what that does is it illustrates how stakes increased. how the expectations of the company were exponentially increased. They had to deliver so much more on the financial side than they normally would have to, because they're not competing with video game companies anymore. They're competing with Exxon, with Google, with Nvidia. It's a totally different ballgame. And I don't think that that is healthy or sustainable in a creative industry, because this industry is anything but consistent. But they kept making money, and a lot of it. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of these companies ended up following them and doing what they do in their games, because, well, EA was making a ton of money doing it. But that's built off of the back of the fact they have a lot of habit buyers, people that have been buying annual franchises and things like that. A lot of people that are buying things out of nostalgia. A lot of folks that have no idea that some of these studios and these games that they fell in love with years ago have had the soul sucked out of them. And I think a really good example of that is actually Anthem, when you think about it, because that game was still a financial success. They sold 5 million copies. They broke even. I think they made even a little bit more money than what they actually spent in development. And that game was a massive flop, a huge failure that was shut down within like a year of the game's release. That's crazy. They kept getting away with it. But the funny thing is that over all of these years, over exploiting your players, ruining trust, losing key creatives, well, slowly but surely, you're not going to be able to get away with it. And now, the Reaper has come for them. Oh man, this is a long time coming. The past couple of years for EA have been a roller coaster of highs and lows. They have had some incredible releases that reminded players of what EA is capable of when it focuses on quality, but these have been overshadowed by monumental failures, mismanagement, and dwindling player trust. EA had a rare win with the Dead Space remake in 2023. It nailed the atmosphere, the tension, and the horror, all while upgrading everything to modern graphics and refined mechanics. As a fan of the original, I was genuinely surprised it's a proper remake that didn't cut any corners. Then there was Star Wars Jedi Survivor, a solid follow-up to Fallen Order with great gameplay and engaging story, and players loved it, but the launch was a bit on the rough side, with some serious performance issues on PC and on consoles. Still, despite the technical problems, it stood out as one of the better releases for the year. But these wins were not enough to mask the colossal failure that was Immortals of Avium. This was an ambitious first-person shooter that struggled to gain any traction from the start. It was an original IP from EA, released into a crowded market with no clear audience. The game was essentially dead on arrival. Critics had pointed out its uninspired world design, repetitive gameplay, and lack of polish. Players were equally unimpressed, especially with its steep price tag of $70, which further alienated potential buyers. The result of this was abysmal sales figures that left EA scrambling to justify the $125 million investment. The studio behind the game, Ascendant Studios, faced massive layoffs shortly after its launch. We have the release of Dragon Age: The Veilguard, which was supposed to reignite one of BioWare's most beloved franchises, but instead it serves as a stark reminder of how far EA and BioWare have fallen. The game is nothing more than a shallow attempt at activism. Its characters were uninspired. They removed any real choice or role-playing from the game, as they neutered the main character's ability to effectively express themselves in any way outside of being everybody's friend or everyone's slightly more stern friend. Now, mind you, this game was supposed to be a live service game during its initial stages of development, and halfway through, EA and BioWare ended up pivoting, changing leadership, and bringing on Corinne Bush as the director. Now, many have noted that this is the reason why the gameplay is so simple and repetitive, and why the level design is so linear, and it's because, well, it's the old foundation that was left behind. Now, while many in games media would have liked to mislead players into believing that Dragon Age: The Veilguard was actually a really good game, a financial success, a return to form for BioWare, as many had said, flashing concurrent player numbers on Steam of upwards of 80k concurrent players in a year in which we saw many releases like Helldivers, Palworld, Black Myth: Wukong, Space Marine 2, Marvel Rivals, Path of Exile 2, and quite a few others break well over 200,000 concurrent players, even 500,000 or a million concurrent players in some cases. The game ended up being a commercial and financial failure, unable to meet 50% of EA sales projections, and likely leading to the firing of Corinne Bush and the looming layoffs or potential closure of the studio if Mass Effect 5 can't deliver. Now, I brought this up in a previous video, but if they spent $125 million on Immortals of Avium, it's safe to assume that Veilguard likely cost twice that, if not triple that, since the game was in development for almost a decade and had considerably more marketing behind it. And I could already hear it now, but those are single-player games, LD. EA makes all of their money on live service games and sports games. A few losses in AAA is meaningless in the face of billions of dollars in microtransactions, right? Well, that would be the case if those games were healthy, but the cancer has spread throughout the entire publisher. Apex Legends, one of EA's crown jewels, has been quietly bleeding players and relevance over the past couple of years. After its peak in 2023 with an impressive 624,000 concurrent players on Steam, the game has seen a steep decline, losing 70% of its players in 2024. Now just hovering above 100,000 players, essentially returning to their launch numbers. The minute that Apex reached its peak, EA sought to ramp up the game's monetization with costly new battle passes that removed the ability for players to be able to buy the next battle pass upon completion. Every new event that they added essentially became a microtransaction collection event, asking players to spend even more money. Meanwhile, there was no new real content that was being added to the game. Apex saw one map change and one new hero, and that's it. No new weapons, no new content, no value delivered to the player, only EA and Respawn hands out asking for more money. Now, amidst the turmoil, EA did achieve a monumental milestone with the release of College Football 25. The long-awaited return to the beloved college football franchise shattered records, becoming the highest-selling sports game of all time in the United States. However, the success of College Football 25 doesn't really matter, because while it did well in the US, and that's where people actually watch American football. This success means nothing in the face of a failure regarding EA's most popular and lucrative franchise in FIFA, now known as FC 25. Soccer is global, American football is not. Largely panned by critics for being uninspired, adding nothing to the game's core experience other than a roster update, all of EA's improvements and efforts went into the game's Ultimate Team mode, which is where most of their monetization is housed. It's essentially a gacha game for sports fans, and instead of collecting waifus, they're collecting their favorite players, who are essentially power prepped 10 times faster than characters in Honkai Star Rail or Genshin Impact. You guys think Chinese gacha games are bad? You haven't seen Ultimate Team. You could put a whole team together, and the next month, they're all damn near useless. Now, come to find out, this mode is actually EA's cash cow. This is where the vast majority of their money comes from. They use it in Madden, NHL, and FIFA, and the audience is tired of it. It's become too costly and too repetitive, and all of their spending is undone when the next yearly installment comes out. The players are tired of spending, and with no real effort put into the game's core experience, there's really no reason for casual players who don't play Ultimate Team to come in and buy the next installment. This is a huge deal, and I'm surprised that nobody's talking about it, but the financial impact of both FC 25 and Apex Legends failing to meet financial expectations cannot be overstated. These two franchises are EA's primary means of making money, generating the bulk of their live service revenue. Without either of these games performing the way that they need, and all of their AAA games either flopping or being straight up financial failures, EA is in a lot of trouble. Recently, EA's leadership has promised to turn things around by 2026. Basically, 2025 is already a wash for them. But how do you rebuild trust with an audience that you've spent years exploiting? How do you reignite the passion of the players who have watched their favorite franchises erode under the weight of corporate greed? You don't, and I don't think they can. You now have a company that has spent years destroying its own reputation and the reputation of beloved studios and franchises that has created an environment in which even habit buyers don't have a reason to return because they've ignored the core experience of their games, and their increase in monetization and commoditization of their games has priced so many customers out of even buying their games in the first place. A company that laid the foundation of the industry is now going to collapse under the weight of their own greed and investor expectations. They have lost their financial foothold. Both FC 25 and Apex Legends make up the vast majority of their microtransaction income. I am so surprised that they only fell by 15%, and I think the only reason they have is because their investors don't understand the full picture of what's going on or how much money they're going to be hemorrhaging very soon. Because this is not something that you're going to be able to dig yourself out of very quickly. That's the reason why he said, oh, we'll fix it next year, because they're thinking about annual releases. And people are going to sit back and say, well, LD, sports players, sports games, these guys, they're going to go buy the annual releases. And that might be true, unless 2K gets the license for FIFA. That would smoke them. Most sports fans or sports game fans, they enjoy the 2K games far more. I know I did. You bring back NHL 2K, you got me as a customer, baby. They'll be cooked. I don't think that their investors have any idea how much trouble this company is going to be in if they can't turn it around. And to be honest with you, I don't think they can. I genuinely don't. I am so surprised that I'm the only one that's reporting on this, because this is such a massive deal. Years of watering down, under-delivering, rush development, over-monetization, exploitation of your players, And, well, also on top of that, they have, licensed monopolies for years. Basically, every underhanded tactic in the book have put them in the corner. They don't have trust. They don't have people that are rooting for them anymore. You'd be hard-pressed to find anybody that doesn't think that EA isn't a parasite in this industry. I've said it once, I'll say it again. You can only push your developers, your players, your customers, your franchises so far. You can only take so much until you've taken too much, and EA has taken the lion's share for far too long. I do not understand how they thought Ultimate Team was going to be a sustainable business model. I know I have gacha players in my audience. Think about if you played Genshin, and every year they just cut it off. They just stop developing, they stop supporting the game. All the money you spend, all the waifus you got, gone in an instant. It's time to play Genshin 2025. New game, new waifus, start over from scratch. You're not building any loyalty. You're not building anything. The reason why those games are successful in the first place is because the players feel invested in those games. And if that investment is not respected, then those players do not stick around. So if you are, by the way, I want you guys to keep in mind, the pricing is like the exact same as gacha, if not more expensive in these sports games. And the characters are power crept 10 times, 20 times faster. It's crazy. If any of you guys have played it or seen it, it is wild how predatory it is. And that's not sustainable because you're just going to bleed your customers dry too quickly. And the funny thing is that you look at their sports games, and essentially all of their games are like this. I used to be an NHL sports fan. I still watch sports, but I just used to play the NHL game, but I don't play it anymore. And I was hooked on Ultimate Team for a little while. For a year, I was hooked on Ultimate Team. And when the new game came out and all of my progress, all the money that I invested, all the grinding that I did was basically thrown out the window, I was done. I was like, I'm not going to do that again. You kidding me? You don't get anything for anything, any of the work that you put in before? I'm out, man. No. Especially when you know that, like, how many times have you guys went and bought one of these sports games and you didn't buy it the day that it came out? So you come in like 4 months late or something like that and you get the game. Now you're starting on the back foot and you're only going to have like 6 months of those characters that you play being relevant? Are you out of your mind? It's not going to work. Well, I can't imagine them crashing hard and fast. I think we are going to bear witness to one of the greatest downfalls we've ever seen because they don't have the talent. They don't have the creatives. They have the IPs, but they don't have the people to be able to make them what they were before. BioWare is cooked, DICE is cooked, EA is cooked, their core studios, everything's cooked. It's terrible. Again, I am surprised that they only fell 15%, and I think this is only the very beginning of what's going to be happening. Because you've just taken too much. You've done too much. It's not going to work out. Apex Legends, maybe you can bring back some players to that. Maybe you drop a new map and some new characters and weapons and things like that. You vastly change the game in some way that brings players back and makes it trendy again. Maybe. But the problem is that you have games that are out there now. Marvel Rivals, I realize it's not a battle royale, but they're able to deliver content at a cadence that I don't think Apex can. 4 characters in 2 months or something like that. 2 characters a month or whatever they're doing right now. Game's still at 400K concurrent players. They're doing just fine. And they're siphoning a lot of the players from some of these other games that they aren't being treated as well. I talked about that in my Marvel Rivals as a wake-up call video. Monetization's better. It's not in your face. They're not begging you to do anything. You can just play the game as is if you wanted to, and you'll never be bothered by it. That's not EA. That's not how they roll. And that's not how they're going to be rolling much longer. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of this. This is going to be a wild ride. I'm going to tell you that right now. I got the same vibe that I got from Ubisoft, and well, let's hope I have the death touch. Let's see if it can happen again. Let's see if I make another video about a company potentially, falling into ruin, and see if that, gets accelerated by, me making a video. Wouldn't that be great? I would love to have that power. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. If you guys enjoyed the video, share with your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Family, 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 family.
We are in the calm before the storm, the eerie silence before the first shot is fired. Live service games almost entirely across the board have been losing players, losing relevance, and hemorrhaging money. While at the exact same time, every major publisher is rushing to go and make the next live service game, or they are desperately clinging on to their existing ones, trying to stay afloat, not realizing that's exactly what's causing this problem in the first place, because something's been going on, but nobody's caught wind of it. And it makes a lot of sense. In most cases, we look at gaming failures in a case-by-case basis, rather than zooming out and looking at the bigger picture. But when you do, you see that the foundation is starting to crumble. You look around and you see that every player in every community is complaining about the exact same things. You see prices that are skyrocketing and quality that's plummeting. You see microtransactions become the main priority of these companies, monetization become the main priority of these companies, and at the exact same time, communities are dying. You see that content creators and streamers who have built their entire career around single games have lost relevance at a rapid rate, and that's a sign of decay. That's a sign of collapse. These are warning signs that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. The industry has overvalued live service games to a reckless degree while undervaluing single-player games or just, day one paid-for experiences. And most of them have completely abandoned them. Look at EA. They come forward and believe that Dragon Age the Veilguard failed because a lack of live service elements. Yeah, this is reality. What world do we live in? The best-selling and most talked-about games over the past few years have almost all been single-player games, and I think the vast majority of people will probably agree with me on that. Those are the games that I remember the most at the very least. Today, what I want to do is I want to talk about the slow drain on relevance in live service games, the exhaustion of the player base, and why putting all your money and betting all your money on live service has now become a death sentence. The industry is changing, and I don't think they're ready for it. Now, every single year we go through the same cycle. Players and content creators debating whether or not their favorite live service game is finally dying. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, virtually every major title goes through one of these phases. And for years, it's mostly been hyperbole. But now, it's slowly becoming all but inevitable. Whether it's general fatigue, lack in content, financial strain, new game releases, or unchecked issues, players are leaving live service games in droves right now. I've mentioned this before, but Call of Duty has lost nearly all of the players that it gained from the launch of Black Ops 6. A dip in retention is normal, but this isn't a post-launch fall-off. This is a catastrophic collapse. And it's not just Black Ops 6. The Steam launcher is tracking Call of Duty Warzone as well, meaning that all numbers across the board are plummeting. YouTube and Twitch metrics are telling the same story. Content creators who have built their audiences around Call of Duty are seeing a fraction of their normal viewership. Apex Legends lost 70% of its player base in just 1 year, and all the complaints between these two games is almost identical. Lack in variety of content, reusing cosmetics rather than creating anything new, content that raises the skill ceiling and alienates casual players, persistent bugs and performance issues, rampant cheating, and yet somehow, some way, the only thing these developers seem to prioritize is monetization. Players are bored, fatigued, and frustrated, while these companies behind these games keep extending their hands asking for more money. And this has been a consistent trend because last year, Ubisoft reconfigured their battle pass for Rainbow Six Siege, increasing prices, removing rewards, not adding any new content to the game, while asking players if they'd like to purchase a membership to keep playing the game. Many live service studios have tunnel vision profit and have completely lost sight of the quality of their product and the service that they're supposed to be delivering. That's why they're losing players. I mean, look at what's going on with League of Legends. Riot has always been a studio, for the most part, that has been frequently celebrated by its players. But recently, the developers stepped forward to explain that while player retention is stable and revenue is up, they've come to realize that Hextech Chess, a free reward path that many players made their primary way of earning free cosmetics, is somehow not sustainable anymore. And quote, "We are giving away too much free stuff. Guys, we're making enough money, but we want more." That's essentially what they're saying here. Who the hell greenlit this? These dudes said, "We only want you to buy something when you feel it's worth it," yet you took away the only way for players to get free stuff. How did you think this is going to go over? Now, while many live service games have been struggling the past few years, much of it for self-inflicted reasons more than anything else, single-player games have been thriving. We are in the middle of a renaissance, with both indie and AAA games reaching massive audiences and delivering real satisfaction. Hogwarts Legacy outsold Call of Duty, Baldur's Gate 3 is still one of Steam's most played games, Black Myth Wukong shattered Steam's concurrent player records, Kingdom Come Deliverance made all of its money back within 24 hours, and the player numbers continue to rise. The list goes on. While live service games are still popular, we are witnessing a shift. Players are finding more value and are being more valued in single-player experiences. It's hard to ignore all the successes. And I think this is the key weakness in live service games and why they're struggling. Many single-player games still understand what players want, while live service games have lost sight of it entirely. The best single-player games aren't just selling gameplay, they are delivering a complete experience, a world worth investing in, a story worth following. Meanwhile, live service games have become nothing more than a financial experiment rather than a creative pursuit. Studios aren't building games for players anymore, they're building platforms to extract revenue. Every update, every feature, every design decision is dictated by retention metrics and engagement algorithms rather than genuine craftsmanship. The result? A stagnant, disposable gaming ecosystem where quality is an afterthought and player goodwill is traded for short-term profit. That's why I find it almost comical to hear that EA's Andrew Wilson, a man who has spent years gutting single-player franchises, is suggesting that Dragon Age: The Veilguard failed because it lacked live service elements. It's a perfect example of how disconnected these executives are from reality. They aren't just ignoring the industry's trends, successes, and failures, they're actively rejecting the lessons that they should be learning. In an article written by Todd Black of GamerRanks titled EA Boss Feels Dragon Age: The Veilguard Failed Because of a Lack of Live Service Elements, Todd writes, video games can fail for multiple reasons, and not all of them is on the developer or publisher. There are plenty of cult classic titles that were high-quality games, it's just that many people didn't give them the chance. There are also times when games are high quality, but developers and publishers never gave them the big push marketing-wise, so people really weren't aware of them and thus didn't buy them. Then there are games like Dragon Age: The Veilguard, which had plenty of push from BioWare and EA, but it also had a ton of baggage in the public eye, and that was the key reason why it failed. However, that's not what Electronic Arts feels. While speaking at an investor call, as noted by comicbook.com, EA CEO Andrew Wilson made a bold statement claiming that the reason the BioWare RPG failed wasn't because of a lack in quality or marketing, but because the game didn't have any live service elements to help it connect with gamers. Now, to make sure that I really drive home Andrew Wilson's words, because I want to make sure everybody understands this clearly, I'm going to do this in my best CEO voice, so give me just a second. We know as a global leader in entertainment, great titles, even when built and delivered with polished execution, can sometimes miss our financial expectations. In order to break beyond the core audience, games need to directly connect with the evolving demands of players who increasingly seek shared world features and deeper engagement alongside high-quality narratives in this beloved category. Dragon Age had a high-quality launch, the biggest launch, probably the biggest launch ever. And it was well reviewed by critics and those who played it. However, it did not resonate with a broad enough audience in this highly competitive market. Guys, I don't know what to say. Andrew Wilson isn't just out of touch. I don't even think this guy is on Earth. I'm starting to wonder if all these gaming CEOs all get together for a peyote retreat in the desert. Live service is becoming Scientology to these people. The idea that Dragon Age: The Veilguard failed because of lack of shared world experiences that players crave is laughable when the data shows the players aren't craving shared world experiences, they're craving good games, and they always have. By the way, keep in mind, he is the one that made the decision to revert the game from a live service game back into a single player game. So if he had all this infinite wisdom, where was it when he made that decision? This isn't the first time that EA has tried to push this narrative. Back in 2017, Wilson said almost the exact same thing, that players just don't want linear games anymore like they did 10 years ago. And what was the result of that thinking? Well, EA shut down Visceral Games, the developers of Dead Space, one of the most beloved single-player studios that they had, because CFO Blake Jorgensen declared that they had to cut the bridge when you realize that you can't make a lot of money on something. And here we are years later watching EA continue the same move away from single-player games and pushing more into live service. Blaming the Veilguard's failure on a lack of live service, to me, is nothing more than a desperate attempt to justify a shift that's well underway. A shift where EA could quietly transition all of its studios into live service factories while cutting out single-player development entirely. Because to them, single-player is too expensive, too risky, and not profitable enough. And to me, that's a death sentence. I think that by ignoring single-player successes and their value, these studios and publishers have lost sight of why players come to play games in the first place. And that isn't sustainable, and we're starting to see the signs of that now. Now, before I get into this, because this is a multi-layered issue that these games and these companies are suffering from, I don't have an issue with live service games. I love live service games. There's plenty of them that I play, but I think that these companies have undervalued single-player games and complete paid experiences, and I don't think they understand those games' successes, and I think they're failing to learn the right lessons. Players do not have the time, the money, or the energy to only play live service games. That's not sustainable. We need variety. And in a lot of ways, I think something that they've kind of forgotten is that single-player games kind of act as a loss leader. drawing people into a publisher's ecosystem, building rapport, creating credibility, and strengthening that studio's reputation. Because reputation is a currency. YouTubers know this all too well. Every single time I take a sponsorship, I'm spending some of my reputation, but I can't make everything I do a sponsorship because reputation and respect has to be earned before it can be spent. And I think there's something to say about creativity as a currency as well. It needs to be generated and nurtured before it can be spent, and there is a finite amount of it. When you only focus on live service games, you are locking your developers into creative purgatory. They don't get to explore, take risks, or try something new. They're stuck, turning out the same shit, update after update, working on the same maps, the same mechanics, in the same game without ever learning anything new, never evolving. Hell, I recently spoke with current and former Call of Duty developers when I was getting ready to make this video, and I asked them about the issues that were plaguing their games, and they all pointed to the exact same thing. They are never allowed to do any real engineering or creative work on the IP or its engine. It has effectively been the same thing for over a decade because Activision refuses to give them the time to improve it. Why? Because they have to ship a new Call of Duty every single year. Activision, from my perspective, is the poster child for abandoning single-player games and choking the life out of its own studios. They absorbed Neversoft and Radical Entertainment and then sent those developers into the Call of Duty mines. They killed creativity in exchange for predictable assembly line production, and now their games are suffering as a result of that. Why not let them go back and develop another Tony Hawk Pro Skater or a new Prototype sequel? Let Raven Software go make another Singularity. Let's see how that experimentation and creativity could be used in Call of Duty or maybe an entirely new IP in the future. This is why live service games are failing today. These companies are completely out of touch. Their games are devoid of creativity. They're pumping out copy-paste corporate slop that's only temporarily relevant before players inevitably just burn out from it. Live service isn't inherently bad, but the way that these executives have been handling it, well, it's a slow, creativity-draining death march. Single-player games, standalone titles, or traditional games are what built this industry. Live service games are just a product of that. They are what taught developers how to connect with players. They gave studios the time to understand what players actually want, to build mechanics that resonate, and to develop the skills that were necessary for them to succeed later on and create new things like live service games. But these executives don't see it that way. They don't see developers as creators. They see them as factory workers, assembling the same generic product over and over again until they're burned out. And that's the real problem here. How creative do you think a developer can be if they've only ever worked on Call of Duty? What happens when you go to ask them to make something else? They can't. Haven't you guys noticed that every single time we see a game that's made by former Destiny, Call of Duty, or Battlefield developers, it just ends up looking like the same game that they've always made? The reason Activision doesn't make new games is because they forgot how to. And it's not just them. Franchise fatigue is killing single-player games too. Every Ubisoft open-world game feels like another Assassin's Creed reskin because nobody is allowed to branch out and try something new. But instead of course correcting, EA, Activision, Ubisoft, and every other major publisher is chasing this model, and they're betting everything on short-term profit. And while it's worked before, and it might be working now in some cases, it's not going to work forever. Eventually, they are going to run out of players that are willing to put up with the same tired games and developers that are willing to make them. It really is a death march because they can't take their foot off the gas. They cannot stop. They have to keep moving forward. They have to keep making more live service games. They have to command all of their attention because if they don't, the investors are going to leave, and we can't have that. And the CEO, he's not going to make that big old bonus that he wants. Lord knows they don't suffer from any consequences for their actions. They don't think about the long-term consequences of those actions on the companies that they have right now. They just rot them out and then jump ship the second they get the chance to. And what ends up happening as a result is the longer that they pay attention to these games, the longer that these games command their full attention, well, the more damage it's doing to their audience because they're losing touch with that audience. They're not developing anything new. They're not giving their developers any creative freedom to grow and be better at their job or improve the engine or whatever it might be. And what do you think is going to be the end result of that? Well, the foundation of some of these long-standing live service games is completely rotted out. It's just waiting for somebody else, a slight wind to come by and just topple the whole thing over. You know, I was wondering something recently. Why live service games feel so homogenous? And I know a lot of you guys have already experienced this. You look and you see a new live service game come out and you're like, that looks a lot like this other game, but just reskinned or a different theme or whatever it might be. And the reason why is because they just keep cycling these developers around. Concord, brought to you by the developers of Destiny 2, making Destiny 2 combat boring and with ugly characters. We're getting Temu versions of games rather than anything genuinely fresh or new. 2K just fired the director of Project Ethos. Never heard of it? That's why they fired him. It's ex-Call of Duty veterans that are making a Fortnite copy, just a straight up clone, but diverse. Sound familiar at all to you guys? I mean, Xbox just hired the marketing and operations director of Concord for Halo. Because that's gonna work. The biggest issue that I see in these long-standing live service games is that they are losing control of their games, they're losing touch with their audience, and they are unable to do anything about it because they just refuse to stop. Because all of these games, I'm telling you guys, go look, every single one of them is suffering from the same issues because it's the same people making the same game with the same updates, and they just cannot fix anything. They can never change, they can never evolve it, and they're just waiting for somebody else, some other competition to come by and just knock them out of their seat. And that's exactly what's going to end up happening. And the cycle is just going to continue over again. And in the case of like EA or Ubisoft or Activision, in their greed, they have stripped the forest bare. They have drained the talent, so there's not even a drop left. And now it's all going up in flames. And something that I don't think they realized, I don't know how they didn't see this coming, the fire's burning a little bit faster than they probably imagined. And the reason why, and it's something that I'm surprised a lot of other people haven't taken notice of, but did you guys know that in 2024 alone, PlayStation had 25 live service games hit their store? That's just on one platform. You add Steam into that pool? They all want the biggest catch. Too many fishermen, not enough fish. The pond isn't getting any bigger. It's drying up. See, the problem with chasing trends is that eventually the market is going to reach a saturation point, and live service gaming has already hit its breaking point. The industry's gold rush towards live service games was fueled by the idea of seemingly endless profits from games like Fortnite, Warzone, and Genshin Impact, but as more games have flooded the ecosystem, the reality has become painfully obvious that players are spread too thin, and the industry has created an environment in which, well, nothing feels permanent. When PUBG first popularized the Battle Royale genre, its audience was locked in. There was nowhere else to go, but now that audience is disseminated across countless games: Fortnite, Warzone, Apex Legends, Hunt Showdown, Escape from Tarkov, and the list keeps growing. There's more and more competitors. The same thing is now going on with hero shooters. Once Overwatch ruled unchallenged, but now Marvel Rivals has stolen its thunder. Valve's Deadlock is quietly making improvements, and niche competitors are picking away at the audience that's left. And here's the core issue: the more options that players have, the harder it becomes for any single game to retain its audience. In the past, live service games had a natural monopoly. Players stayed where they had to. Now, the second a game stumbles, well, there's already another game that's ready to take its place. Now, what makes matters even worse is that these companies haven't done anything to actually hold on to their audiences outside of trying to trap them in loops of sunk cost fallacy. They don't build communities, they build financial incentives to stay, flooding the games with battle passes, FOMO-driven events, and expensive cosmetics. But there's a massive flaw to that system. Once players leave, they don't come back. And why would those players come back? Because it's not like any of these games are doing anything for them in the first place. They're not delivering on their needs. They're not fixing issues in their game. Heck, they're not even keeping up with industry best practices. Newer live service games like Marvel Rivals have non-expiring battle passes, allowing you to be able to progress it at your own pace. Games like Helldivers 2 are pushing regular, meaningful content updates without the need for excessive monetization. You can earn it all just by playing the game. Meanwhile, Fortnite, the king of live service games, is constantly reinventing itself, offering massive collaborations, completely fresh mechanics, and incentives that actually feel rewarding. What have these long-standing live service games done to keep up? Almost nothing. Call of Duty, Apex Legends, Destiny 2, they've spent years raising their prices, removing content, and doubling down on aggressive monetization while offering less in return. They aren't rewarding players' loyalty, they're punishing it. And I know this firsthand. When live service games were fresh, I spent money all the time. I'd buy skins, battle passes, cosmetics, all of it. But the more games that got released, I realized that none of it really mattered. The skins, the battle passes, the digital trinkets that I spent money on, all of this stuff was meaningless the moment that I stopped playing that game. And as I moved from game to game, I stopped spending almost entirely because I knew I would inevitably leave. Why invest in something so temporary? Look at Call of Duty. They've tied Warzone to every new entry release in the series, meaning that every single year that there's a new Call of Duty that comes out, all the skins that you purchased, all the camos that you earned, all the progress that you've made, well, it's all wiped entirely clean. Every year, players are starting out in a brand new microtransaction ecosystem where their past investments, both time and money, have been made entirely meaningless because Activision doesn't value your money. what is going to be the long-term effect on those players? This is the environment that the industry has created. In their greedy attempt to chase infinite growth, they've now turned every single game into a temporary investment, eventually conditioning players to never fully commit because, well, they know something new is right around the corner. And while we might not be seeing the full effects of this yet, I think we're starting to see the signs of it. EA's been doing the same thing with their sports games, and it's no wonder that year over year, live service money and player retention is falling. Players spend time and money in their Ultimate Team modes only to have that completely erased with the next installment. That's why I think it's nearly impossible for some of these struggling live service games to recover, because they've trained their audiences to leave the moment things get stale. They've made core features feel like an afterthought while monetization takes a priority. They've made every single game feel like a disposable experience, so why should players stay or spend money on them? This kind of loops back to the original discussion I was having before on the long-term consequences of live service games, how the longer they go on, the more the industry loses sight of what actually brings players in. Most of these companies didn't start out making live service games. They had to make games that delivered value up front. They forgot how to do that. They used to have to make an impact on day one, and they had to hold on to that player's attention immediately. They had to be worth the money, because if they weren't, they failed. That sense of urgency and respect for the audience is gone when you turn a game into a routine. Now, beyond losing players in existing games, the oversaturation of live service games is making it nearly impossible to launch new ones. There are only so many players, and only so many people have the time, money, and patience to dedicate to a single game, yet these companies keep flooding the market with the same type of game competing for the same limited audience. Think about it. Sony planned over a dozen live service games to launch between 2024 and 2025. Where did they think those players would come from? And better yet, how did they expect for any of these games to be profitable when you're making so many live service games that you're not only competing with the industry, you're now competing with yourself. You are cannibalizing your own games. What did they expect? How did they think flooding the market with dozens of competing live service games, many of them sharing the same monetization models, gameplay loops, and even development DNA, was going to work? Look, live service games need long-term investment from players. They need dedicated time, engagement, and spending to be successful. Yet Sony and a lot of these other publishers keep trying to go with this shotgun approach, launching multiple at once as if players are going to be able to juggle them all. All of these companies are cannibalizing themselves, splitting their own potential audience across too many projects, too many games, and too many financial asks. You can't build a thriving long-term player base when every 6 months you're throwing a new live service game into the ring and expecting it to gain traction. These companies have bet everything on endless live service growth, and instead, well, they've created an unsustainable arms race where games don't have a chance to even establish themselves in the market before somebody else is there trying to take their place. And the funny thing is, I've already been proven right, because what was the end result of Sony's big push into live service? Well, over 10 of the known projects that Sony has made for live service have been canceled, including the absolute dumpster fire that was Concord, with thousands of jobs lost and hundreds of millions of dollars torched for nothing. The only survivors, Bungie's Concord and Fair Games, which is effectively Concord 2 Payday Boogaloo, and we know exactly how that's going to end. Personally, I can't wait to farm it. Thank you, Sony, for the content. The only game that they actually found success with? Helldivers 2, a game that was a breakout hit, yet Sony found a way to be able to sabotage themselves, wanting to force players into PlayStation login, but luckily they ended up walking that back and the game is recovered. But I'm going to take a wild guess and say that game is not the success that they were trying to bet on. But this was Sony's big bet. They thought live service was the future, and out of the 12 plus games that they were working on, or at least the ones that we know of, only one of them found moderate success. Now they're just stuck cleaning up the wreckage. The reality is that this industry is too competitive and too unpredictable to bet everything on live service. These companies think they're diversifying themselves by flooding the market with live service games, but in reality, they're all just making the exact same game. Every game has a battle pass. Every game wants you to grind for unlocks. Every game wants you to log in daily. And when everything is the same, nothing stands out. And the worst part of it is that these companies know that the gaming audience isn't infinite. They just don't want to admit it. That's why we're seeing PlayStation and Xbox slowly abandon console exclusivity, because they need every sale that they can get. Square Enix and other publishers are finally putting their biggest franchises on multiple platforms because exclusivity just isn't sustainable anymore. Xbox is putting Forza Horizon 5 and the Gears of War collection on PlayStation, and allegedly they're also going to end up bringing the Master Chief collection over. I'm all for ending console exclusivity, and honestly, Xbox is making a smart move in doing this, but let's not pretend that this is happening because of some consumer first mentality. This is happening because these companies are desperate. They've overexpanded, overestimated their own success, and now they're scrambling to fix the mess that they've created. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record at this point, but I don't think that video games and publicly traded companies are a sustainable combination. Games are nuanced, creative projects. They do not fit into the corporate mold of ever-increasing stable profit. Investors and executives thought that live service games were the golden ticket. They thought that this was the first way to industrialize an industry that was, by nature, unpredictable. But the reality is, it's impossible. Every game is a risk, every design choice, every mechanic, every update, they all carry uncertainty. You need that in this industry. That's how games grow. That's how these successful live service games came into existence in the first place. You cannot manufacture guaranteed success in an industry built on creativity and innovation. They're trying to turn gaming into something predictable, and it's like forcing a cylinder through a square hole. It just doesn't work. These games need to evolve. They need to be different. Developers need varied experiences. Players need varied experiences. But instead of fostering creativity, these companies have suffocated it, dumping all of their resources into the same few live service titles year after year. Eventually, they're going to hit a wall. They're going to realize that there's no fuel left in the tank, and when that moment comes, they won't have any creative ability to make anything new to pull them out of that death spiral because they've spent all their time maintaining the old. But the bigger issue here is that the industry is expanding faster than the player base. The number of games keeps increasing, the number of customers isn't growing fast enough. There's too much supply, not enough demand. And it's not just AAA publishers that are running the show anymore. Smaller studios, indie developers, and solo creators are all claiming their share. Developer tools are getting easier to use. The barriers to entry are lower than ever. And these corporate giants just aren't competing with each other anymore. They're competing with the entire gaming landscape. And that's a fight that I don't think they're prepared to win. And I don't think it's a fight they can. There are so many factors working against these live service games that I'm surprised that we haven't seen more issues pop up sooner than this. We've seen some of them over time, gradually, slowly but surely, but I think it's all starting to pile up, and it's going to turn into a massive fire here in just a minute, especially with some of these larger established franchises. Because keep in mind, what is Activision without Call of Duty? What is EA without their sports games or without Apex Legends? What is Ubisoft without was it Rainbow Six Siege? Like, these are the things that are holding these companies together, and without them, they are in a world of trouble. They are in a world of trouble. And the thing, and how could you not see this coming? You could take any factor and point it directly at the live service industry, and it becomes a problem. Let's look at economics as an example. If I go to buy a video game, I don't really regret that purchase. I don't feel bad for making it if it's a game that I wanted, as long as it's good and it doesn't have any problems, which that usually never ends up being a problem because I wait. I don't pre-order games or anything like that. I wait to make sure it's actually good before I purchase it. Well, I never have a problem with that. If I go to buy a microtransaction, I always feel dirty. I feel weird. I need to shower afterwards because it's not necessary. And if it is necessary, if it's part of power progression or whatever it is, a gacha game or something like that, then it feels even worse because I don't want to be buying those kind of things. Those are the exact opposite of the microtransactions I want to see in games, and then it feels even worse as a result of it. Now go and add any type of economic strife on top of that. Raising prices, inflation, people having hard time finding jobs or whatever. Now they're going to make it even more difficult for them to be able to justify those purchases in those games, regardless of whatever their price is, because they know it's temporary. That brings on another problem because of the fact that these experiences are so temporary in the first place. The market is flooded with these games. There's so many different live service games to play. Look how many gachas you can play, how many first-person shooters or battle royales or whatever. I don't feel like spending money on this stuff because chances are I'm not really going to give a shit about it in about a month or 2 or 6 or whatever it might be. I know I'm going to walk away from it. You got games like Call of Duty or the sports games that literally just erase all of the money that you spend regardless. So what's the point of even spending money over there? Yeah, it's inevitable at this point that these games are going to run into some serious issues. And again, I'm surprised that it hasn't happened sooner. I think the real reason why we've seen such a big push into live service because I'm sitting here, I'm like, there's no way that they couldn't see the long-term effects of live service games. And then I realized they do. They know it. Because all these decisions are being pushed by CEOs that rarely ever face consequences for their actions, that are there to drive up revenue as much as they possibly can, drain the well, make money for the investors, and then jump ship as fast as they can. Then they can leave it for the next guy to find out that the whole thing's about to collapse, and then they get to be the guy that can try to save the company, if they can. Or you can be like Bobby Kotick and you can just sell the company to Microsoft and look like a hero. Good job, Bobby. There's so much more here that I feel like I haven't even scratched the surface of this. I'm going to do the deep dive video on Call of Duty that's going to be coming up pretty soon. I might end up doing that next week maybe, but That's going to uncover more of these issues, I think. That's a really interesting case with that game. But man, I really do feel like it is just the disposable nature of these games. That's probably the biggest thing that's becoming probably the biggest issue for most of them, is there's just too many of these games in the market. They're replacing each other too quickly, and everybody is constantly looking for the next game to jump ship to. And over time, not only are you going to have all these disposable games, but you're also going to have the audience that is spread out so much that most of these games likely aren't even going to be sustainable in the first place. They're not going to be able to make enough money to hold on to enough developers to even make content to keep players playing those games in the first place. I think that's a big problem that they're going to run into. Too many games. Like I said before, you have too many fishermen, not enough fish. And that's going to become a really, really big problem. And at the exact same time, the other thing is that I just think that live service games kind of, fly a flag in the face of like how these studios got started in the first place. Because the only reason that they got to make these live service games is because, well, they made single player or multiplayer experiences that weren't live service games before. And that's how they learned to get the ability to even pull players into their games, to make fans, to create this ecosystem that they have. And the further they get away from that, and the more they only pay attention to this byproduct of the industry, the more they're going to lose sight of what actually got them there in the first place. And when I look at the quality of the games and the quality of the content that's delivered to players, I'm seeing a direct correlation. I don't know about you. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, share it with your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, follow me on Twitch, link is in the description, and yeah, thank you guys for watching. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Family, 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 family.
Dude, this one is good. Greed, bad games, gross incompetence, talent leaving, stock manipulation, Hollywood corruption, WB Games. No, WB Discovery has been speedrunning their collapse for the past 5 years, and I'm surprised nobody has taken notice of it. You guys thought that Ubisoft was bad. You haven't seen anything yet. Absolute cinema. And I mean that unironically. We've seen for years as publishers and developers in the video game industry have been chasing Hollywood's tail. They just want to be like Hollywood. This is what it looks like when you're infested by it, when its rot has metastasized, when its control is strangling, because, well, mistakes at the top ultimately mean cuts at the bottom, and that's exactly what's going on at WB Games. These idiots thought that after the success, the wild success of Hogwarts Legacy, $1 billion in revenue, should have been a live service game. While yes, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and Multiverses were financial failures for them, up to $400 million burned on the pyre of misguided games, they're not a problem. They're not what caused this situation. This is a company that is struggling to make games, struggling to make movies, and also struggling to find their way out of $40 billion in debt. This is not a closure. This is a cave-in. Warner Brother Games isn't just shutting down, it's actively self-destructing. Monolith Productions, dead. Player First Games, gone. WB Games San Diego, buried. Now, if you've been paying attention at all, this should come as no surprise because WB Games has been on a downward spiral for years. Not because they don't have the talent, not because they don't have the valuable franchises, but because they have no clue what to do with them. And it's not just their gaming division. This is a WB Discovery problem, a company so deep in debt, so mismanaged, so financially unstable that they're throwing everything at the wall, praying that something sticks. They're thinking about delivering value to their customers, and I don't actually think they're even thinking about how to generate revenue at all, because whether it's TV, movies, or video games, the entire company is hemorrhaging money. A lot of people want to assume that this has something to do with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League or multiverses, but if we look at WB Discovery overall, $34.6 billion in net debt, a $494 million net loss in Q4 alone, a 29% drop in game revenue year over year, a 9% drop in theatrical revenue because movies are flopping, a 16% drop in TV ad revenue because nobody's watching any of their networks. The only thing keeping them alive isn't gaming, isn't movies, isn't streaming, it's licensing deals. They're making more money off of other people using their IPs than they can themselves. And that's the real problem here, because WB Discovery isn't in business of making great games or entertainment. They're in business just trying to survive until the next quarterly earnings call. And survival means squeezing every last drop out of whatever they own, no matter how much it kills their long-term success, because, well, this leadership isn't interested in long-term success. WB Games isn't dying because of bad luck, not because of one or two bad games, but because of their own absolute unrelenting stupidity and the sheer desperation of a company that has no options left. What's crazy is things didn't used to be like this. Everybody knows who Warner Brothers is. The Harry Potter movies, The Hangover, Twister, Mad Max, Terminator, The Matrix, Troy, the Batman movies. 300. Warner Brothers has made some of the most timeless movies imaginable, and they have a few still left in the tank. I know I've really enjoyed the Dune movies, and I know a lot of people really enjoyed the Barbie movie. That made a lot of money. They've also had some of the biggest gaming franchises in the industry, not just profitable, but respected. The Batman Arkham series weren't just great superhero games. They redefined the genre and set a gold standard that even the Spider-Man games are still being compared to today. Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor was a breakout success, introducing the Nemesis system, one of the most innovative and famous mechanics in modern gaming, where your actions were actually remembered by your enemies, and as the orcs would rise and fall within their hierarchy, it would lead to emergent gameplay where your enemies would actually grow stronger and remember you and want to take revenge on you. They've made the Lego games massively popular, simple, fun, co-op friendly games, actually consumer friendly titles that have sold millions. Mortal Kombat, one of their only real true gaming first IPs that they purchased from Midway back in 2009, a franchise that's been around for over 30 years. Now that I think about it, I'm struggling to figure out why they haven't captured on any of those properties that they got from the Midway deal. Rampage, NBA Jam, Cruis'n USA, NFL Blitz. For a while, WB Games was on fire. They had brand recognition from their movies, talented studios, strong IPs, and most importantly, they were letting their teams actually make great games. But then, well, WB does what this industry always does. They got greedy. I think the turning point, at least for WB Games, was back in 2017, because this is when they released Shadow of War, and instead of building on what made the predecessor such a major success, they ended up poisoning the game with some of the worst microtransactions this industry has ever seen. Loot boxes, pay-to-win mechanics, a grindy endgame that literally pushed players towards spending real money just to be able to get through the final phases of a premium title. It was so bad that even after the game had sold millions of copies, WB still somehow lost money on it. They actually managed to make a best-selling game unprofitable, literally snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Back then, we were already starting to see the signs of change. Their entire perspective had shifted away from the people that were actually buying their products and onto the investors that were demanding more short-term gains. And all of this gets even more worse when you're a game publisher that's owned by an inept entertainment company that's leadership is desperately trying to sell out. I'm shocked that nobody else has caught on to this, but it perfectly explains why WB is so greedy, why they are in so much debt, and also why they had to close their studios. While I'm seeing a lot of people in media squarely put the blame on WB Games itself, almost all of these issues stem from the parent company as AT&T spun off Warner Media to merge it with Discovery. Many people are blind to the fact that we're essentially seeing the aftershocks of failed corporate fraud in slow motion. The entire Warner Brothers Discovery merger wasn't about creating a stronger media giant, it was about bloating the company's value so executives could cash out at the highest price possible. This is the exact same playbook that Embracer Group ran when they were on their insane buying spree, acquiring a ton of IPs and studios Not because they had any long-term vision for them, but because they wanted to make themselves look like an irresistible acquisition target. Sadly, this didn't play out for them, and Savvy Games Group backed out of the $2 billion deal that they were working on. WB was doing the exact same thing. They weren't building for the future, they were stuffing the books, cutting costs, inflating value, and positioning themselves for a massive payday. The plan they had was to sell out to Paramount. They thought that they could flip the company for a high value, rake in billions, and then leave someone else to deal with the fallout. But Paramount wasn't stupid. Paramount CEO Bob Bakish passed on the deal. They looked at the numbers, the leadership, the assets, and they passed because they knew if they just waited a couple more years, they could buy WB Discovery for even cheaper. It's always the people that think they're the smartest that end up being the dumbest. While these schemes have definitely worked in the past, it's in every CEO's playbook nowadays. And given how much inflated value the company had during lockdowns, like every other company, we see now that they've lost 50% of their value from 2021 to today. Now they're stuck holding the bag. And the worst part is, well, they didn't even have a plan B. It seems like their corporate leadership's entire strategy was built around flipping the company for a profit, but when that failed, WB is now left with $40 billion in debt and a bloated, failing media empire with no real direction. That's why they've been floundering ever since. Even with a few successful movies, even with Hogwarts Legacy breaking records, even with Mortal Kombat 1 selling well. Because at the end of the day, this modern WB, or WB Discovery, wasn't ever supposed to be a long-term success. It was a pump and dump scheme that just didn't pan out. And when you take the time to think about it, they're really one of the only publishers that's out there outside of the console makers where their financial success isn't necessarily tied to the games that they make. Because if WB Discovery is failing, then WB Games is failing by extension. So they're screwed no matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they're making profitable games. If they're still not making enough money, they could get cut either way. It just depends on how much they make versus how much they cost. And when you're attached to an already struggling media company, with a CEO that doesn't have any value in games, understand games, or the industry whatsoever, everything is just an asset to be flipped. And on top of that, you're being exposed to Hollywood mentalities, you're in for a very rough ride. From my perspective, this is the least sustainable video game publisher in the entire industry by a country mile. A lot of people are going to point at Ubisoft. They're $4 billion in debt. These guys are almost $40 billion in debt in total for the entire company. They're not cooked, they're burnt, and they have been for a long time. You know, outside of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and Multiverses, while those definitely contributed to the situation that they're in, this might be the first time that I am not going to blame the studios for their closure. I'm not even going to blame their games for their closure. Well, I mean, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, but that studio didn't actually get closed down as a result of it. But from my perspective, this all goes on their parent company and its leadership, because that's where this goes in this case. Monolith, they didn't even want to make Wonder Woman. They had no interest in making that game whatsoever, and the players don't want it either. That one's obviously a Hollywood decision more than anything else, and that's the problem, because I don't think that things are going to get better for them. They can't get better for them. Not only are they shackled to the financial corpse of WB Discovery, but at the exact same time, they're being drugged down by it. They're underwater with crippling debt. You're dealing with executives that don't understand games. You have Hollywood parasites that are trying to bully and brute force their way into the industry. And on top of that, they're trend chasing so hard just to squeeze out any dollar they can that you're never going to be able to find success. They don't understand games. They don't understand the players. They don't have any respect for their audiences. They don't have any respect for the industry. How are you going to succeed? Now, while WB Discovery's leadership have definitely done their damage, WB Games isn't without blame. At this point, WB Games is probably the best example of what happens to a publisher when they chase the live service dragon off of a cliff. They aren't just doubling down on some of the worst monetization practices in the industry. They are teaching a masterclass on how to ruin your credibility and destroy any goodwill that you have with your fan base. Mortal Kombat used to be about skill, competition, and unlocking content through gameplay, but not anymore. With Mortal Kombat 1, WB cranked the monetization to disgusting levels, locking even the most basic customization behind real money purchases. Fatalities, the literal defining feature of the franchise, locked behind premium purchases. They have cosmetics that can cost more than the actual game, season passes, battle passes, and event cosmetics, forcing players to grind endlessly or Pay up before that content disappears forever. Overpriced premium currency scams where the bundles are priced in a way that forces you to buy more than you actually need, leaving you with leftover credits, hoping that you're going to spend even more money. At this point, Mortal Kombat isn't a game, it's just a monetization platform with some fighting mechanics attached to it. And if you think that's bad, WB straight up ran one of the biggest live service scams in recent memory with Multiverses. When Multiverses launched into open beta in July 2022, it quickly gained massive popularity, pulling over 20 million players and generating millions in revenue through founders packs, battle passes, premium currency, and cash shops full of cosmetics. It didn't feel like a beta. It sure as the heck wasn't sold like a beta. WB was marketing this like it was a full release, running seasonal events and treating it like it was a long-term investment. And then they shut it down. In March of 2023, WB suddenly announced that the beta would end in June of 2023, taking the entire game offline for over a year. Apparently, the studio that was making the game ran out of content, and instead of just leaving the game online and taking longer breaks in between updates, they just took it down entirely. No refunds, no guarantee that their purchases would carry over when the game re-released. No indication that the shutdown was coming before people had already spent money. Players had assumed that the game was like an early access launch and they could play the game, support it while it was in development, and that's seemingly how it was marketed. But that's definitely not how it ended. For an entire year, WB sat on players' purchases while pretending like this was all part of the plan. Then, in May of 2024, Multiverses reached full release, and 8 months later, WB said it was going to get its final season. Now, Multiverses is shutting down for good on May 30th, 2025. That means that everybody who supported the game, anybody who bought battle passes, the founders packs, character unlocks, skins, or premium currency twice now, have nothing to show for it. WB took money from players not once, but twice, and then killed the game anyway. This is what live service games are at their worst. A game that was never designed to last, only to extract as much money from people as possible before vanishing into thin air. Then we have Rocksteady, the studio that gave us Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight, one of the most respected, beloved, and talented single-player developers in the industry, forced to make a live service dumpster fire that completely destroyed their reputation. WB took a single-player studio known for immersive, narrative-driven games and made them build a looter shooter with brain-dead RPG mechanics with some of the most ugliest character designs that I've seen in any game, battle passes, and always online. While there were some rumors that this game was originally pitched by Rocksteady, it wasn't. It was a rebooted corpse of a game that was brought over from WB Studios. Suicide Squad was doomed from the start. It didn't reflect anything of Rocksteady's talent in the slightest. The core design was fundamentally flawed because it wasn't built for fun, it was built to be monetized. Every gameplay loop was designed around engagement metrics, not player enjoyment. I mean, they put in characters that historically do not use firearms into a looter shooter simply for the purpose of it being a live service loop. The game was delayed multiple times, but no matter how many times you try to fix it, you can't fix something that is broken at its foundation. WB Games forced one of the best single-player studios in the entire industry to make a generic, trend-chasing, microtransaction-riddled mess, and it bombed. Over $2 million burned, and Rocksteady's credibility completely shattered. Nothing to show for it. Now, you would think that they would have learned their lesson. To kill the Justice League flop, Multiverses is shutting down, tons of live service games across the industry are failing, but WB saw Hogwarts Legacy, their most successful game of all time, a single-player game, became one of the best-selling games in years, made over $1 billion, and outsold Call of Duty for the first time in nearly 20 years. And their response was, this game should have been a live service. WB CEO of Global Streaming and Games, JB Perret, was asked about the failure of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and the success of Hogwarts Legacy. He claimed that the AAA space was too volatile and suggested the best solution was to focus on live service games, saying, rather than launching a one-and-done console game, how do we develop a game around, for example, a Hogwarts Legacy or Harry Potter. That is a live service that people can live and work and build and play in a world in an ongoing basis. Live service games are far more volatile than single-player games and AAA games, and it's not even close. At least that's what I've observed. That's what I've seen gone down over the last couple of years. Take the time to think about it. If you actually do your research and you're making sure to deliver something that players are looking for, you're making sure not to beat them over the head with any social political messaging or anything like that. If you're selling the game at a fair price and you're budgeting that game the right way, there's a good chance that you're going to make your money back. But with a live service game, you're going to spend the same amount of time, same amount of money making a game that you need to put out for free to be able to get players in the first place. And you don't even know if it's going to be successful. There's so many factors that could work against you that are outside of your control that could go wrong. What if the economy gets flipped upside down? People don't have the time to spend on a live service game. They can't keep up with the grind. They can't spend on the microtransactions. What if another game comes out around the same time that you didn't know anything about, and all of a sudden they take all of your audience and now you're left with nothing? That's happened to a lot of games. What if trends change? Because Lord knows you guys are never ahead of the curve in the first place, and all of a sudden people aren't interested in whatever kind of game that you're putting out. Why is winning the lottery becoming the default option for some of these companies to find sustainability? What are you doing? You just lost $300 million on live service games. You had Avalanche take 4 years to make a game that made you $1 billion. You have a bunch of executives that are sitting in a room looking at a bear trap and going, you know what? I'm gonna stick my dick in that. That sounds like a good idea. What are you doing, man? They are the Suicide Squad. They're here to drive your company straight off a cliff. Every choice that their leadership has made has never had the customer in mind. It's never even had the brand's identity or the brand's integrity in mind. They're just haphazardly following the leader when it comes to the rest of the industry, because none of these career CEOs have an original bone in their body. They're always just following somebody else, copying somebody else's homework because they themselves do not know what to do. It's as simple as that. Oh, microtransactions? Well, we're going to put those in. Oh, live service is making money. Well, we're going to try that too. Oh, there's a new trend. Well, we're going to follow that. How? There's no iteration. There's no innovation. How do you expect to find success? How do you expect to get better? You can't. What am I talking about? This is Hollywood. That's exactly what they do. WB Games isn't just failing because of bad business decisions, it's failing because it no longer operates like a video game company. It's been completely hijacked by Hollywood at this point, infected with the same risk-adverse, trend-chasing, creatively bankrupt mindset that's been running the film industry into the ground for the past decade. These people do not understand games, they don't respect games, and most importantly, they don't even know how to let their studios succeed. Instead of nurturing their studios, giving them the space they need to be able to create original ideas, or even just let them build strong, standalone franchises, WB has shackled them to fleeting relevance of their movie and comic book IPs. There's a reason why some of the greatest studios in the industry are the ones that forge their own path. From Software, Nintendo, Capcom, even companies like Larian and Grinding Gear Games. They don't need to wait for a movie success to be able to dictate their next project. They create their own success. They make their success. But WB, they are slaves to their film division. WB's entire creative output is dictated by whatever comic book adaptation, movie reboot, or soulless franchise extension is currently being pushed by Hollywood. If a movie flops, the game is gonna flop. If the franchise loses relevance, the studio is out of work. You can't build a successful gaming division like this. Look at what happened with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. There was no reason for this game to exist other than the fact that WB had a Suicide Squad movie in development and thought that this could ride on brand recognition. But Suicide Squad wasn't exactly a beloved household name. It wasn't Spider-Man, it wasn't Batman, it wasn't the Avengers. WB has spent years desperately trying to turn the DC universe into something as big as the Marvel's MCU, but their movies have never had the same impact. They've never built the same goodwill. They've never had the same level of interest. What's funny is that while even Marvel-related superhero games have also struggled the past few years outside of Spider-Man and the recent hit in Marvel Rivals. So when Rocksteady, a studio known for
Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're in YouTube, subscribe. If you're in Twitch, follow me. If you're in Kick, follow me as well. Hit the follow button.